Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. This game, created by Hideo Kojima, is a masterpiece of stealth, action, and open-world exploration. In MGS5, you play as Big Boss, also known as Venom Snake, as you build your mercenary army and seek revenge on those who wronged you. The story is packed with intrigue, betrayal, and complex characters, and it unfolds in a way that keeps you constantly guessing. One of the standout features of MGS5 is its open world design. You get to explore vast environments in Afghanistan and Africa, each filled with enemy bases, wild animals, and hidden secrets. The freedom to approach missions in multiple ways makes every playthrough unique. Whether you prefer stealthy infiltration or all-out action, the game accommodates your style. The gameplay is incredibly deep and satisfying. The stealth mechanics are some of the best in any game, allowing you to use a wide array of gadgets, weapons, and tactics to outsmart your enemies. The feeling of sneaking into a heavily guarded base undetected and completing your objective without a hitch is exhilarating. Building and managing your mother base is another huge part of the game. You can recruit soldiers, develop new weapons and equipment, and expand your operations. This adds a strategic layer to the game, as you need to balance your resources and personnel to keep your base running smoothly. The story is another highlight. It's filled with the trademark twists and deep lore that fans of the series love. The characters, including returning favorites like Ocelot and new ones like Quiet, are well developed and memorable. The narrative tackles heavy themes and keeps you engaged throughout the lengthy campaign. One of the things I love about MGS5 is the replayability. There are so many side missions, collectibles, and hidden content that it's easy to spend hours exploring every nook and cranny. The game encourages experimentation and rewards creativity, making each session feel fresh and exciting. If you're looking for a game with a rich, immersive world and a perfect blend of stealth and action, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain is a must-play. Its deep gameplay mechanics, engaging story, and endless content make it a game you can easily spend over 100 hours enjoying. It's a fantastic entry in the Metal Gear series and a standout in the stealth action genre. Fallout 4. Let's talk about Fallout 4, a game that can easily keep you occupied for over 100 hours with its massive open world and endless activities. In Fallout 4, you play as the sole survivor, waking up in a post-apocalyptic world after being cryogenically frozen. Your main quest is to find your kidnapped son, but the journey takes you through a world full of danger, intrigue, and moral choices. The game's world, the Commonwealth, is huge and full of diverse locations to explore. From the ruined city of Boston to eerie abandoned buildings and vast wastelands, every area is packed with things to discover. The sense of exploration is incredible. You never know what you'll find around the next corner, whether it's a hidden vault, a new faction, or a powerful weapon. One of the standout features of Fallout 4 is its crafting and building system. You can collect materials and build your own settlements, complete with defenses, amenities, and living quarters for other survivors. This adds a whole new level of depth to the game as you create and manage thriving communities in the wasteland. Combat in Fallout 4 is engaging and flexible. You can use a variety of weapons, from melee weapons and guns to energy weapons and grenades. The game also has a deep character customization system. You can level up and choose from a wide range of perks that enhance your abilities and playstyle. Whether you want to be a stealthy sniper, a charismatic leader, or a brute force warrior, the game lets you build your character the way you want. Fallout 4 is packed with quests and side missions. The main story is compelling, but the side quests are where the game truly shines. Each faction, from the Brotherhood of Steel to the Railroad and the Minutemen, offers its own storyline and quests, giving you plenty to do and explore.
Let's go, boy.
If you're looking for a game with a rich, immersive world and endless content, Fallout 4 is a must-play. Its blend of exploration, combat, and building offers something for everyone. You can easily spend over 100 hours wandering the wasteland, discovering new adventures, and crafting your own stories. It's a game that keeps on giving, making it perfect for those who love long, engaging experiences. Red Dead Redemption 2. This is one of the most obvious games on this list, so yeah, let's talk about it. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you play as Arthur Morgan, a member of the Van der Linde gang. The story is set in 1899 and you're living through the end of the Wild West era. It's all about survival, loyalty, and the tough choices Arthur has to make. The world in this game is huge and incredibly detailed. You can explore forests, mountains, swamps, and towns, each filled with life and things to do. There are so many side quests, hidden treasures, and random events that you'll always find something new to explore. The gameplay is a mix of action, exploration, and role-playing. You'll be riding your horse, getting into gunfights, hunting animals, and crafting supplies. The game also has a deep story with lots of characters and twists that keep you hooked. One of the coolest things about Red Dead Redemption 2 is how alive the world feels. The NPCs have their own routines, and the wildlife acts realistically. You can interact with almost everything and everyone, making the world feel real and immersive. The graphics are stunning, the landscapes are beautiful, and the attention to detail is amazing. From the changing weather to the way Arthur's beard grows over time, everything looks fantastic.
Santa Claus!
The sound design and music also add to the atmosphere, making you feel like you're really in the Wild West. Arthur's journey is full of highs and lows, and you get to see his character grow and change. The choices you make can affect the story and the world around you, adding depth to the game. If you're looking for a game that offers a rich, immersive experience with tons of content, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a must-play. It's a long and rewarding adventure that will keep you entertained for hours on end. Whether you're following the main story or just exploring the world, there's always something exciting to do in this epic Wild West game. Hi-Fi Rush. Alright, let's kick things off with Hi-Fi Rush, a game that's all about having an absolute blast. If you love rhythm games and high-energy action, this one's a must-play. You play as Chai, a rockstar wannabe who finds himself in a world where music is the key to everything. The story is lighthearted and full of quirky characters, making it feel like you're inside a Saturday morning cartoon. The gameplay is where Hi-Fi Rush really shines. It's a rhythm-based action game where your every move from attacks to dodges is synced to the beat of the music. The better you sync up, the more powerful your moves become. It's incredibly satisfying to nail those combos right on the beat and watch the chaos unfold. The soundtrack is packed with catchy tunes that get your blood pumping. From rock anthems to electronic beats, every track is a banger that makes you want to keep playing just to hear what's next. The music isn't just background noise, it's an integral part of the gameplay, making each fight feel like an epic music video. Visually, the game is a feast for the eyes. It's got a vibrant, colorful art style that matches its energetic vibe perfectly. The animations are smooth and the characters' exaggerated movements add to the fun. One of the coolest features is the boss battles. Each one is unique and feels like a concert showdown, with the music dictating the flow of the fight. They're challenging but never frustrating, keeping you on your toes and fully engaged. Hi-Fi Rush is a game that's all about having fun. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. The story, the music, the action, it all comes together to create an experience that's pure joy from start to finish. If you're looking for a game that's lighthearted, engaging, and just plain fun, Hi-Fi Rush is definitely worth checking out. It's a rhythm-infused adventure that will keep you smiling and tapping your feet the whole way through. Bully.
Thanks for making my day better.
Alright, let's talk about Bully, a game that's an absolute riot and perfect for anyone who just wants to have a good time. This one takes the classic Rockstar open world formula and throws it into the chaotic world of high school. You play as Jimmy Hopkins, a troublemaker sent to Bulworth Academy, which is basically a boarding school filled with all sorts of crazy characters. The story is a hilarious mix of teenage drama and rebellion, with Jimmy trying to navigate school life, deal with bullies, and become the king of the campus. What makes Bully so much fun is its variety of activities. You're not just stuck in classes though, even those are surprisingly entertaining mini-games. You can pull pranks, ride your skateboard around town, and get into all sorts of mischief. There's never a dull moment because there's always something fun to do. The combat is simple but satisfying. You'll be throwing punches, using slingshots, and even engaging in some epic snowball fights. It's all very lighthearted and doesn't take itself too seriously, which fits the game's overall vibe perfectly. One of the highlights of Bully is its humor. The game is packed with witty dialogue and funny scenarios that keep you laughing. The characters are exaggerated but endearing, from the nerds to the jocks and everyone in between. It's like playing through your favorite high school comedy movie. The open world is surprisingly detailed for a game set in a school. You can explore the town, visit shops, take on side missions, and even find hidden collectibles. The setting is nostalgic and full of charm, making it a blast to explore. Bully is all about having fun and causing a bit of mayhem. It's a game that doesn't take itself too seriously and invites you to do the same. Whether you're attending a class or pulling off a hilarious prank, there's always something enjoyable to do. If you're looking for a game that's lighthearted, engaging, and filled with endless fun, Bully is a perfect choice. Dive into the wild world of Bulworth Academy and enjoy the ride. It's one you won't forget. Yakuza 0. Alright, let's chat about Yakuza 0, a game that's an absolute blast from start to finish. If you love action, drama, and a ton of quirky side activities, this game is for you. In Yakuza 0, you play as two characters, Kazuma Kiryu and Goro Majima, each with their own gripping storyline set in the vibrant, neon-lit streets of 1980s Japan. The main story is full of intense drama, crime intrigue, and emotional moments, but what makes this game really shine is all the fun you can have outside of the main quests. One of the best things about Yakuza 0 is its combat. It's fast, fluid, and incredibly satisfying. Both Kiryu and Majima have multiple fighting styles you can switch between on the fly, allowing for some really creative and flashy combos. Whether you're brawling in the streets or taking on tough bosses, the action is always exciting, but the real magic of Yakuza 0 lies in its side activities. This game is packed with things to do. You can hit up karaoke bars and belt out some tunes, compete in dance battles, or even manage a cabaret club. There's also a slew of mini games like bowling, darts, and arcade classics that can easily eat up hours of your time. The side stories or sub-stories are another highlight. These are little side missions that range from the hilarious to the heartwarming. They add a ton of personality to the game and often lead to some of the most memorable moments. Helping a dominatrix learn how to be more assertive, or teaching a band how to be tough, are just a couple of examples of the wacky adventures you'll find. The world of Yakuza 0 is incredibly detailed and immersive. The bustling streets of Kamurocho and Sotenbori are filled with life and activity. You'll find yourself getting lost in the atmosphere, exploring every corner, and interacting with the colorful locals. Yakuza 0 is all about having fun and experiencing a wild ride. It's a game where you can dive into a deep emotional story or just spend hours goofing around with side activities. If you're looking for a game that offers a perfect blend of action, drama, and pure fun, Yakuza 0 is a must-play. Sunset Overdrive. Let's talk about Sunset Overdrive, a game that's all about having an insane amount of fun while embracing chaos. If you're looking for a game that's colorful, energetic, and doesn't take itself too seriously, this one's for you. In Sunset Overdrive, you're thrown into the vibrant, post-apocalyptic world of Sunset City. The city has been overrun by mutants created by a contaminated energy drink, and you, as the customizable hero, are tasked with surviving and kicking some serious mutant butt. The story is wild and filled with humor, making every moment an absolute blast. The gameplay is where Sunset Overdrive truly shines. Movement in this game is incredibly fluid and exhilarating. You can grind on rails, bounce off cars, and run along walls with ease. The whole city becomes your playground, and traversing it never gets old. It's like a mix of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and a high-octane shooter, keeping you constantly on the move. Combat is equally fun and over the top. You have a wide array of crazy weapons at your disposal, from explosive teddy bears to acid-filled sprinkler guns. The more stylish and creative you are with your attacks, the better. This keeps the combat fresh and exciting, encouraging you to experiment and find the most fun ways to take down enemies. The visuals in Sunset Overdrive are a treat. The art style is bright, colorful, and full of personality. The city is a vibrant and chaotic playground filled with details that make exploring a joy. The animations are smooth, and the entire game has a cartoonish, exaggerated feel that perfectly matches its tone. One of the standout features is the humor. Sunset Overdrive is packed with witty dialogue, hilarious characters, and absurd situations. The game constantly breaks the fourth wall, poking fun at video game tropes and itself, which adds to its charm. There's so much to do in Sunset Overdrive. Beyond the main missions, there are tons of side quests, challenges, and collectibles to keep you busy. The game encourages exploration and rewards you with cool new weapons, upgrades, and story bits that add to the overall experience. In summary, Sunset Overdrive is a game that's all about having fun. It's fast-paced, hilarious, and packed with action. If you're looking for a game that's a perfect mix of humor, chaos, and pure enjoyment, you can't go wrong with Sunset Overdrive. Dive into Sunset City and get ready for a wild, unforgettable ride. Spider-Man 2. Alright, let's talk about Spider-Man 2, a game that truly lets you live out your superhero fantasies in the most fun and exhilarating way possible. If you love swinging through the city, fighting bad guys, and feeling like a real hero, this game is a must-play. In Spider-Man 2, you step into the shoes of Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man. The story follows Spidey as he battles iconic villains and deals with the ups and downs of being a superhero. The narrative is engaging and filled with moments that capture the essence of Spider-Man, balancing his hero duties with his personal life. The standout feature of Spider-Man 2 is the web swinging. The mechanics are incredibly smooth and satisfying. Swinging through the skyscrapers of New York City feels amazing, and you can really feel the momentum and speed as you navigate the urban jungle. It's easy to lose hours just enjoying the sheer thrill of swinging around the city. Combat in Spider-Man 2 is another highlight. It's fluid, dynamic, and packed with stylish moves. You can punch, kick, and web sling your way through hordes of enemies using a mix of acrobatics and gadgets. The game encourages creativity in fights, allowing you to use the environment to your advantage and pull off spectacular combos. The city of New York is beautifully rendered and full of life. From the bustling streets to the towering skyscrapers, every part of the city feels alive and vibrant. There are tons of side activities to dive into, from stopping random crimes to helping citizens in need. These activities not only add to the fun, but also make you feel like a true hero patrolling the city. One of the most enjoyable aspects of Spider-Man 2 is its sense of humor. The game captures Spider-Man's witty and lighthearted nature perfectly. The dialogue is sharp and funny, with Spidey throwing quips and jokes even in the heat of battle. It adds a lot of charm to the game and keeps things lighthearted and entertaining. And as for the graphics, so what I really loved about the Spider-Man 2 on the PS5 is the lightning. The game looks so much colorful and brighter compared to the 2018 game. Spider-Man 2 is packed with content. The main story missions are exciting, but there are also plenty of side quests, collectibles, and challenges to keep you busy. Each one offers something new and fun, ensuring you're never short of things to do. In summary, Spider-Man 2 is a game that's all about having fun. It perfectly captures the thrill of being Spider-Man, from swinging through the city to battling iconic villains. If you're looking for a game that combines an engaging story, fluid gameplay, and a lot of heart, Spider-Man 2 is a perfect choice. Dive into the adventure and enjoy being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Down, Immerse!
Infamous Second Son. Alright, let's talk about Infamous Second Son, a game that lets you unleash superpowers in the most exhilarating way possible. If you love action-packed gameplay and a vibrant open world, this game is a blast. You play as Delsin Rowe, a young guy who discovers he has incredible powers after an encounter with a superhuman. The story follows Delsin as he navigates the city of Seattle, taking on the oppressive Department of Unified Protection DUP and discovering the full extent of his abilities. What makes Infamous Second Son so much fun is the superpowers. Delsin can absorb powers from other superhumans, giving you a variety of abilities to play with. From smoke and neon to video and concrete, each power set feels unique and offers different ways to approach combat and traversal, blasting enemies with smoke bombs, dashing through vents, and scaling buildings with neon speed never gets old. The combat is dynamic and satisfying. You can mix and match your powers to create devastating combos and take down enemies in style. The game encourages you to be creative, and the more you experiment with your abilities, the more fun you'll have. The powers are flashy and make you feel truly powerful. Seattle is beautifully recreated in infamous Second Son. The city is alive with detail from the bustling streets to the iconic landmarks. The open world is a playground for your powers, and exploring it is a joy. There are plenty of side activities, including taking down Duck strongholds, finding hidden collectibles, and graffiti tagging, all of which add to the fun and immersion. One of the coolest aspects of the game is the morality system. Your choices affect the story and how people in the city react to you. Whether you choose to be a hero or embrace your darker side, your decisions have real consequences, adding depth to the gameplay. Visually, infamous Second Son is stunning. The graphics are top-notch with detailed character models and vibrant effects that make your powers look incredible. The game's lighting and weather effects also add to the atmosphere, making Seattle feel like a real living city. Infamous Second Son is a game that's all about having fun with superpowers. It combines an engaging story, a lively open world, and dynamic gameplay to create an experience that's both thrilling and enjoyable. If you're looking for a game where you can let loose and feel like a superhero or anti-hero, Infamous Second Son is a perfect choice. Dive into the action and enjoy the ride. Doom Eternal. Alright, let's talk about Doom Eternal, a game that's all about pure, unadulterated fun. If you love fast-paced action, intense combat, and ripping through demons, this game is an absolute blast. You step into the boots of the Doomslayer, humanity's last hope against the demonic forces of hell. The story is straightforward but engaging, full of heavy metal lore and badass moments that keep you pumped up and ready for battle. What makes Doom Eternal so much fun is its relentless pace. The combat is incredibly fast and fluid, requiring you to be constantly on the move. You've got an arsenal of devastating weapons at your disposal, from the classic shotgun and chainsaw to more futuristic firepower like the plasma rifle and BFG. Each weapon feels powerful and satisfying to use. The gameplay is all about aggression. You're encouraged to get up close and personal with the demons, using a combination of shooting, melee attacks, and glory kills to take them down. Glory kills in particular are a blast. They're brutal, over-the-top finishing moves that reward you with health and ammo, keeping you in the fight. Traversal in Doom Eternal is a game changer. The game introduces new movement mechanics like double jumps and dashes, which make navigating the battlefield a dynamic and strategic affair. You're not just running and gunning, you're leaping across platforms, swinging from bars, and dodging enemy attacks in a deadly dance of destruction. Doom Eternal also features a variety of challenges and collectibles that add to the fun. There are secret areas to discover, lore to uncover, and upgrades to find that enhance your abilities and weapons. These extras give you plenty of reasons to explore each level thoroughly. In summary, Doom Eternal is all about having fun with non-stop action and adrenaline-pumping combat. It's a game that never lets up, keeping you engaged and excited from start to finish. If you're looking for a game that delivers pure, visceral enjoyment, Doom Eternal is a must-play. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Alright, let's talk about Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, a game that's all about insane action, slicing up cyborgs, and just having a blast. If you're into over-the-top combat and a bit of craziness, this game is perfect for you. You play as Raiden, the badass cyborg ninja. Forget about sneaking around like in other Metal Gear games. This one's all about going full throttle with your high-frequency blade. The story is wild, filled with crazy villains and ridiculous plot twists that only add to the fun. The combat in Metal Gear Rising is where it really shines. You've got this katana that can slice through pretty much anything, and I mean anything. The game's blade mode lets you slow down time and cut enemies into tiny pieces. It's stupidly fun and never gets old. You feel like an absolute beast carving through enemies with style and precision. And the bosses, man, they're larger than life characters with some of the most memorable fights you'll ever play. Each one is unique, requiring you to adapt and master your skills. Plus the epic music that kicks in during these battles, absolute perfection. It gets your blood pumping and makes every fight feel epic. The visuals are slick and stylish with a futuristic vibe that's both gritty and cool. The environments might not be the most detailed, but who cares when you're zipping around at lightning speed and chopping up anything in your path. What's great about Metal Gear Rising is it doesn't take itself too seriously. It's packed with cheesy one-liners, over-the-top action sequences, and a sense of humor that keeps things light. The game knows it's ridiculous and just rolls with it, making the whole experience even more enjoyable. You've also got plenty of upgrades and new moves to unlock, keeping the gameplay fresh as you progress. Experimenting with different techniques and weapons is a blast, and it keeps you coming back for more. One of the coolest things is the game's length. It's not too long, so it doesn't overstay its welcome. You can blast through it in a weekend, but it's so damn fun you'll want to replay it and try out new things. In summary, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is all about having a damn good time. It's fast, flashy, and doesn't hold back. If you're looking for a game that's all action all the time, with a heavy dose of style and a pinch of insanity, this is it. Prototype. Alright, let's get into Prototype, a game that's all about chaos, destruction, and feeling like an unstoppable force of nature. If you've ever wanted to wreak havoc in a massive open world city, this game is for you. You play as Alex Mercer, a dude who wakes up in New York City with no memory and some seriously badass powers. We're talking shape-shifting, super strength, and the ability to consume enemies to gain their memories and abilities. The story is a wild ride, with Alex trying to uncover the truth about what happened to him while taking down anyone who gets in his way. The gameplay in Prototype is where it's at. You can run up skyscrapers, glide through the air, and smash through anything that stands in your way. The city is your playground, and you've got an insane arsenal of powers to play with. Want to rip through enemies with giant claws? Go for it. Prefer smashing tanks with your massive fists? You can do that too. The combat is brutal and satisfying, letting you unleash your inner beast. One of the coolest features is the ability to consume people and take on their appearance and memories. This adds a strategic layer to the mayhem, letting you infiltrate enemy bases and gather intel while looking like an innocent bystander. It's a blast figuring out how to use your powers to cause maximum chaos. The story might not be the most complex, but who cares? It's all about the action and the insane powers you get to wield. Plus, the side missions and challenges add plenty of extra fun. You can spend hours just exploring the city, causing destruction and experimenting with your abilities. And let's not forget the upgrades. As you progress, you can level up and unlock new powers, making Alex even more of a badass. It keeps the gameplay fresh and gives you a reason to keep playing and mastering your skills. Prototype is a game that's all about letting loose and having a blast. It's fast, it's furious, and it's ridiculously fun. If you're looking for a game where you can just go wild and feel like an unstoppable force, this is it. Devil May Cry 5. Alright, let's talk about Devil May Cry 5. A game that's all about stylish combat, insane action, and having a damn good time. If you love flashy moves and over-the-top battles, this game is an absolute blast. You play as 3 different characters, Dante, Nero, and the mysterious newcomer V. Each one has their own unique fighting style and abilities, keeping the gameplay fresh and exciting. The story is a wild ride full of demons, epic showdowns, and plenty of that classic Devil May Cry flair. The combat in Devil May Cry 5 is where it really shines. It's fast, fluid, and all about looking cool while you kick demon ass. You've got a ton of moves and combos to master, and the game rewards you for being creative and stylish. Whether you're slicing through enemies with Dante's sword, revving up Nero's Red Queen, or summoning creatures with V, every fight feels badass.
Your death
Visually, the game is stunning. The graphics are top-notch with beautifully detailed environments and character models. The animations are smooth as hell, making every move and combo look incredible. The game's aesthetic is a perfect mix of gothic and modern, giving it a unique and striking look. One of the best parts is the soundtrack. The music is a perfect match for the high-energy action with heavy metal tracks that get your blood pumping. Each character has their own theme that kicks in when you start racking up those stylish combos, making you feel like a total rock star. Devil May Cry 5 also has a ton of replay value. There are multiple difficulty levels, secret missions, and a ranking system that challenges you to perfect your skills. You'll want to go back and replay missions to get higher scores and unlock new abilities, keeping you hooked for hours on end. The game's controls are tight and responsive, making it easy to pull off those sick combos and maneuvers. It's challenging but fair, rewarding you for mastering the mechanics and pushing you to improve. Overall, Devil May Cry 5 is all about having fun and feeling like a total badass. It's a perfect blend of stylish combat, epic action, and cool characters. If you're looking for a game that lets you unleash your inner demon hunter and have a blast while doing it, Devil May Cry 5 is the way to go. Mafia Definitive Edition. Okay, let's chat about Mafia Definitive Edition. If you've got even a smidgen of interest in classic gangster tales, this game's gonna be right up your alley. It's not just a remake, it's like they took the old game, gave it a giant hug, and turned it into something that feels both nostalgic and brand new. You're stepping into the shoes of Tommy Angelo, a regular cabbie who gets dragged into the mob life after one too many wrong turns. And let me tell you, the story is just something else. It's got that gritty, emotional punch that pulls you in and doesn't let go. Tommy's journey through the criminal underworld feels so real and raw. You might find yourself rooting for him even when he's knee-deep in trouble. The voice acting really nails that 1930s mobster vibe, making every character feel like they're straight out of a classic noir film. The city of Lost Heaven is a sight to behold. It's got that old-school charm with its cobblestone streets, vintage cars, and smoky jazz bars. Driving through the city feels like you're in a living, breathing movie, and the way the city changes with the weather and time of day. It's the kind of detail that makes you want to take a leisurely drive just to soak it all in.
Now you stay straight with me, you're gonna be living the high life, Tom.
Gameplay-wise, it's got a bit of an old-school rhythm to it. The missions are deliberate, the driving feels just right, and the gunplay has that satisfying thud. It's definitely not a breakneck pace, so if you're coming off a more action-packed game, it might take a minute to adjust. But trust me, once you get into the groove, it's all about immersing yourself in the story and enjoying the ride. And the visuals? Man, they did a fantastic job. The remake looks gorgeous with all the modern bells and whistles. The lighting, the details, the atmosphere, it's all there, making Lost Heaven feel alive and vibrant. If you're the kind of person who loves a deep, engaging story wrapped in a beautifully crafted world, Mafia Definitive Edition is totally worth your time and money. It's like a love letter to the original with a shiny new coat of paint, and it's got enough heart to make you want to dive in and never come up for air. So, grab your fedora and get ready to immerse yourself in the gritty world of mob life. It's a ride you won't want to miss.
You won't ever need to worry about me.
Okay then. Welcome to the family.
Persona 5 Royal. Persona 5 Royal is like stepping into a high-energy anime that you get to control. When I first picked it up, I was already a fan of the original Persona 5, but Royal took things to a whole new level. It's not just an enhanced version, it's a full-blown expansion of everything that made the first game great. The story kicks off with you, Joker, a high school student who's also a phantom thief by night. The way it mixes daily school life with these wild supernatural heists is fascinating. One minute you're navigating the tricky social dynamics of high school, and the next you're diving into the metaverse to steal corrupt hearts and change the world. The narrative weaves these two worlds together so seamlessly, and you really get to know your characters on a deeper level. The game's visual style is one of its standout features. It's like the developers took a bunch of flashy, stylish design elements and threw them all together. Every menu, cutscene, and battle feels like it's straight out of a high-end anime or a stylish graphic novel. And the color schemes pop, and the transitions are slick. It's got this incredible sense of flair that keeps everything exciting and visually stimulating. The way the game presents its story and characters just makes everything feel more dramatic and engaging.
Just so he has the time to take in everything.
How pretty!
The soundtrack is another highlight. The jazzy, upbeat tracks are not just catchy, they fit perfectly with the game's overall vibe. Each track adds a different layer to the experience, whether it's setting the mood during a tense moment or pumping up the energy during a fight. The music becomes a character in itself, driving the game's rhythm and making every moment feel more intense or vibrant. What really makes Royal special are the new additions and improvements. They didn't just add a few new features and call it a day. There's a whole new semester with fresh storylines, characters, and palaces to explore. The new confidants and storylines add so much depth to the game. You can build even stronger relationships with your teammates, and their new arcs make the game feel even more immersive. The gameplay remains a mix of traditional RPG elements and life simulation. You're balancing your time between school, social activities, and dungeon crawling. It's a unique blend that keeps you engaged on multiple fronts. The combat is still as strategic and satisfying as ever, with some new mechanics and enhancements that make it even more enjoyable. The new personas and abilities give you more options in battle, allowing for more creative strategies. One of the things I love about Persona 5 Royal is how it handles its themes. It's not just a flashy game with cool mechanics that has a lot to say about society, justice, and personal growth. The story challenges you to think about the nature of right and wrong, and it does so in a way that's both entertaining and thought-provoking. I can't recommend Persona 5 Royal enough. It's a game that grabs you with its style and never lets go. Whether you're a fan of the original or coming in fresh, there's so much to enjoy here. It's a sprawling, vibrant experience that's packed with personality and heart. So, if you're ready to dive into a game that's both stylish and deeply engaging, Persona 5 Royal should definitely be on your list.
All yours!
Outer Wilds. So, Outer Wilds is like nothing else out there. When I first started playing, I was struck by how different it felt from pretty much any other game. It's this mix of exploration, mystery, and a touch of existential wonder that really sets it apart. You play as a young explorer in a solar system stuck in a 22-minute time loop. Each loop you go through is the same span of time, but you're uncovering more and more about the universe with every loop. It's this constant cycle of discovery and learning, and it's absolutely captivating. The sense of wonder as you explore these beautifully crafted planets is incredible. Every world you visit feels like a unique, self-contained puzzle waiting to be solved. The art style in Outer Wilds is also something special. It's got this charming, almost painterly quality to it. The planets have a sense of scale and beauty that's just breathtaking. The game's visuals make exploring these different worlds a pleasure. It's not about high-fidelity graphics, it's about creating an atmosphere that pulls you into its world. One of the standout features of the game is its approach to storytelling. There's no hand-holding here. You're piecing together the story through exploration and discovery. The lore and history of the universe unfold gradually as you explore, and it's deeply satisfying to connect the dots and uncover the mysteries of this cosmic setting. The narrative is both profound and mysterious, touching on themes of existence and the passage of time in a way that's both thought-provoking and emotionally resonant. The exploration itself is a huge part of what makes Outer Wilds so special. There's this real sense of freedom and curiosity as you navigate through space. You're not just following a set path, you're making your own discoveries and learning through your experiences. The game's design encourages you to explore every nook and cranny, and there's always something new to find. The time loop mechanic adds a unique twist. It's not just a gimmick, it's central to the gameplay and story. Each loop lets you learn more about the universe and refine your approach. It's like each iteration gives you new tools and insights to dive deeper into the mysteries you're uncovering, and the pressure of the loop is there, but it's more about managing your curiosity and time effectively rather than rushing through. What I really loved about Outer Wilds is how it blends exploration with a sense of personal discovery. It's not just about finding hidden secrets or solving puzzles, it's about uncovering the story of a universe that feels alive and ancient. There's a sense of wonder and a touch of melancholy as you explore, making it a deeply immersive experience. So, if you're up for a game that's all about exploration, discovery, and a touch of cosmic wonder, Outer Wilds is absolutely worth diving into. It's a unique experience that stays with you long after you finish playing. Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Alright, so like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the latest entry in the Yakuza series, which if you've ever played even a single Yakuza game, you know you're in for a ride. But let's get one thing straight from the jump: this game doesn't just rest on the series' reputation. It's taking things to a whole new level while keeping that classic charm and bizarre energy that fans like me love. First up, let's talk about Ichiban Kasuga, our unlikely hero with the hair that defies gravity. He's back, and man, he's just as lovable and goofy as ever, but with even more depth this time around. The game's pushing his story into some uncharted waters, and it's nice to see a protagonist who isn't all grizzled and brooding for a change. There's heart here, a lot of it the kind that makes you root for him, laugh with him, and maybe even tear up a bit when things get heavy. And don't even get me started on the supporting cast. From quirky allies to unforgettable foes, every character feels fleshed out and memorable in their own eccentric way. A shift to a new location, the sunny shores of Hawaii, is such a bold move. The series is known for its depiction of Japanese nightlife, but Infinite Wealth takes us somewhere fresh. You get this mix of familiar Yakuza-style street brawls and a brand new setting to mess around in. It's like someone threw your favorite Yakuza characters into a beach vacation and then dialed up the chaos to 11. The contrast between the bright, beachy vibes of Hawaii and the gritty street battles is such a fun juxtaposition. It feels both completely different and yet comfortably familiar. Combat-wise, it's keeping that turn-based RPG style introduced in like a dragon, but with even more polish and flair. Think over the top, think ridiculous, think summon attacks that make you wonder if the devs were just throwing darts at a board labeled "what the flark" moments. You've got everything from Ichiban summoning an army of crustaceans to a wild dolphin ride. Yes, really? It's wild, it's goofy, but it's also surprisingly strategic. There's a level of depth in managing your team's skills, weapons, and jobs. Yep, jobs. Just like in a good RPG, your characters can be anything from a bouncer to a sushi chef, each with its own skills and hilarious abilities. But it's not all laughs and absurdity. There's a solid narrative here too. Yakuza games have always been known for their strong storytelling, and Infinite Wealth doesn't skimp on that front. The themes of loyalty, betrayal, and family, both the one you're born into and the one you choose, are all here. There's a great balance between the absurd side quests, like helping a guy who's lost his pants, don't ask, and the more serious main storyline that pulls you in deeper with each twist and turn. The game's got that signature blend of what the hell is going on and wow, I'm really invested in this that the series is known for. You might start out laughing at the ridiculousness of a side quest, and before you know it, you're knee-deep in an emotional subplot that you genuinely care about. It's a delicate balancing act, but Infinite Wealth pulls it off. And let's not ignore the minigames, oh boy, the minigames. From karaoke to arcades to managing a surf shop or betting on chicken races, there's no shortage of ways to kill time and earn some cash. It's these little distractions that make the game world feel so alive and unpredictable. Just when you think you've seen it all, the game throws something new and wonderfully weird your way. Overall, like a Dragon Infinite Wealth isn't just another entry in the Yakuza series, it's a celebration of everything that makes these games special: the heartfelt storytelling, the ridiculous side content, the quirky characters. It's a game that knows how to have fun while also delivering a story that's surprisingly touching. Whether you're a longtime fan or new to the series, this one is definitely worth checking out. Uncharted 4. Alright, Uncharted 4: A Thief's End is kind of like the perfect goodbye letter to one of the most iconic characters in gaming, Nathan Drake. If you've been following his adventures, you know he's this blend of Indiana Jones and your witty best friend who somehow always finds trouble. And man, does this game deliver on all fronts: action, story, and those jaw-dropping set pieces that have become the series' signature. So what makes Uncharted 4 special? For starters, this one's got heart. You've got Nate, who's retired from treasure hunting, trying to live the quiet life with Alina, you know, a normal job, normal house, normal problems. But then, of course, his long-lost brother Sam shows up, and surprise, there's another legendary treasure to chase, more bad guys to dodge, and a whole lot of personal history to unravel. What I love about it is how the game takes its time to let you breathe, to explore the emotional weight of Nate's choices. It's not just about the next big explosion or narrow escape, though don't worry, there's plenty of that too. The game's pacing is just chef's kiss. It knows when to ramp up the action, like when you're in a shootout in a crumbling, centuries-old cathedral or swinging across a chasm with a freaking grappling hook, and when to slow things down so you can really soak in the story. There are quiet moments that stick with you just as much as the loud ones, conversations between Nate and Sam about their childhood, or those little moments where Nate and Alina talk about their future and what it means to give up the thrill of the chase. Gameplay-wise, it's like Naughty Dog took everything that worked in the previous games and cranked it up. The gunfights feel more dynamic with smarter enemies and environments that are a playground for all kinds of tactical shenanigans. You're climbing, sneaking, and swinging around like Tarzan with a gun, and the added freedom in how you approach situations makes every encounter feel unique. And let's talk about the level design. The Madagascar section alone is just wow. It's open, it's lush, and it's got all these little details that make the world feel alive. You can practically feel the mud splattering up from the Jeep tires as you tear through the terrain. But for me, what stands out most is how the game feels like a proper ending. This is a series that's had its ups and downs, but Uncharted 4 lands the emotional punch of seeing Nate's journey come full circle. You see him wrestle with his past, his relationships, and what he really wants out of life. The story doesn't just throw another treasure at you and call it a day, it digs deeper into who Nathan Drake really is and what makes him tick. Visually, it's still one of the best looking games on PS4, and even on PS5 it holds up beautifully. The character animations, the lush environments, and those insane. How did they even do that? Moments like the truck chase sequence that feels straight out of a summer blockbuster make every second of this game a visual feast. And the little details like the way Nate's clothes get wet and dirty or how the sun sets over a pirate cove are just the cherry on top. Look, if you haven't played Uncharted 4, you're missing out on one of the best action adventure games ever made. It's not just a game, it's an experience, one that wraps up Nathan Drake's story in a way that feels true to the character we've come to love. It's got all the twists, all the laughs, all the adrenaline pumping action you'd expect, but with a story that makes you actually care. And when the credits roll, you're left with this bittersweet feeling like saying goodbye to an old friend. Trust me, it's worth every second. Mad Max. Alright, Mad Max, now there's a game that kind of snuck up on everyone. You'd think, hey, it's a movie tie-in, how good could it be? But nah, this game is way more than that. It's like Avalanche Studios took the chaotic energy of the Mad Max films and just ran wild with it, delivering this gritty, dusty sandbox that's somehow both bleak and beautiful at the same time. You play as Max, and if you're familiar with the movies, you already know what to expect: a man of few words, a whole lot of rage, and a burning desire to survive in a world that's lost its mind. The game's got you roaming the wasteland in your souped up car, the Magnum Opus, which you can customize to the nines, and let's be honest, the car combat is where this game really shines. There's something ridiculously satisfying about ramming enemy vehicles off the road, harpooning their tires, and watching them spiral out of control in a cloud of dust and metal. But what surprised me most is how much fun the hand-to-hand combat is. It's got this brutal, visceral feel. You're not just punching dudes, you're brawling, throwing haymakers, and countering like you're in a street fight for your life. Every hit has weight, and when Max delivers that final bone-crunching blow, you feel it. Plus, the combat is seamlessly tied to Max's whole lone wolf in a cruel world vibe, no fancy moves, just pure survival instinct. Now, the wasteland itself is a character in its own right. It's massive, desolate, and honestly kind of haunting. I didn't expect to be this into a barren desert, but the game does a fantastic job of making the environment feel alive, with little details, ruins of old world relics, dust storms that roll in like something out of a nightmare, and scavenging sites that make you feel like you're piecing together the lost story of a dead world. The more you explore, the more you feel like you're part of this weird post-apocalyptic tapestry. And yeah, there's plenty of the usual open world stuff, enemy camps to clear out, races to win, collectibles to find, but somehow it doesn't feel like filler here. There's this sense of purpose in everything you do because it's all about survival, building up your car, and taking down the warlords that rule the wasteland with iron fists. You're not just ticking off boxes on a checklist, you're out there scavenging for fuel, scrap, and ammo because you need it, and that makes all the difference. The game's story might not win any awards, but it's got enough of that raw, apocalyptic flavor to keep you hooked. Max isn't looking for redemption or some noble cause, he just wants his damn car back, and maybe a little peace, or as much peace as a guy like Max can ever hope for. You're not saving the world, you're just trying to carve out your own little piece of it, and I kind of love that. There are definitely moments where the game shows its rough edges, and maybe it doesn't quite reach the emotional highs of something like The Last of Us or Red Dead Redemption 2. But you know what? Not every game has to. Sometimes you just want to be a badass in a leather jacket, speeding through the desert, blowing up enemy convoys, and taking down psychopaths with a shotgun. And for that, Mad Max absolutely delivers. If you're looking for a single-player game that gives you a world to lose yourself in, where every road feels like a battle and every quiet moment is haunted by the threat of what's lurking over the horizon, give Mad Max a spin. It's raw, it's rough, and it's an absolute blast. Witcher 3: The Wild Hunt. Alright, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Now we're talking about a game that's like the gold standard for single player RPGs. I mean, how many games come out and just instantly get put on that best of all time list? But that's what The Witcher 3 did, and it's honestly kind of wild to think about how much it still holds up even years later. You step into the boots of Geralt of Rivia, a monster hunter with a face that looks like he's been through hell and back, and let's be real, he probably has. He's got this gruff, no-nonsense demeanor, but there's so much more going on under that scarred exterior. The dude is constantly wrestling with moral choices, and what I love is that the game doesn't shy away from making you feel the weight of those choices. There's rarely a clear good or bad decision, it's all shades of gray, and you end up questioning yourself more often than not. And let's talk about the world itself. It's massive, like jaw-droppingly huge, but it's not just big for the sake of being big. Every inch of it is filled with stories, secrets, and characters that feel like they're living their own lives, not just waiting around for you to show up. You've got the lush fields of Velen, the bustling streets of Novigrad, the snowy peaks of Skellige. Each place has its own vibe, its own culture, and its own problems. And the side quests? They're not your standard fetch quests. These are fully fleshed out stories with twists, emotional depth, and sometimes endings that genuinely make you pause and think. The combat in The Witcher 3 is a lot of fun once you get the hang of it. It's not just about hacking and slashing your way through, you've got to be strategic. You've got your two swords, one for humans, one for monsters, your potions, your bombs, and your magical signs. It feels like a dance sometimes, dodging and rolling and finding that perfect moment to strike, and when you finally bring down that griffin or vampire that's been terrorizing a village, man, that feels good. But it's not all about swinging swords and casting spells. The dialogue and the characters are where this game really shines. There's a reason everyone still talks about Geralt, Ciri, Yennefer, and Triss like they're old friends. They're written with such depth and nuance that you genuinely care about what happens to them. You'll laugh with them, argue with them, and maybe even shed a tear or two. And then there's Gwent. What started as this little in-game card game has turned into a phenomenon all its own. I can't tell you how many hours I lost challenging random villagers and innkeepers to a game of Gwent when I was supposed to be saving the world. It's a whole mini game that's somehow just as addicting as the main story. Now, I'll admit, The Witcher 3 isn't perfect. The inventory management can get a little clunky, and the combat, while satisfying, might not be everyone's cup of tea. But, man, when you're riding through a forest at dawn, the sun's peeking through the trees, and The Witcher 3 soundtrack is just swelling with those haunting melodies, that's a moment that's hard to beat. So if you haven't played The Witcher 3 yet, do yourself a favor and dive in. It's not just a game, it's an experience. One that will stick with you long after you've hung up Geralt's swords and moved on to something else. It's got heart, it's got soul, and it's absolutely worth every minute of your time.
Let me finish telling it.
Evil Within 2. The Evil Within 2, oh man, this one's for the folks who love their games with a side of pure psychological horror. It takes that survival horror vibe and cranks it up to 11. You're back as Sebastian Castellanos, a dude who's already seen more than his fair share of nightmares, but of course the universe isn't done with him yet. He gets pulled back into the twisted world of STEM, where reality is pretty much an abstract concept and everything is either trying to kill you or drive you insane, often both. Now, I know the first game had its fans, but this sequel, it's where things get really interesting. The story kicks off with Sebastian hunting for his daughter, Lily, who he thought was long gone. Turns out she's the key to this whole bizarre Matrix-like simulation, and you're in a desperate race to find her before everything collapses into a hellish abyss. It's got this great blend of personal stakes and apocalyptic dread, and you can feel Sebastian's desperation and determination in every step he takes. The game plays with your head in the best way. One moment you're sneaking through a derelict suburban street, the next you're in some grotesque art gallery where the exhibits are. Well, let's just say they're not your average oil paintings. There's this constant feeling that reality is only barely holding itself together, and at any moment, everything could just warp into something way worse. It keeps you on edge, always looking over your shoulder, never quite sure what's real. The gameplay is tighter this time around too. You've got a semi-open world setup where you can choose how you want to tackle objectives. Maybe you sneak past a pack of creepy crawlers to conserve ammo, or maybe you go in guns blazing knowing you'll pay for it later when supplies run low. The combat is visceral, every shot counts, and you really feel the weight of every decision you make. It's not just about blasting monsters, it's about knowing when to fight, when to hide, and when to run like hell. And speaking of monsters, they're freaky. The creature design is just top tier nightmare fuel. You've got everything from shambling undead types to giant, multi-limbed horrors that feel like they crawled out of someone's deepest, darkest subconscious. There's this one enemy that's a mashup of mannequin parts and human flesh, and every time I heard its unsettling whisper, I knew things were about to get messed up. But what really makes the evil within 2 stand out is how it balances the horror with some real emotional depth. Sebastian isn't just some blank slate. He's a broken man, haunted by his past, desperate for redemption, and throughout the game you see him evolve. Not just as a fighter, but as a father trying to save the one thing that still gives his life meaning. It's a story with some real heart buried under all the horror. If there's a downside, it's probably that it still leans into some classic horror game tropes. You've got your dark corridors, your jump scares, your limited resources, but honestly, that's kind of what I signed up for. It knows what it is, and it leans into it with style. So, if you're looking for a game that's going to mess with your head, keep you on your toes, and maybe even make you question what's real and what's not, The Evil Within 2 is a solid pick. Just, maybe play it with the lights on. Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is like stepping back into one of those surreal dreams that teeter right on the edge of a nightmare. The kind where nothing makes sense but everything feels weirdly familiar and deeply unsettling. Remedy Entertainment's return to the world of Alan Wake isn't just a sequel, it's a full-blown descent into the dark, twisted rabbit hole that's been lurking in our collective psyche for over a decade. So here's the thing, Alan's been stuck in this shadowy purgatory, the dark place, for what feels like an eternity, trying to write his way out of a never-ending horror story. And trust me, it shows. Dude's got some serious writer's block, and not the staring at a blank page kind, more like trying to avoid getting torn apart by supernatural forces while crafting a perfect escape plan kind. You feel the weight of his struggle in every word, every page you find scattered throughout the game. It's like you're unraveling a story that's still being written, and you're part of the madness. The atmosphere? Oh man, it's thick. Remedy has always been great at creating these eerie, almost otherworldly environments, but here they've absolutely outdone themselves. From the dense, fog-choked forests to the flickering neon lights of a rundown town that feels like Twin Peaks' evil twin, every location is dripping with mood. It's the kind of game where you walk slowly, not because you have to, but because you want to soak in every creepy, spine-tingling detail. The world is alive in a very unsettling, unpredictable way. Shadows move when they shouldn't, whispers follow you down empty streets, and reality feels like it's barely holding itself together. Combat in Alan Wake 2 has this desperate, almost frantic energy. You're not some superhero mowing down waves of enemies, you're a dude with a flashlight and a gun, and neither is particularly reliable. The flashlight is still your best friend, burning away the darkness that clings to the Taken like some unholy armor. But ammo? Yeah, that's always running out just when you need it most. Every encounter feels like a delicate dance between light and shadow, strategy and panic. And when the darkness starts closing in, it's like your heart rate syncs with Alan's. The game's pacing is just chef's kiss. You'll get moments of quiet tension where you're just exploring, piecing together clues, listening to Alan narrate his thoughts in that deep, weary voice of his, and then bam, you're plunged into a frantic chase through the woods, dodging shadowy figures that flicker in and out of existence like bad memories. The game constantly keeps you guessing, never letting you get too comfortable. What really sets Alan Wake 2 apart, though, is the way it plays with the idea of storytelling itself. You're not just playing a game, you're inside a story that's aware it's a story, a meta-narrative that twists and turns, doubling back on itself in ways that make you question everything you thought you knew. It's like the game is constantly winking at you, whispering, "Are you sure you're getting the whole picture here?" And man, I love that. It makes every discovery, every revelation feel like a hard-earned victory against the dark. If there's any downside, it's that you'll probably finish the game with more questions than answers. But that's always been part of Alan Wake's charm. It's not about handing you the whole picture on a silver platter. It's about making you think, making you question, making you feel just a little bit uneasy even after you've put the controller down. So if you're up for a game that messes with your mind as much as it does your nerves, that feels like reading a thriller novel with pages missing, then Alan Wake 2 is going to be your jam. Just be ready to leave a light on after you're done, just in case.
There's something I'm forgetting. Something important.
Quantum Break. Alright, let's talk about Quantum Break, developed by Remedy Entertainment, the same folks behind Alan Wake and Control. Quantum Break is kind of like a mind-bending mashup of a sci-fi thriller and a time-bending action game. I remember when this game first dropped, it was all about that unique mix of gameplay and live-action episodes, which was a pretty ambitious move back then. You play as Jack Joyce, who gets caught in a time experiment gone wrong. The whole deal with time manipulation, freezing enemies, rewinding bullets, and all that cool stuff makes combat feel pretty fresh. It's not just about the mechanics though, it's also about the story. The live action parts might seem a bit cheesy now, but they added this extra layer of depth and immersion that was pretty novel. One thing that stands out to me is the way the story branches out based on your choices. It's like watching a TV show where you get to control the action. And despite its age, the game's visuals still pop thanks to some slick effects and a solid art direction. Sure, the concept might not be as mind-blowing as it was in 2014, but it's still a great example of how blending different media can create a unique experience. If you missed Quantum Break the first time around, now's a good time to revisit it. It's one of those games that's aged well and still offers a good chunk of entertainment. Plus, it's fun to see how some of those storytelling techniques hold up in today's gaming landscape. Metro Redux. Alright, let's dive into Metro Redux. It's kind of mind-blowing that this gem is celebrating its 10-year mark. If you're into post-apocalyptic settings with a side of intense survival horror, this one's a classic. It's essentially a re-release of Metro 2033 and Metro Last Light, polished up with new graphics and gameplay tweaks. The original Metro 2033 dropped us into the grim, underground world of the Moscow metro system, where humanity's left clinging to life after a nuclear apocalypse. You're not just fighting mutants and hostile survivors, you're also dealing with the claustrophobic, eerie atmosphere that makes every step feel like a gamble. Then you've got Metro Last Light, which continues the story with a bit more action but retains that same gritty, immersive feel. The Redux bundle updates both games with improved visuals and gameplay enhancements that make them feel fresh even a decade later. What's cool about the Redux version is how it keeps the core of what made the original game stand out while smoothing out some of the rough edges. The flashlight mechanics, gas mask maintenance, and resource scarcity create this palpable tension that really hooks you in. And the story, oh man, it's dark and thought-provoking with characters and choices that really hit home. So if you're into a deep, atmospheric experience and missed these games the first time around, the Redux collection is a solid pick. It's a reminder of how good the Metro series has always been, and how well it holds up with a bit of polish and refinement. Watch Dogs? Watch Dogs turns 10, and it's wild to think about how it set the stage for a new kind of open world game back in 2014. This one's a bit of a nostalgic trip, especially if you remember when the idea of hacking your way through a city was as fresh as it gets. You step into the shoes of Aiden Pierce, a hacker with a vendetta and a knack for turning every piece of tech into his personal playground. The game is set in a fictionalized version of Chicago, and let me tell you, the whole hacking mechanic was pretty groundbreaking at the time. You could mess with traffic lights, eavesdrop on conversations, and even turn security cameras into your own little network of intel. The story is kind of a classic revenge tale Aiden's after the people who messed with his family. It's not the most original plot, but it serves as a decent backdrop to the game's tech-heavy gameplay. The real star here was the ability to hack almost anything, which made you feel like you were part of this high-tech espionage thriller. Graphically, it was a stunner for its time, although looking back now you might notice a few rough spots. Still, the city felt alive and reactive, and the hacking system was both innovative and a lot of fun. You could choose to be a stealthy hacker or go full throttle with the action, which gave the game a lot of replay value. Watch Dogs might not be the smoothest ride compared to its sequels, but it's definitely worth checking out if you want to see where the whole hacking and open world craze started. It's like taking a trip back to when this kind of gameplay was still a cool new idea, and it's fun to see how far the series has come since then. Wolfenstein: The New Order. Wolfenstein: The New Order is a perfect example of how to breathe new life into a classic franchise. 10 years old now, this game made a huge splash in 2014 by reimagining the Wolfenstein series with a fresh perspective and a whole lot of punch. Set in an alternate history where the Nazis won World War II, the game drops you into a dystopian nightmare filled with futuristic weaponry and oppressive regimes. You play as BJ Blazkowicz, a grizzled soldier trying to take down the Nazi regime with a mix of sheer muscle and a surprisingly deep narrative. The story here is pretty remarkable. It's not just about blowing up bad guys though, there's plenty of that. It's also about exploring the personal struggles of Blazkowicz as he navigates a world where hope is in short supply. The game weaves in some genuinely touching moments and strong character development, which is something you might not expect from a shooter.
Come in, Berlin. What's your status?
We're in bad shape, Captain.
The gameplay is a blast literally. You've got a range of weapons at your disposal, from classic guns to some truly outlandish stuff that feels like it belongs in a sci-fi movie. The combat is intense and satisfying, and the level design is top-notch, offering a variety of ways to tackle each mission. You can go full Rambo or sneak around and take down enemies quietly, it's up to you. Visually, the game holds up well with its gritty, stylized aesthetic that fits the alternate history setting perfectly. And the soundtrack? It's a blast, pumping up the adrenaline as you tear through the ranks of the Nazi army. Wolfenstein: The New Order might be a decade old, but it's still a fantastic ride. It's a reminder of how well classic franchises can be revitalized with a mix of great storytelling and solid gameplay. If you haven't played it yet, or if it's been a while since you last did, it's definitely worth revisiting. Telltale's The Walking Dead. This episodic adventure game kicked off in 2012 and really set the bar for narrative-driven games with its gripping storytelling and complex characters. You play as Lee Everett, a convicted felon who finds himself in the middle of the zombie apocalypse, but the real heart of the game is Clementine, a young girl Lee takes under his wing. The bond between Lee and Clementine is central to the story, and it's one of the most emotionally charged relationships in gaming. Watching Clementine grow and develop throughout the series is a journey in itself, and it's something that really sticks with you long after the credits roll. The game is divided into 5 episodes, each one pushing the story forward with tough choices and moral dilemmas. The choices you make really matter, affecting the story and how characters interact with you. It's a game where every decision feels heavy, and the consequences can be both heartbreaking and rewarding.
One we're looking for is still in the neighborhood.
Oh shit.
Graphically, it's got that distinct Telltale style, kind of like a moving comic book with its cel-shaded art. It might not have been the most technically advanced game at the time, but the art style suited the tone of the game perfectly and helped to create an atmosphere that felt both gritty and personal. Even after a decade, Telltale's The Walking Dead is still a standout in the world of narrative games. It's a powerful reminder of how video games can tell stories in deeply moving ways, and it's definitely worth revisiting if you haven't played it in a while. If you're a fan of stories that pack an emotional punch and make you think, this one's a must-play. Beyond Two Souls. This game, created by Quantic Dream, is like an interactive movie with some really intriguing elements. It's been a bit of a mixed bag for some, but there's definitely something special about it. You follow the life of Jodie Holmes, who has a unique psychic connection to an invisible entity named Aiden. The story dives into Jodie's life from childhood to adulthood, with a lot of focus on her struggles and the supernatural events tied to her connection with Aiden. It's all about emotional depth and personal experience, and the narrative unfolds in a non-linear fashion, so you're jumping between different moments of Jodie's life, piecing together her story as you go.
But they know only you know how to deal with what lies beyond the rift.
Opened a passage?
Gameplay-wise, it's a mix of quick-time events and exploration. You'll be making decisions that affect how the story unfolds, but a lot of the experience is about being immersed in the narrative rather than traditional game mechanics. The supernatural elements add a unique twist, with Aiden's abilities allowing you to interact with the environment in ways that are both fascinating and sometimes a bit puzzling. Visually, the game has a cinematic quality with impressive graphics and a soundtrack that complements the emotional tone of the story. It's not the most action-packed game out there, but it makes up for it with a compelling narrative and a deep dive into Jodie's life. If you're into games that focus heavily on story and character, Beyond Two Souls is worth checking out. It might not be for everyone, especially if you're looking for traditional gameplay, but its narrative richness and emotional depth make it a standout piece in the interactive drama genre.
The test is over. You need to...
Dragon Age Inquisition? Dragon Age Inquisition is hitting that 10-year mark, and if you haven't stepped into the expansive world of Thetis yet, now is a great time to do so. This game from BioWare is a blend of epic fantasy, complex characters, and deep, branching narratives that really makes it stand out. So, let's dive in. The game puts you in the shoes of the Inquisitor, a character you create who's tasked with saving the world from a magical tear in the sky known as the Breach. This tear is causing all sorts of chaos, and it's up to you and your ragtag group of heroes to restore order. The beauty of Dragon Age Inquisition is in its sheer scope and the freedom it gives you. One of the standout features is the character customization and party dynamics. You've got a full roster of companions, each with their own backstory, quests, and personal issues. They're not just there to tag along, their personalities and choices can significantly influence how the story unfolds. You'll find yourself deep in dialogue trees, making decisions that can sway the game's outcome, all while managing your relationships with these companions. The world is massive and rich with lore. You'll be exploring lush landscapes, ancient ruins, and bustling cities. The attention to detail in the environments is impressive, and it really helps in immersing you into the fantasy setting. Whether you're fighting off Darkspawn, navigating political intrigues, or dealing with internal strife within your own ranks, there's always something to keep you engaged. Combat is a blend of tactical and action-oriented gameplay. You can pause the action to issue commands to your party, or dive right in and take on enemies directly. It's flexible, allowing you to tailor the experience to your preferred playstyle. Plus, there's a lot of depth in the character progression and crafting system, so there's plenty of room to experiment and refine your strategy. The graphics might not have aged perfectly, but the game's ambition and depth still hold up well. It's one of those games where you can easily lose yourself for hours, exploring every nook and cranny of its world and diving deep into its story. If you're a fan of fantasy RPGs with rich storytelling and complex characters, Dragon Age Inquisition is definitely worth revisiting or experiencing for the first time. It's a testament to BioWare's knack for creating immersive worlds and compelling narratives.
It grows larger with each passing hour.
Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor. If you've somehow missed Shadow of Mordor in the last decade, now's the perfect time to see what all the fuss was about. Released back in 2014, this game managed to make waves with its unique blend of Tolkien's universe and some seriously innovative gameplay mechanics. At its core, Shadow of Mordor is an action-adventure game set in the richly detailed world of Middle-earth, but it's not just another trip through the Shire or Rivendell. You're stepping into the shoes of Talion, a ranger with a tragic backstory involving a slaughtered family and a magical bond with a wraith. This connection gives you some pretty wild abilities and sets the stage for a revenge-fueled quest. One of the game's standout features is the Nemesis system. It's this clever mechanic that creates a dynamic world where orc captains and warlords remember your past encounters. If you get killed by an orc or run into one again after a while, they'll recognize you, mock you for your previous defeat, and may even have risen in the ranks. It's a cool way to make each encounter feel personal and impactful. The combat system is fluid and satisfying, drawing heavy inspiration from Batman Arkham series, but with its own twist. You'll find yourself stringing together slick combos and using a range of abilities to take down hordes of enemies. It's fast-paced and visually impressive, making every battle feel intense. Exploration in Shadow of Mordor is pretty engaging, with plenty of side quests and collectibles to keep you busy. The world is designed with verticality in mind, allowing you to climb and traverse the environment in a way that adds a lot to the gameplay experience. Plus, the story, while not reinventing the wheel, is solid and ties well into the broader lore of Middle-earth. Graphically, the game still holds up surprisingly well. The environments are gritty and atmospheric, capturing the dark and menacing tone of Mordor effectively. Character models and animations have aged, but the overall presentation is still immersive. The game's strength lies in its innovative systems and engaging combat, making it a memorable entry in the action-adventure genre. If you're a fan of Tolkien's world, or just love a good open-world game with some fresh mechanics, Shadow of Mordor is definitely worth a look. It's a fun, action-packed experience that's aged well and remains a standout title in the last decade. Batman Arkham Knight. Batman Arkham Knight is the third and final chapter in Rocksteady's critically acclaimed Arkham series, and it's a game that, despite being a decade old, still leaves a lasting impression. Released in 2015, it closed out the trilogy with a bang, delivering a game that truly felt like a grand finale. The game picks up where Arkham City left off, with Gotham City in chaos and Batman facing one of his most dangerous foes, yet the mysterious Arkham Knight. This new antagonist has a personal vendetta against the Dark Knight and brings a fresh layer of tension and mystery to the story. From the get-go, Arkham Knight is visually stunning. The open-world Gotham City is expansive and detailed, and you'll find yourself lost in the dark, rain-soaked streets, teeming with activity. The game's graphics were top-notch for its time, and while some elements may look dated now, the atmosphere and design still managed to captivate. The combat system, which Rocksteady perfected in the previous games, is as fluid and exhilarating as ever. You'll be diving into combat sequences that are both fast-paced and satisfying, chaining together attacks and using gadgets to outsmart and overpower enemies. There's something undeniably thrilling about taking down a group of thugs while gracefully flipping through the air. One of the most significant additions to Arkham Knight is the Batmobile. It's a cool concept in theory. You can now speed through Gotham and engage in high-octane vehicular combat. While it's a blast to drive around, the Batmobile's frequent use in combat and puzzle solving can feel a bit overdone, and some might find it a bit of a distraction from the core Batman experience. The narrative is a strong point of the game, offering a deep dive into Batman's world and relationships. The Arkham Knight himself is a well-crafted villain with a compelling backstory, and the game provides satisfying conclusions to various plot threads established in the previous games. The voice acting, led by the always impressive Kevin Conroy as Batman, is top tier and adds significant depth to the story. While the game did receive some criticism for its overuse of the Batmobile and a few repetitive side missions, it still stands as a solid conclusion to the Arkham series. In the sense of scale, the richly detailed world, and the epic story make Arkham Knight a memorable title that's worth revisiting even after all these years. In short, if you're a fan of Batman or just looking for a well-crafted open-world game with engaging combat and a gripping story, Batman Arkham Knight is definitely worth your time. It may be a decade old, but it's still a standout experience that showcases Rocksteady's knack for creating immersive superhero adventures. Bayonetta 2. Bayonetta 2 hit the scene in 2014 as a Wii U exclusive, and it's been a standout for anyone who loves over-the-top action and stylish combat. If you haven't played it yet, let me tell you it's a wild ride that has aged like fine wine. Picking up where the original Bayonetta left off, this game continues the story of the titular witch, Bayonetta. This time she's on a mission to rescue her friend Jean from the clutches of infernal forces. If you thought the first game was a roller coaster, buckle up, because Bayonetta 2 takes things to a whole new level. From the start, you're hit with a sense of unapologetic chaos. The game throws you into intense high-speed battles where you'll be juggling enemies, dodging attacks with impossibly tight timing, and unleashing a dizzying array of combos. The combat system is deep and rewarding, with Bayonetta's arsenal of weapons and abilities allowing for some seriously creative combat styles. The addition of new weapons and techniques keeps the gameplay fresh and engaging. Graphically, Bayonetta 2 is a feast for the eyes. The Wii U's hardware might not hold up to the power of the latest consoles, but the game's vibrant, over-the-top visual style ensures that it still looks great. From the demon-infested cityscapes to the otherworldly realms, each environment is crafted with such detail that it's easy to get lost in the game's world. One of the game's highlights is its boss battles, which are nothing short of epic. These encounters often feel like they're pulled straight from a blockbuster action movie, complete with giant monsters and dramatic high-stakes showdowns. The game's sense of scale and spectacle is impressive, and each boss fight is memorable in its own right. The story, while not the deepest or most serious, is packed with humor and charm. Bayonetta herself is a fantastic character, confident, witty, and unapologetically badass. The narrative doesn't take itself too seriously, which fits perfectly with the game's over-the-top style. Despite its critical acclaim, Bayonetta 2 is sometimes overlooked due to its initial Wii U exclusivity, but if you missed it on that platform, you're in luck. It's also available on the Switch now, which means you can take this action-packed spectacle on the go. Overall, Bayonetta 2 is a fantastic game that delivers everything fans of the first game could want and more. It's a celebration of stylish action and exuberant design, and it's well worth your time if you enjoy games that don't hold back. Ryse, Son of Rome. Okay, let's dive into Ryse, Son of Rome, a game that's like the epic action movie of video games, complete with all the gladiatorial grandeur you could ask for. It's got that big cinematic vibe written all over it. Picture this, you're a Roman soldier fighting through the ancient world, all while the game tries to give you the most dramatic and over-the-top experience possible. First off, the visuals, man, they're pretty stunning, especially for when it came out. The game was a launch title for the Xbox One, so it's got that early next-gen sheen. The environments and character models look like they've been pulled straight from a Hollywood blockbuster. The blood and gore are right up there with the best of them, making every fight look like a brutal ballet. Now, the combat, it's pretty much the definition of button mashing with a few more bells and whistles. You've got this whole press the right buttons at the right time mechanic going on, which can be both satisfying and a bit repetitive. It's cool at first, feeling like you're right in the middle of a grand arena, but it can start to feel a little monotonous as the game goes on. The story. Well, it's a classic revenge tale. You're fighting for justice and glory in the midst of political intrigue and betrayal. It's not exactly breaking new ground, but it's engaging enough to keep you invested. The voice acting and motion capture do a decent job of bringing the drama to life. Even if the plot sometimes feels like it's borrowing from every epic historical drama you've ever seen. One of the highlights is definitely the finishers, those brutal, over-the-top kill moves that let you take down enemies in style. They never get old, and there's something inherently satisfying about watching your character deliver the final blow in such a cinematic fashion. Overall, Ryse, Son of Rome is like that really flashy action movie you watch for the spectacle rather than the substance. It's a fun ride, and if you're into big dramatic battles and don't mind a bit of repetition, it's worth checking out. Just go in with the mindset that it's more about the spectacle than groundbreaking gameplay. Evil West. You'll be surprised when you first look at this game. Evil West instantly smacks you with a combination of God of War and Red Dead. The game's focus is to beat down enemies with flashy combos and a lot of action. You've got a lot of cool weapons and every kill feels like a blast. There are a lot of moments where you feel the entire game is about moving forward and just blasting enemies. However, it's no doubt that Evil West does offer a great storyline which kind of serves as a basic plot for the whole game. Don't get me wrong, the story is engaging, but you won't be captivated like other amazing games such as God of War, Witcher, or RDR. In my opinion, the story is more of a side element that keeps you going. My only favorite thing was to kill enemies in style. It was such a nice feeling to use different combo attacks. The sheer thrill of knowing that you can kill anyone is exciting. Briefly, you're in a spin-off supernatural world of the Old West. Instead of slinging bullets at outlaws, you're battling hordes of vampires and other creatures. The environment is a mix of Wild West vibes with a horror twist that keeps things fresh and exciting. What really stands out is is how this double A game rivals some of the major AAA titles. Even though Evil West isn't a huge deal, it still serves as a decent choice for anyone who just wants to have fun and engage in an action gameplay with the core focus on blasting enemies. You're basically a monster hunter outlaw who's trying to save the world by some kind of evil. So throughout the game, you'll be traveling to a lot of different areas, each with their own different environments and enemy types. Control. This one is more of a bizarre level action supernatural game. Control is the best choice for the players who love a mix of mystery, supernatural, sci-fi, and thrilling elements. You've got a crazy awesome character who has some cool telekinesis powers, which means that one thing is for sure, the combat is going to be epic. You can do anything with your mind powers, throw random stuff, levitate enemies. I mean, there's really a lot of amazing stuff that keeps you hooked throughout the gameplay. Every moment in Control feels like you're in some kind of mysterious environment where the reality is completely different. Everything is constantly changing or shifting, which keeps the gameplay fresh. The entire plot of the game is to explore this mysterious building to find your lost brother. Basically, you enter a federal building looking to find some clues about your brother, but then you discover that there's something weird going on. It's a really mind-bending story. You need to combine all sorts of clues that you're going to find from various documents and audio tapes. Now, one of the most important reasons I love Control is because despite being a double A game, it feels like a full-fledged triple A game. Everything is put together in an exciting manner that players can't help but feel attached to. There's a lot of suspense and mystery elements to the story. The combat is blast as you can do several amazing things with your telekinesis powers, and the setting is a mix of dark and horror. If you guys love diving into a sci-fi mix of supernatural elements, then Control will be a great choice. Sifu. I'm a huge fan of this game. The first time I played this game at the time of release, I had a hard time completing it, but every moment felt precious. However, when I played it again in 2024, I couldn't believe how easy it all felt, but this could also be because I already completed this game once. If this is your first time, then get ready to die a lot of times and replay each level. I know that for some players the game probably feels repetitive or boring, but I honestly can't say anything. The focus of the game is to get better and complete it while keeping a check on your age. Sifu introduces a new mechanic where you grow older each time you die, resulting in increasing your attack power and reducing your health. Therefore, you must replay and finish each stage by staying as young as possible. The game never lets you grow bored and promotes a competitive desire to improve and get better. Sifu takes the cake in terms of combat and gameplay. You will fall in love with the martial arts moves. The more you progress, the more amazing moves you can unlock to make the game more exciting and a bit easier. A bonus tip would be to dodge instead of parrying if you're having a hard time. Overall, if you're someone who loves a great combat with perfect gameplay, then Sifu is the game you should play next. There are 5 stages in total, and each of them has their own final boss with unique attack patterns. Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. The first Hellblade game will always be special. It gave us something completely different. I remember when I first played this game, I thought that Hellblade is going to be a third-person adventure focused with horror elements. However, it's so much more than that. One thing is for sure that either you're not going to like this game and will quit it in the first few hours, or you will love everything about it and will see the credits roll. Hellblade is a game that's not for everyone. There are a lot of puzzles which will be a turn-off for some players. Then there's great storytelling, but in a different manner. You will hear noises in your head. That's one of the reasons why the game must be enjoyed with headphones on. Honestly, I want to say that if you're familiar with these types of games, then there's nothing to worry about. However, if it's your first time playing something like Hellblade, then it's going to be one hell of a ride, but you need to be patient and enjoy the moments. Not everything in the game is exciting, some puzzles will feel boring and the gory scenes aren't for everyone. Despite all this, we can never disagree that the game is bad. One of the reasons we got a sequel is because of the success of the original. The sounds, the environments, the visuals, the main character, and the storyline, everything is right on point. From start to finish, you will get hooked into this immersive linear world.
Back from the wilds. An outcast.
Asterigos' Curse of Stars. This indie action RPG really caught me by surprise. When I first jumped into it, I wasn't expecting much, but it quickly grew on me. The game's world has this mix of ancient Greek and Roman vibes, with a touch of fantasy that feels unique. The story is a bit emotional and sort of struggling. You play as a character who's trying to find her father. Along the way, you will unlock some cool characters and even some lore details. The exploration is another highlight, with beautiful areas that compel you to see each corner and find secrets. It's not the biggest game out there, but it's packed with enough content to keep you engaged. The art style is colorful, which contrasts nicely with the darker themes of the story. If we talk about the combat, then it's enough to get you throughout the game. It's straightforward but satisfying, with a good variety of weapons and skills that let you switch up your playstyle. I enjoyed the challenge, especially in some of the boss fights that required a bit of strategy. The game isn't as punishing as Souls-like, but it still has that rewarding feeling when you overcome tough enemies. Asterigos is a solid game, especially for those who love action RPGs and are looking for something different from the usual big budget titles. It might not have the polish of a AAA game, but it's got heart, and that's what kept me playing until the end. Remnant from the Ashes. The original Remnant is my favorite game. No matter what anyone says, the first part is a great game. There are so many things that are better in the first part. The game is like a mashup of Dark Souls and third-person shooting. You're dropped into a world where everything is evil and it's out to get you. Bosses, enemies, even the environment can be hostile sometimes. Remnant focuses on making you feel like you're just one mistake away from a brutal death, but that challenge is what makes it so addictive. The game combines tight third-person shooting mechanics with an atmospheric, almost Souls-like approach to combat. You'll need to be quick on your feet and smart with your resources, as enemies can be unforgiving and the environment is packed with traps. What made the game stand out is the procedurally generated element. Every playthrough can feel a bit different because the areas, loot, and enemy placements are never exactly the same. This adds a lot of replayability and keeps the experience fresh. You've got a ton of weapons and gear to choose from, each with its own unique traits. You can choose your preferred playstyle, whether you want to focus on heavy damage or a stealthier approach. It's a great pick if you enjoy games that challenge you and offer a dark, immersive experience. I really loved how a brand new underrated game got this popular and gave us such nice content. Vampyr. This one is a classic, thrilling vampire-themed game. The game puts the fate of London into your hands. You play as a doctor with vampire powers during the Spanish flu period. It's nice to see our main character juggle his duties as a doctor and his thirst for blood. The story reveals around him as he handles his newfound powers while battling other vampires or supernatural beasts, along with human criminals. Every choice you make in the game can have consequences. You can either kill NPCs and take their blood or let them go. As you progress through the story, you will eventually need to satisfy your thirst for blood, resulting in making some heavy choices. Depending on your choice, the game shapes itself. I personally like this game as it is a slow-paced, single-player game that lets you freely explore the idea of becoming a vampire in a dark London where the inhabitants are suffering from sickness. Mostly it's about finding a cure and truth about the ongoing disease while dealing with your own vampire superpowers. Your ethics and decisions will always get tested as the game gives you choices between staying faithful to your doctor's oath and the thirst for blood. Every life saved or taken has ripple effects throughout the city.
It is the curse of the goddess. It is the hunger in you, the need for blood.
Nine Souls. A brand new game and a must-play for the players who love gorgeous art design. The game's got this beautiful hand-drawn art style that pulls you in right from the start. Nine Souls is kind of similar to Hollow Knight, but it does offer a different environment setting. It's like a mixture of Cyberpunk and Hollow Knight. You experience a world with mythical elements combined with the sci-fi system. You play as this awesome warrior who's out for revenge, slicing through enemies with a smooth combat system that's all about timing and precision. It's got that satisfying feel where every hit counts, and when you pull off a combo or dodge at the last second, it just clicks. As the game is kind of platforming, the tension is there, but it's not frustrating at all, so you will always be on your toes getting better and progressing further. What really stands out is the story. It's got this mystical touch, and sometimes you feel like the entire story is unraveling as you progress. All this creates a sense of keep going and never whoop because you get hooked to the game, and the only way to unlock the story is by keep on playing the game. Anyways, Nine Souls is a pretty decent choice if you have played all the major Metroidvania games. You will also get updated quality as the game was just recently released. It's still brand new. Hollow Knight. This game has got to be the most popular Metroidvania games of all time. It's always a refreshing feeling to explore the world and stumble upon some hardcore boss. The enemies in this game are no joke. No matter how much better you become, there is always someone who's got the upper hand. Hollow Knight is one of those games that anyone can play and will also be a great entry point if you are planning on entering the genre. It feels like an adventure where you can truly immerse yourself in. When you first enter the game, you will probably get a feeling of overwhelm as everything feels too much. The world is a blend of dark, eerier, and a bit of thrill. However, after a couple of hours, you'll start to get the hang of everything, and that's when the games become exciting. The gameplay is tight and the combat feels really satisfying. It's all about timing your attacks, learning enemy patterns, and mastering your abilities. Speaking of which, the abilities you unlock are awesome. They not only make you feel more powerful, but also open up new areas to explore, which is one of the coolest things about the game. There's always something new to discover. Hollow Knight is a masterpiece if you're into Metroidvania games. It's one of those games where you can lose yourself for hours just exploring and enjoying the experience. Bright Memory. When I first played this game, I was truly surprised by how linear and full of action it is. The only downside is that the campaign is really short. However, if we think about it, it's all for the best. Short campaign is better because it gives the feeling of accomplishment and fulfillment, because unlike other games, you're not spending 100 hours in the open world hunting animals. Bright Memory is a great game if you want a few hours of action-focused gameplay. It's like a wild blend of FPS and hack and slash with a bit of everything thrown in. It's fast-paced, intense, and doesn't really give you a moment to breathe. The game throws you into these awesome battles where you're switching between guns and a sword, mixing up shooting and slicing with some flashy special abilities. Bright Memory isn't the most polished game, but it does make up for it with sheer adrenaline rush. If you want something that just goes full throttle from start to finish, then Bright Memory is a blast. Plus, the visuals are pretty impressive for an indie title, and it's cool to see what one person managed to pull off. The game also features a stunning looking main character. Honestly, I promise if you give this game a chance, you're definitely gonna love it, assuming you're in the market for some linear action fun. As Dusk Falls. You're in the right place if you are in the mood for some story-focused game where you're the one who's got everything in control. It's not just about watching a story unfold, it's about shaping it, which gives you this crazy sense of responsibility and connection to the characters. One of the features that you're probably not gonna like is the art style. It will take you some time to get accustomed to it. If this is your first time playing such a game, it has this painterly vibe which matches the heavy themes of the game. It will surely grow on you as you keep playing the game. The choices you make feel significant, sometimes even overwhelming, because you know they can completely change the direction of the story. It's not just one of those games where choices are cosmetics, they really have weight. This is yet another reason to love this game because it makes you feel like you're building your own story. The replay value is also high as the game forces you to think about what would have happened if you made a different decision. It's intense, and sometimes it makes you pause and think, what would I actually do in this situation? Like me, if you're also into games where storytelling is key and every choice matters, as Dusk Falls is the perfect game for you. You need a moment to appreciate the story writing after finishing the game.
Family means sacrifice.
Shadow Warrior 3. This is perhaps one of my favorite underrated hack-and-slash games. I'm so glad that my friend recommended me this game. I remember asking him about some thrilling, fun games with less focus on the story, and I can confirm that Shadow Warrior 3 didn't disappoint me. You have got an awesome main character who likes to make jokes and even some cool punchlines. From start to finish, you'll see his hilarious side that will get you hooked. What makes the game stand out is the combat. I totally love how you play as one-man army beast with some of the coolest weapons and powers. Your only goal is to move forward while slashing through waves of enemies. You can blast enemies, torn them apart, stomp them, shoot them with a variety of guns, and of course, how can we forget the parkour-like movements? It's always amazing to see our character run and wall jump seamlessly. It really gives you a feeling that you're this fast-paced machine whose only purpose is to kill and fulfill the mission. Also, I would like to mention that there are 2 prequels as well. So, if you like the third one, then try the prequels as well. They are surely outdated in terms of graphics, but you're still gonna have the same old Shadow Warrior type of fun. The second part is a must-play as it features balanced graphics, gameplay, and combat. You can still have an awesome time playing the second part in 2024. Anyways, no need to worry about the connectivity as all these games are kind of standalone, which means that you won't miss anything. So start your journey with the third or second Shadow Warrior. Pentiment. Pentiment is one of those games that really stands out as a unique gem in the gaming world. It's not your typical big budget spectacle. Instead, it offers a deeply immersive experience that's both intellectual and visually distinctive. This game feels like a passion project, a labor of love that's rich in history and storytelling. At its core, Pentiment is a narrative-driven adventure set in 16th century Bavaria during a time of significant religious and social upheaval. You step into the shoes of Andreas Mahler, a young artist navigating a complex web of intrigue, mystery, and historical context. The setting alone is enough to make you sit up and take notice. It's like stepping into a beautifully illustrated manuscript from the Renaissance era. What really makes Pentiment special is its commitment to historical detail and storytelling. The game blends a captivating narrative with RPG elements, allowing you to shape Andreas' background and influence the story based on your choices. It's not just about making decisions, it's about seeing those decisions impact the world and the people around you in meaningful ways. The art style is a standout feature. It's inspired by illuminated manuscripts, giving the game a unique, almost storybook-like appearance. The visuals are not just a gimmick, they enhance the storytelling, making every interaction feel like you're flipping through an ancient book. It's a refreshing change from the hyper-realistic graphics of many modern games. However, this game isn't for everyone. The pace can be slow, and the dialogue-heavy nature might not be everyone's cup of tea. If you're not into deep, historically grounded narratives or prefer fast-paced action, you might find Pentiment a bit of a slog. But if you're up for a game that encourages you to think and engage with a rich, detailed world, it's definitely worth your time. The educational aspect is intriguing too. The game doesn't just present historical facts, it integrates them into the narrative, making learning about the period feel natural and engaging. You'll find yourself picking up bits of history along the way without it feeling like a history lesson. In summary, Pentiment is a rare find in indie game with a deep, engaging narrative and a striking visual style. It's not just a game, it's an experience that offers something different from the usual fare. If you're in the mood for a thoughtful, historically rich adventure with a unique presentation, Pentiment should be on your radar. Chants of Sennar. Hey there, have you ever heard of Chants of Sennar? It's one of those hidden gems that flies under the radar, but it's totally worth your time. In Chants of Sennar, you step into the shoes of a character exploring this mysterious tower. The whole place is a beautiful mix of different cultures and languages. Your mission is to understand and connect these cultures by solving puzzles and decoding their languages. It's like playing detective in a stunning, hand-drawn world. What really grabbed me about this game is its art style. Each level is packed with vibrant colors and intricate details. The environments are so beautifully crafted that you'll want to spend time just soaking it all in. Now, let's talk puzzles. They're challenging but incredibly fun. You need to pay close attention to symbols and sounds to figure out what different words mean. It's such a cool and unique way to interact with the game. Every time you decode a new word, it feels like a little victory. But Chants of Sennar isn't just about solving puzzles. There's this deeper, heartwarming story about bringing people together. As you explore and learn more, you start to feel connected to the characters and cultures you're discovering. It's really fulfilling and adds a lot of depth to the game. If you love games that make you think and explore, you really need to check out Chants of Sennar. It's a beautiful and mysterious adventure that you might not have heard of but will definitely enjoy. Give it a try and see how well you can connect the dots in this unique world. Lost in Random. Alright, let's dive into Lost in Random, another fantastic game you might not have heard of, but definitely need to check out. In Lost in Random, you play as a girl named Even who is on a quest to save her sister, Odd, from an evil queen. The world of Random is divided into 6 bizarre realms, each ruled by a wicked ruler and dictated by the roll of a dice. The setting is dark, quirky, and full of Tim Burton-esque charm, which immediately pulls you into its unique atmosphere. One of the coolest things about this game is its storytelling. The narrative is engaging and full of unexpected twists, as even you're accompanied by Dicey, a living dice that helps you navigate this strange world. Together, you'll uncover the mysteries of Random and fight against the Queen's minions. The characters you meet along the way are all wonderfully strange and memorable, adding depth and humor to the journey. The gameplay combines action and strategy in a really fun way. You fight enemies using a mix of real-time combat and card-based mechanics. You collect cards that give you special abilities and powers, and then roll dicey to see which cards you can use in battle. It's a unique system that keeps the combat fresh and exciting. Plus, exploring the different realms of Random is a treat, as each one has its own distinct look and feel. Visually, Lost in Random is a treat. The game's art style is dark and whimsical, with lots of detailed environments and creepy cool character designs. The atmosphere is perfectly eerie and draws you into the strange, magical world of Random. If you love games with unique stories, engaging gameplay, and a bit of a dark, quirky vibe, Lost in Random is a must-play. It's one of those hidden gems that offers a truly unique experience. Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Next up is Bomb Rush Cyberfunk, a game that combines vibrant visuals with fast-paced action in a futuristic urban setting. If you love games that are all about style and movement, this is one you don't want to miss. In Bomb Rush Cyberfunk, you play as a member of a graffiti crew trying to take over the city by tagging its most iconic spots. The game's world is a sprawling urban playground filled with skyscrapers, alleys, and subway tunnels. It's all about expressing yourself through graffiti while outmaneuvering the authorities and rival crews. The gameplay is a thrilling mix of parkour, skating, and graffiti. You can grind on rails, leap across rooftops, and perform stylish tricks to navigate the city. It's all about maintaining your flow and stringing together moves to keep up your momentum. The graffiti mechanics are also super fun. You can create your own tags and leave your mark all over the city. What makes Bomb Rush Cyberfunk stand out is its incredible style. The game is heavily inspired by the Jet Set Radio series, with a similar colorful CL-shaded art style and an energetic soundtrack. The music, composed by some top-notch artists, keeps the adrenaline pumping and perfectly matches the game's fast-paced action. The characters are just as stylish as the game's visuals. Each member of your crew has a unique look and personality, and as you progress, you'll unlock new abilities and gear that let you explore the city in new ways. The story is light but engaging, focusing on your crew's rise to the top of the graffiti world. Exploring the city is a blast because there's always something new to find. Hidden shortcuts, secret spots for tagging, and various collectibles are scattered throughout the map, encouraging you to explore every nook and cranny. The sense of freedom and movement is incredibly satisfying. If you're into games that blend stylish visuals, high energy music, and fluid, fast-paced gameplay, Bomb Rush Cyberfunk is a must-play. It's a game that keeps you hooked with its dynamic action and vibrant world. Viewfinder. Let's talk about Viewfinder, a unique and mind-bending puzzle game that challenges your perception and creativity. This game is a hidden gem that you probably haven't heard of, but is definitely worth checking out. In Viewfinder, you play as a character exploring surreal environments filled with puzzles that defy the laws of physics. The game's main mechanic revolves around using a special camera to take photos, which you can then place into the world to manipulate the environment. This means you can create new paths, move obstacles, and solve puzzles in ways you've never seen before. The story is simple but intriguing. You're trying to uncover the secrets of this strange world, and each puzzle you solve brings you closer to understanding what's really going on. The narrative is woven into the puzzles themselves, making the gameplay feel meaningful and rewarding. What makes Viewfinder stand out is its innovative gameplay. The ability to reshape the world with photographs is both challenging and fun. You need to think outside the box and use your imagination to figure out how to progress. Each level introduces new twists and mechanics, keeping the puzzles fresh and engaging. Visually, the game is a treat. The environments are beautifully designed with a mix of realistic and fantastical elements. The art style is clean and colorful, making it easy to focus on the puzzles while enjoying the scenery. The sound design and music also add to the atmosphere, creating a relaxing yet thought-provoking experience. The game encourages exploration and experimentation. There's no one right way to solve a puzzle, so you can play around with different ideas and solutions. This freedom makes the game feel more like a creative playground than a traditional puzzle game. If you love games that challenge your mind and offer something truly unique, Viewfinder is a must-play. It's a beautifully crafted puzzle game that keeps you thinking and exploring from start to finish.
It's falling apart. What are we doing?
This can't be the end of everything we
Trepang 2. Next on our list is Trepang 2, a game that mixes intense first-person shooting with superhuman abilities, creating a high-octane experience that you probably haven't heard of but should definitely check out. In Trepang 2, you play as a super soldier who escapes from a high-security facility. With no memory of your past, you're on a mission to uncover the truth about your origins while taking down enemies with brutal efficiency. The story unfolds through a series of missions that are packed with action and mystery. The gameplay is where Trepang 2 really shines. It's fast-paced and thrilling, with smooth gunplay that makes every firefight feel intense. What sets it apart is your character's superhuman abilities. You can slow down time, cloak yourself to become invisible, and perform powerful melee attacks. These abilities add a strategic layer to the combat, allowing you to approach each encounter in different ways. Visually, the game looks great. The environments are detailed and varied, from sterile labs and industrial complexes to outdoor battlegrounds. The graphics and special effects, especially when using your abilities, make the action look and feel explosive. Trepang 2 also offers a lot of variety in its missions. You'll face different types of enemies, each requiring different tactics to defeat. The levels are designed to encourage exploration and experimentation, giving you the freedom to tackle challenges your way. One of the best things about Trepang 2 is its replayability. The combination of diverse abilities and challenging enemies makes it fun to go back and try different strategies. The game's pacing keeps you constantly engaged with new twists and intense action sequences around every corner. If you're a fan of high-energy shooters and love the idea of combining superhuman powers with intense combat, Trepang 2 is a game you won't regret playing. It's an adrenaline-fueled ride that keeps you on the edge of your seat from start to finish. Visage. Next up on our list is Visage, a psychological horror game that you probably haven't heard of, but absolutely need to experience if you're into spine-chilling stories and eerie atmospheres. In Visage, you explore a creepy, ever-changing house filled with dark secrets and haunting memories. You play as Dwayne, a man trapped in this nightmarish environment, trying to uncover the truth about the house and its previous inhabitants. The story is fragmented and mysterious, revealed through unsettling clues and terrifying encounters. The game's atmosphere is one of its strongest points. Visage is designed to make you feel constantly on edge. The house is dimly lit and full of strange noises, creating an oppressive sense of dread. Every corner you turn, every door you open could reveal something horrifying. The game uses its sound design brilliantly to build tension with whispers, footsteps, and sudden, startling noises. Visage is all about exploration and piecing together the story. The house is full of objects and photographs that give you glimpses into the lives of the people who live there. As you investigate, you'll encounter supernatural events and ghostly apparitions that make the experience genuinely terrifying. The game doesn't rely on cheap jump scares, but instead creates a deep, lingering fear that stays with you. Gameplay involves solving puzzles and managing your sanity. The more time you spend in the dark or witness supernatural events, the more your sanity decreases. This can lead to hallucinations and make the game even more challenging. You need to find light sources and avoid staying in dark areas for too long to keep your sanity in check. Visually, Visage is incredibly detailed. The house feels like a real place, with every room meticulously designed to enhance the horror experience. The realistic graphics make the scares even more effective, immersing you completely in the terrifying world. If you're a fan of psychological horror and enjoy games that build tension through atmosphere and storytelling, Visage is a must-play. It's one of those games that gets under your skin and stays with you long after you've put the controller down. The Medium. Next on our list is The Medium, a psychological horror game that stands out with its unique dual reality gameplay. If you love spooky, story-driven games, this one is definitely for you. In The Medium, you play as Marianne, a woman with the ability to travel between the real world and the spirit world. The story begins with Marianne receiving a mysterious phone call that leads her to an abandoned hotel. Here, she must use her powers to uncover the dark secrets of the past and solve the mystery surrounding the place. One of the coolest things about The Medium is its dual reality mechanic. You often see and interact with both the real world and the spirit world simultaneously. The game splits the screen, showing both realities at the same time. This unique feature allows you to solve puzzles and navigate areas in ways you wouldn't expect, using your abilities to influence both worlds. The atmosphere in The Medium is incredibly immersive. The game's environments are detailed and eerie, with a haunting soundtrack that keeps you on edge. The spirit world is especially creepy, filled with unsettling visuals and ghostly entities that add to the tension. The story is gripping and filled with twists and turns. As you explore the hotel and delve into the spirit world, you uncover the tragic past of its inhabitants and the sinister forces at play. The narrative is deeply engaging, blending horror with emotional depth and keeping you invested in Marianne's journey. The Medium doesn't rely on cheap jump scares. Instead, it builds a sense of dread and unease through its storytelling and atmosphere. The dual reality gameplay adds a layer of complexity and intrigue, making you feel like you're piecing together a dark, supernatural puzzle. If you're a fan of horror games with a strong story and innovative gameplay, The Medium is a must-play. It's a chilling and unique experience that will keep you hooked from start to finish. Return of the Obra Dinn. Next on our list is Return of the Obra Dinn, a truly unique and immersive game that will captivate you with its intriguing mystery and distinctive art style. If you love detective stories and puzzles, this game is an absolute must-play. In Return of the Obra Dinn, you play as an insurance investigator for the East India Company. Your task is to board the Obra Dinn, a merchant ship that has mysteriously reappeared after being lost at sea for 5 years. The entire crew is missing or dead, and it's up to you to figure out what happened. The game's most striking feature is its one-bit monochromatic art style, which gives it a distinct look reminiscent of old computer graphics. Despite the simplicity, the visuals are incredibly detailed and atmospheric, perfectly setting the tone for the mystery you need to solve. You're armed with a magical pocket watch called the Memento Mortem, which allows you to see the exact moment of a crew member's death. This ability lets you piece together the events that led to the ship's fate. You'll move through frozen scenes of the past, observing the positions and actions of characters to gather clues. The narrative is non-linear, and you'll need to use your deductive skills to identify each of the 60 crew members and determine how they died. It's like putting together a giant, intricate puzzle. The game doesn't hold your hand, so you'll need to pay close attention to details and think critically to make progress. One of the most rewarding aspects of Return of the Obra Dinn is the sense of accomplishment you get from solving each part of the mystery. The story is rich and complex, filled with twists and turns that keep you hooked. Every time you piece together a part of the puzzle, it feels incredibly satisfying. The sound design and voice acting are also top-notch, adding depth and immersion to the experience. The voices help bring each character to life, and the atmospheric sound effects enhance the eerie, abandoned ship setting. If you're a fan of mystery games and enjoy using your brain to solve complex puzzles, Return of the Obra Dinn is a must-play. Its unique art style, compelling story, and challenging gameplay make it a standout title. Board the Obra Dinn and uncover its dark secrets, you won't be disappointed.
Let me help you.
The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Next up is The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, a game that combines stunning visuals with a gripping, mysterious story. If you enjoy immersive, narrative-driven experiences, this one should be on your radar. In The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, you play as Paul Prospero, a detective with a knack for the supernatural. You're drawn to the remote town of Red Creek Valley after receiving a distressing letter from a young boy named Ethan Carter. As you explore the beautifully rendered environment, you uncover the dark secrets surrounding Ethan's disappearance and the eerie events that have taken place. The game is a visual masterpiece. The world of Red Creek Valley is meticulously crafted with lush forests, serene lakes, and abandoned structures that create a hauntingly beautiful atmosphere. The graphics are incredibly detailed, making every location feel real and immersive. The narrative is the heart of the game. It's a non-linear story that you piece together by exploring the environment and solving puzzles. The game doesn't hold your hand, encouraging you to explore at your own pace and uncover the story in your own way. This sense of discovery is one of the most engaging aspects of the game. As you investigate, you'll encounter supernatural occurrences and solve various puzzles. These puzzles are integrated into the story and require you to use your observational skills and think critically. They range from finding hidden objects to piecing together sequences of events, all of which help you understand what happened to Ethan and his family. The atmosphere is enhanced by a haunting soundtrack and excellent sound design. The music and ambient sounds draw you into the world and add to the sense of mystery and tension. The voice acting is also superb, bringing the characters to life and making the story more compelling. The Vanishing of Ethan Carter is a relatively short game, but it's packed with a rich, emotional story and memorable moments. It's the kind of game that stays with you long after you've finished it, thanks to its beautiful world and intriguing narrative. If you love story-driven games with a touch of the supernatural and a focus on exploration and puzzle solving, The Vanishing of Ethan Carter is a must-play. Dive into Red Creek Valley, uncover its secrets, and experience the mystery for yourself. Gris. Alright, let's talk about Gris, a game that's as beautiful as it is emotional. If you're looking for something that's more of an art piece than a typical video game, Gris is where it's at. First off, Gris is a visual masterpiece. You play as a young girl named Gris, navigating through a stunningly hand-drawn world filled with gorgeous watercolor landscapes and mesmerizing animations. Seriously, every frame of this game could be a painting on your wall. The art style alone makes it worth playing. Now, let's talk about the gameplay. Gris is a side-scrolling platformer, but don't expect high-octane action here. This game is all about exploration and solving puzzles as you help Gris regain her voice and color in her world. It's a pretty linear experience, which means you get to fully immerse yourself in the story without getting lost. One of the things I love about Gris is how it handles emotions. The game is a silent narrative, meaning there's no dialogue, but it speaks volumes through its visuals and music. The soundtrack is hauntingly beautiful and perfectly complements the game's emotional beats. It's one of those games that hits you right in the feels, making you reflect on your own experiences. I appreciate how it's more of an experience than just a game. It's a journey that's both touching and visually captivating, and it resonates on a deep level. So, if you're in the mood for something different, something that's more about the journey than the destination, Gris is a must-play. It's a short but impactful experience that you won't forget anytime soon. Trust me, this game is like a soothing balm for the soul. Grab a comfy chair, put on your headphones, and let Gris take you on a beautiful emotional ride. Also, one of the best things is that this game is literally available on every platform: PC, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Mac, iOS, and Android too. Telltale's Tales from the Borderlands. If you love a good laugh mixed with some high-stakes adventure, this game is going to be right up your alley. It's like if Mad Max had a baby with a stand-up comedian, pure chaos and comedy gold. You play as Ryse, a corporate stooge with dreams of becoming the next handsome Jack, and Fiona, a con artist just trying to make a buck in the wild world of Pandora. The story is told from both of their perspectives, and trust me, it's a roller coaster of lies, betrayal, and awkward moments. Imagine trying to impress your crush while tripping over your own feet, but with more explosions. Gameplay-wise, this is classic Telltale. It's all about making choices, quick-time events, and dialogue trees that can branch out into some pretty wild directions. Your decisions matter and will shape the story, so no pressure or anything. The quick-time events keep you on your toes, and the dialogue, well, let's just say you'll be laughing out loud more than once. It's like being part of an interactive comic book with a script that's sharper than Claptrap's tongue. Visually, Tales from the Borderlands nails the Borderlands aesthetic. It's got that comic book cel-shaded style that makes everything pop with color and character. The environments are detailed and filled with all the quirky, dangerous charm you'd expect from Pandora. Plus, the character animations are smooth, making every expression and action come to life. It's like watching a Saturday morning cartoon, but with more bandits and loot. I love the humor, the story, and the memorable characters. So, if you're in the mood for a game that's more about laughs and narrative than grinding and gunning, Tales from the Borderlands is a must-play. It's got a hilarious story, great characters, and enough twists and turns to keep you hooked from start to finish.
What the hell is that?
Dreamfall Chapters.
She's all alone. I know that.
If you're into deep, complex narratives with a side of fantastical worlds, then buckle up. This one's a wild ride. You play as 3 different characters: Zoe Castillo, Kian Alvain, and Saga. Each has their own unique story that intertwines with the others in ways that'll keep you guessing until the very end. It's like playing 3 amazing TV shows at once, except you get to be the director, writer, and main character. Talk about multitasking. Gameplay-wise, Dreamfall Chapters is all about exploring, solving puzzles, and making choices that impact the story. It's linear, but with plenty of branching paths that make every playthrough feel unique. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a good moral dilemma? It's like The Sims, but with higher stakes and way more drama.
All is well. Don't take her from me. Please don't. I can't do this again. I cannot do this again.
Visually, the game is a feast for the eyes. The worlds are beautifully crafted, from the cyberpunk streets of Europolis to the magical landscapes of Arcadia. Each environment is packed with detail, making it feel alive and immersive. The character designs are equally impressive, bringing the diverse cast to life in a way that's both vibrant and realistic. It's like stepping into a fantasy novel, but without the paper cuts. I love the rich storytelling, complex characters, and the way the game seamlessly blends sci-fi and fantasy elements. So, if you're looking for a game that's heavy on story and light on mindless action, Dreamfall Chapters is a must-play.
I've been sent to this city to find and assassinate the leader of the insurgents opposing our benevolent military rule.
Tell me why.
Feels impossible.
If you're into narrative-driven games that pack an emotional punch, this one's definitely for you. And no, it's not a Backstreet Boys song, but it'll have you feeling all the feels just the same. You play as twins Tyler and Allison, who reunite after years apart to unravel the mysteries of their troubled past. It's like playing detective in your own family drama, but without the awkward Thanksgiving dinners. The game's linear, so you can focus on the story without getting sidetracked by side quests, perfect for those of us with the attention span of a goldfish.
You're my brother.
Gameplay-wise, it's all about exploring, making choices, and experiencing the story. The twins have a unique bond that lets them communicate telepathically, which adds a cool twist to solving puzzles and making decisions. Plus, you get to switch between playing as Tyler and Allison, so it's like getting two perspectives for the price of one. And let's be real, who doesn't love a good twin telepathy moment?
We see or hear something really emotional.
Visually, Tell Me Why looks awesome. The art style is just soothing. The Alaskan setting is beautifully rendered, making you want to book a trip to the Great White North, minus the family secrets, of course. It's like watching a really good indie film, but you get to call the shots. The way the game handles sensitive topics with care and authenticity is truly commendable. It's like a masterclass in storytelling. So, if you're in the mood for a game that's more about heart than high scores, Tell Me Why is a must-play. It's got a gripping story, gorgeous visuals, and characters that'll stay with you long after the credits roll.
I can't do this. Stop!
The Sinking City. If you're a fan of detective stories with a Lovecraftian twist, then you're in for a treat. This game is like Sherlock Holmes meets Cthulhu, mysterious, eerie, and just the right amount of weird. You play as Charles Reed, a private investigator who's seen better days. He arrives in the city of Oakmont, which is, well, sinking. And not just literally, the place is drowning in madness and supernatural shenanigans. Your job is to figure out what's going on and why you're having all these crazy visions. Gameplay-wise, The Sinking City is a mix of detective work, exploration, and combat. You'll spend a lot of time looking for clues, interrogating suspects, and piecing together what's happening. It's like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, but with more tentacles and ancient curses. And just when you think you've got it all figured out, the game throws another curveball your way. Keeps you on your toes, like a caffeine-fueled night of binge-watching mystery shows.
Warning, no second chances.
Visually, the game nails the eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Oakmont is a city that looks like it's been through the ringer. Flooded streets, creepy old buildings, and lots of fog. The character models and animations are solid, and the monsters? They're straight out of your worst nightmares, in the best way possible. It's like walking through a haunted house, but you're the detective trying to make sense of it all. Those who love a good mystery and don't mind a slower pace rave about the game's story and atmosphere. The detective mechanics are engaging, and the Lovecraftian elements add a unique flavor that sets it apart from other games. Though I wish the combat was a bit tighter, but hey, you can't have everything. So, if you're in the mood for a game that's more about unraveling a spooky mystery than blasting through hordes of enemies, The Sinking City is a must-play. It's got a captivating story, a creepy atmosphere, and enough twists to keep you guessing until the end. Just don't forget to keep an eye out for things that go bump in the night. Trust me, Oakmont is full of surprises. Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1.
After being cooped up on that boat, I am...
Alright, let's crack the case with Sherlock Holmes. If you've ever dreamed of being the world's greatest detective, minus the deerstalker hat, or with it, no judgment, then this game is going to be right up your alley. You step into the shoes of a young Sherlock Holmes, back when he was just starting to make a name for himself. He's not quite the polished sleuth we all know and love yet, but he's getting there. The story kicks off with Sherlock returning to his Mediterranean home to investigate his mother's death. It's a mix of personal drama and classic whodunit, and trust me, it's a gripping ride from start to finish. Gameplay-wise, it's all about investigating, solving puzzles, and making those famous deductions. You'll explore an open-world city, talking to witnesses, gathering clues, and piecing together what happened. The game gives you a lot of freedom to approach cases in different ways, so put on your thinking cap and get ready to do some serious sleuthing. And let's not forget the occasional brawl. Sherlock can throw down when he needs to, and it's surprisingly fun. Visually, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is stunning. The Mediterranean setting is vibrant and detailed, from sun-drenched streets to shadowy alleys. I love the rich storytelling and deep detective mechanics. The character development is particularly praised, giving us a fresh take on a younger, less experienced Sherlock. Though the open world can feel a bit empty at times, but the engaging cases more than make up for it. So, if you're looking for a game that lets you flex your brain muscles while diving into a good mystery, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is a must-play. It's got an intriguing story, beautiful visuals, and all the detective work you could ever want. Grab your magnifying glass and get ready to solve some crimes. Just remember, it's never as simple as it seems, but hey, that's half the fun. Happy sleuthing! Siberia: The World Before. If you're a fan of captivating stories and beautiful atmospheric worlds, then this game is going to sweep you off your feet. In Siberia: The World Before, you follow the adventures of two protagonists, Dana Rose, a talented pianist living in 1937, and the series' beloved Kate Walker, who's navigating her own challenges in 2004. The game masterfully weaves their stories together, creating a rich tapestry of mystery, history, and emotional depth. It's like watching a thrilling drama unfold, but you're the one pulling the strings.
Not to get involved in your harebrained...
Gameplay-wise, it's all about exploration, puzzle solving, and piecing together the past. You'll travel through beautifully crafted environments, from the quaint pre-war European towns to the more desolate industrial landscapes of Kate's time. The puzzles are challenging but fair, making you feel like a genius detective when you finally crack them. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a good brain teaser that doesn't involve assembling IKEA furniture? The dual timeline narrative is particularly praised, adding a layer of complexity that keeps you hooked from start to finish. So, if you're in the mood for a game that's rich in story, packed with beautiful visuals, and full of intriguing puzzles, Siberia: The World Before is a must-play. It's got a captivating narrative that will keep you glued to your screen, characters you'll genuinely care about, and a world that's begging to be explored. Judgment Games by RGG Studios. If you've ever wanted to blend the thrill of a legal drama with the gritty action of a crime thriller, then this game is going to be your jam. It's like Law & Order meets Yakuza, and trust me, it's every bit as awesome as it sounds. You play as Takayuki Yagami, a disgraced lawyer turned private detective in the bustling, neon-lit streets of Kamurocho. Yagami is trying to rebuild his life by solving cases and uncovering the truth behind a series of grisly murders. It's a story filled with twists, turns, and plenty of OMG moments that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Gameplay-wise, Judgment is a perfect blend of investigation and beat-em-up action. One minute you're gathering clues, interrogating suspects, and piecing together evidence like a true detective. The next, you're brawling with thugs in the streets, using a mix of martial arts moves and environmental takedowns that make every fight feel cinematic. It's like living out your favorite crime drama, but with way more flying kicks. Visually, Judgment looks stunning. The city of Kamurocho is brought to life with incredible detail, from the bustling streets filled with colorful signs and lively crowds to the quieter, shadowy alleys where danger lurks. The character models and facial animations are top-notch, making every cutscene and interaction feel lifelike. It's like stepping into a high-budget TV series. I love the deep, engaging story in the mix of detective work and action. The characters are well-developed and memorable. Many players appreciate how the game tackles serious themes while still having moments of levity and humor, a signature of RGG Studios' style. So, if you're looking for a game that combines a gripping story, intense action, and a dash of detective work, Judgment is a must-play. It's got everything you'd want from a crime thriller, a compelling protagonist, a detailed world to explore, and plenty of mysteries to solve. Grab your controller, put on your detective hat, and get ready to uncover the truth. This is one case you won't want to miss.
Let's go!
Underground Blossom. This game is developed by Rusty Lake, known for their unique, eerie, and atmospheric puzzle games. If you're a fan of quirky, atmospheric puzzle games with a dash of the surreal, then this one's going to be right up your alley. It's like stepping into a bizarre dream where every corner hides a new mystery. In Underground Blossom, you find yourself navigating through a series of interconnected rooms and environments, each filled with strange and intriguing puzzles. The story is rich with Rusty Lake's signature blend of dark humor and eerie atmosphere. You'll uncover hidden secrets, solve mind-bending puzzles, and piece together a narrative that's as mysterious as it is compelling. It's like being trapped in an escape room designed by David Lynch. Gameplay-wise, it's all about exploration and puzzle solving. Each room you enter presents a new challenge, requiring you to think outside the box and use your keen observational skills. The puzzles are cleverly designed, making you feel both challenged and rewarded as you progress. And trust me, nothing beats the satisfaction of solving a particularly tricky puzzle after staring at it for what feels like forever. Visually, Underground Blossom is a treat. The art style is distinct and atmospheric, capturing the surreal and slightly unsettling vibe that Rusty Lake is known known for. The environments are richly detailed, drawing you into the game's strange world and keeping you hooked from one puzzle to the next. It's like wandering through a beautifully crafted nightmare, but in the best way possible. So overall, it was an absolutely incredible game. I love Rusty Lake games so much, and I'm thrilled every time a new one comes out. They're works of art, everything about them. The artwork, the sound production, the music, the eerie voice work, truly spectacular. There's so much story packed into this game. Absolutely beautiful. So, if you're in the mood for a puzzle game that's equal parts strange and captivating, Underground Blossom is a must-play. It's got an intriguing story, beautiful visuals, and puzzles that will keep you hooked from start to finish. Grab your controller, dive into the surreal world of Rusty Lake, and get ready for a journey that's as bizarre as it is rewarding. Trust me, this is one puzzle game you won't forget anytime soon. Murder on the Orient Express.
Journey on this train is ever ordinary.
If you're a fan of classic murder mysteries and love the idea of playing detective, then this game is going to be your cup of tea. It's like stepping into one of the greatest whodunits ever written, with you in the detective seat. You play as a new character working alongside the legendary Hercule Poirot, the mustachioed master of deduction. The story stays true to Agatha Christie's timeless novel, but with a few twists and turns to keep things fresh for fans and newcomers alike. It's a linear narrative, which means you'll be following the clues and piecing together the mystery without getting lost in side plots. Gameplay-wise, it's all about investigation and puzzle solving. You'll interrogate suspects, gather clues, and use your keen detective skills to unravel the mystery of who killed Samuel Ratchet aboard the luxurious train. Each character you meet has secrets, and it's up to you to uncover them. It's like playing a game of Clue, but way more sophisticated and with a lot more at stake.
The wallet is somewhat warm. It contains...
Visually, the game does a fantastic job of bringing the opulence of the Orient Express to life. The train is beautifully detailed, with rich interiors that make you feel like you're really aboard a 1930s luxury liner. And honestly, this game is one of the better offerings for microids. I thoroughly enjoyed the puzzles. The setting of the game is visually pleasing, graphics is fantastic, voice acting is very well performed. Overall, I recommend this game to any detective point and click style game lover. So, if you're in the mood for a classic whodunit with a modern twist, Agatha Christie, Murder on the Orient Express is a must-play. It's got a gripping story, stunning visuals, and enough puzzles to keep your little gray cells working overtime.
Have you told me the entire truth, Captain Arbuthnot?
Of course. I want you to find my ticket.
Enslaved Odyssey to the West. Now, Enslaved Odyssey to the West is one of those games that just didn't get enough love when it dropped, and I still don't understand why. Like, this is one of those hidden gems that you pick up years later and wonder how you missed it in the first place. Developed by Ninja Theory, yeah, the same team behind Hellblade. This game came out in 2010, but even now, it still holds up. It's got this post-apocalyptic world that's both gorgeous and grim, and at its heart, it's really all about the relationship between the two main characters, Monkey and Trip. The story is loosely based on Journey to the West, which, if you don't know, is this ancient Chinese novel with some really epic mythology, but the way Enslaved translates it to this futuristic setting is pretty unique. You play as Monkey, this tough-as-nails brute who's been captured by slavers. After a wild escape, he ends up tied literally thanks to a slave headband to Trip, a tech-savvy girl who needs his help to get back home. But the dynamic between the two is what makes the game so compelling. At first, Monkey's just doing it because he has no choice. The headband will kill him if he doesn't help her, but over time, they develop this really interesting, believable bond. What I love about Enslaved is how it blends action and storytelling. Monkey's this total badass in combat, jumping, climbing, smashing robots with his staff, but the game knows when to slow down and let the characters breathe. The dialogue between Monkey and Trip feels natural and human, even in the middle of all the chaos. Their relationship evolves in a way that just feels real, you know. They start out as strangers forced to work together, but by the end, there's genuine care and understanding between them. Ninja Theory's always been great at crafting character-driven stories, and Enslaved is no exception. And visually, man, this game is stunning for its time. The world is overgrown with nature, almost like a beautiful ruin. It's one of those post-apocalyptic settings that's more vibrant than dreary, which feels like a fresh take compared to all the dark, gray wastelands you usually get. The environments are massive and well-designed, so it feels like you're really traveling through this broken world. Plus, the platforming sections are fun. It's not super challenging, but it gives you that feeling of momentum as you leap and climb across these crazy structures. The combat, though, let's talk about that for a second. It's straightforward but satisfying. Monkey uses a staff to smash through waves of robots, and the combat feels weighty and impactful. There's a nice mix of melee and ranged attacks, so it doesn't get stale. Plus, Trip's not just a damsel in distress, she plays a real role in helping you out, using her tech skills to distract enemies or solve puzzles. It adds a little bit of strategy to the whole experience. Now, the one thing some people didn't love is that the game's a little on the short side, maybe 10 to 12 hours, but honestly, it's the kind of story that doesn't need to be dragged out. It's tight, focused, and by the time you hit the end, you're left with a really powerful narrative payoff. Speaking of which, the ending is one of those, whoa, didn't see that coming moments. I won't spoil it, but let's just say it leaves you thinking long after the credits roll. Spec Ops: The Line. Spec Ops: The Line is one of those games that seems like your standard military shooter on the surface, but trust me, it's anything but. This game goes deep, and I mean deep into some really heavy stuff, making you question pretty much everything by the time you're done with it. It came out back in 2012, and I think it's still one of the most underrated narrative-driven games out there because, let's be real, it didn't get the attention it deserved. You'd be forgiven for thinking it's just another bro soldier shooter, but it's more like Heart of Darkness meets Modern Warfare, with some Apocalypse Now thrown in for good measure. You play as Captain Martin Walker, leading a small squad into a sandstorm-ravaged Dubai to find a rogue colonel and his battalion. Sounds straightforward, right? Yeah, that's what you think in the beginning, but Spec Ops: The Line isn't just about shooting bad guys and saving the day. It's about the cost of war, and not just in that vague war is bad kind of way. The deeper you go, the more messed up things get. Walker's descent into madness mirrors the chaos happening around him, and soon you're not even sure who the enemy is anymore. The whole game plays with your expectations, and by the end, it forces you to confront the horrible things you've done, things you probably didn't even want to do, but had no choice in. What really sets this game apart is how it messes with your head. The decisions you make feel awful, and they should feel awful. There's one scene in particular, if you've played it, you know exactly what I'm talking about, that just guts you emotionally. It's rare that a game goes out of its way to make you feel genuinely uncomfortable, but Spec Ops does, and it does it well. There are no heroes here, just people trying to survive in a situation that's spiraling out of control. And it's not just the narrative that's intense. The setting Dubai is this haunting, beautiful place buried in sand with skyscrapers half collapsed and buried like tombs. The environmental storytelling here is top-notch. You're not just moving from point A to point B, every part of the city tells a story. It feels desolate and eerie, like you're walking through the remains of a civilization that was lost long before the game even starts. Combat-wise, yeah, it plays like a third-person cover shooter, but honestly, that's not the point. The mechanics are solid, but the real focus is on how the story unfolds around you. The further you go, the more brutal and disorienting everything becomes, not just for Walker, but for the player too. The game does this thing where it blurs the lines between Walker's hallucinations and reality, so you're never quite sure what's real. It really nails that psychological horror angle in a way that most shooters don't even attempt. So if you've been sleeping on Spec Ops: The Line, it's time to wake up. It's not just a game, it's an experience. It takes a hard look at the ugly side of war, trauma, and morality in a way that few games have dared to do. And even though it didn't blow up when it launched, those who have played it know it's something special. If you want a story-driven game that punches you in the gut and makes you think about it for days after, this is one you need to play. Just be prepared to feel a little broken by the end. Valiant Hearts: The Great War. Valiant Hearts: The Great War is one of those rare games that manages to tell a powerful, emotional story while still keeping you engaged with its gameplay. Set during World War I, it's a puzzle adventure game, but it's so much more than that. The art style is beautifully hand-drawn, which gives it a unique charm, but don't let that fool you, this game hits hard emotionally. It's based on real events and letters from soldiers, so the story feels grounded, even as you switch between different characters who all have their own personal stakes in the war. What really stands out about Valiant Hearts is how it humanizes the war. You're not playing as a one-man army mowing down enemies. Instead, you're solving puzzles, helping people, and just trying to survive. You'll play as a mix of characters: a French farmer, a German soldier, a Belgian nurse, and even a dog, and each of them is dealing with the horrors of war in their own way. The storytelling is subtle but impactful, making you care deeply about each character as they navigate the chaos of the trenches.
Not for glory.
Gameplay-wise, it's simple but effective. You're solving puzzles and navigating through the war-torn environment, but it's the emotional weight behind everything that keeps you hooked. The game isn't about fighting, it's about survival, loss, and the human cost of war. By the time the credits roll, you'll be left reflecting on the lives lost and the impact of war, which is something very few games manage to pull off this well. Valiant Hearts may not be an action-packed blockbuster, but it's a story-driven experience that's too good to miss. If you're looking for a game that'll make you feel something while offering a unique look at history, this is the one. What Remains of Edith Finch? Man, What Remains of Edith Finch is the kind of game that leaves you thinking about it long after you've finished. It's not your typical game, there's no action, no puzzles that'll melt your brain, but somehow it hits harder than most games that do have all that stuff. It's more like an interactive storybook, but not in a boring, just click through the story way. This one's different. You play as Edith Finch, returning to your ridiculously huge, bizarre family home, trying to uncover the mystery of your family's tragic history, and believe me, there's a lot of tragedy. What makes this game stand out is how it tells each family member's story. You're not just hearing about what happened to them, you're experiencing it. The way each narrative unfolds is totally unique. One minute, you're a little girl imagining you're a cat jumping through the trees, and the next you're in this dream-like sequence that gets so surreal, you forget you're playing a game. It's the kind of thing where each family member's tale is told in such a creative, almost hauntingly beautiful way that you can't help but feel like you're reading these old, forgotten memories. Now, this game does something I love. It turns mundane things into something special. You'll be walking around this big, weird house, opening up doors to hidden rooms, climbing into spaces you probably shouldn't be, and it all feels like you're uncovering some big secret. But the real secret is that this game isn't about solving some big mystery, it's about life and death, and how those two things are woven together. It makes you feel the weight of each family member's life, even if you only know them for a few minutes. The Finch family is cursed, or at least it feels that way. Everyone meets a tragic end, and it's hard not to get a little emotional as you move through their stories. One story in particular, no spoilers, but if you know hit me like a truck. You go from feeling curious about these strange, tragic deaths to questioning how fragile life really is. It's a short game, sure, but it's the kind that leaves a mark. It's not about the length, it's about the experience. The visuals are stunning in a quiet, poetic way, and the soundtrack, it's like it was made to punch you right in the feels. By the time I reached the end, I didn't feel like I had just played a game. I felt like I had walked through a family's entire history, lived their lives, and understood them in a way that only video games can really pull off. If you've been sleeping on What Remains of Edith Finch, do yourself a favor and give it a shot. It's not loud, it's not flashy, but it's human. And sometimes that's the most powerful kind of story.
I can already imagine the sun on my face.
The Forgotten City. The Forgotten City is one of those games where you start playing and before you know it you're sucked in, like you don't even realize how deep the rabbit hole goes until you're neck deep in conspiracy theories, ancient Roman laws, and moral dilemmas. Originally a Skyrim mod, it blew up and became its own standalone game, and thank God it did, because this one is a wild ride that blends mystery, philosophy, and time loops in a way that just feels fresh. You wake up in this ancient Roman city where, get this, everyone's living under a curse. The deal, if one person sins, everyone dies. So no pressure, right? Your job is to figure out who's gonna break the golden rule and stop it before it happens. But here's the kicker: every time things go south, you get thrown back to the start, Groundhog Day style. It sounds repetitive, but the way the story unfolds keeps you constantly hooked. Each loop gives you more info, more clues, and you start piecing together this massive puzzle. And the writing is so smart. Like, it's not just there to fill space between running around, it makes you think. The dialogue is where the game really shines. Conversations aren't just about picking the right choice, but about digging into philosophy, morality, and what it means to sin. You'll be debating with Roman philosophers, trying to weasel information out of guards, and dealing with gods. Yeah, literal gods.
Everyone will die.
What's really cool is how it plays with time. You're in this ancient world, but it doesn't feel old, it feels alive. The city itself is beautifully designed, and the way you explore and uncover secrets makes it feel like every corner holds something important. There are no filler moments, no wasted space. You're constantly learning new things, meeting new people, and uncovering layers of the mystery, and trust me, the mystery goes deep. By the time I hit the end, I was questioning everything I thought I knew about the game. And don't even get me started on the moral choices. They're not just black and white, good or bad, they're layered with nuance, and sometimes the right choice doesn't feel great. The game isn't afraid to challenge you, to make you uncomfortable with your decisions, and that's what makes it so memorable. The Forgotten City doesn't need flashy action or massive set pieces. It relies on the strength of its story and the way it pulls you into this weird ancient world. It's a game that takes its time but rewards your curiosity with one of the most satisfying narratives I've played in a while. If you want a game that'll make you think while keeping you glued to the screen, this is it.
Salve, friend.
Murdered Soul Suspect. Murdered Soul Suspect is one of those games that had such a cool concept, but it flew under the radar for most people. You play as Ronan O'Connor, a detective in Salem, Massachusetts, who gets murdered at the start of the game. And yeah, that's where things get interesting. You're solving your own murder as a ghost. It's a neat setup, and from the get-go, it's got this eerie supernatural vibe mixed with a noir detective story, which makes for a pretty unique experience. The game is all about piecing together clues, and since you're a ghost, you've got some pretty interesting ways to do it. You can pass through walls, possess people to read their thoughts, and even mess with objects to influence what's going on in the world of the living. It's not a traditional detective game where you're just picking up evidence and interrogating people. Here, you're using ghostly abilities to uncover the truth. It sounds cool, and when it works, it really draws you in. But the game isn't all detective work. There are these creepy demons that show up and hunt you down, which forces you to sneak around and avoid getting caught. I won't lie, these sections can be a little clunky, but they add some tension to an otherwise slow burn investigation. The best part of Murdered Soul Suspect is the setting. Salem is packed with history, and the game leans hard into the whole witch trials vibe. You're walking around this haunted town, seeing the echoes of both past and present. There's something cool about solving a murder while also uncovering the secrets of a place so tied to paranormal lore. The atmosphere here is spot on. It's got that spooky, small-town mystery feel that keeps you engaged. Overall, Murdered Soul Suspect might not be a groundbreaking detective game, but it's got enough charm and uniqueness to make it worth checking out, especially if you're into supernatural mysteries. It's a short experience, but if you're in the mood for a ghostly whodunit that's more about atmosphere and storytelling than hardcore action, it's worth a look. Firewatch. Firewatch is one of those games that sneaks up on you with how personal and intimate it feels. At first glance, it's just you, a walkie-talkie, and the Wyoming wilderness. You play as Henry, a guy trying to escape some serious life problems by taking a summer job as a fire lookout in the middle of nowhere. But here's the thing, while it might seem like just a walking simulator, it's so much more than that. This game is all about human connection, loneliness, and the way we handle the stuff life throws at us. The game's heart is the relationship between Henry and Delilah, your supervisor who you only ever talk to through your walkie-talkie. You never see her face, but man, the voice acting is on point. Their conversations feel real, sometimes awkward, sometimes funny, sometimes heavy. You get to choose how you respond, and those choices shape their bond. What's crazy is how attached you get to someone you've never even met. It's all about that back and forth, the banter, and the way they open up to each other over time. As for the world itself, gorgeous. The art style is stunning in a minimalist way, very bright, bold colors that make the wilderness feel both inviting and isolating. You're just out there wandering through the woods doing your job, but there's this underlying sense that something is off. The isolation starts getting to you, and as the mystery builds, you're never sure if what's happening is real or just in your head.
The first sign of smoke. So what's wrong with you?
Excuse me?
The story takes some interesting turns. Without spoiling too much, you start to wonder if there's something more sinister going on. The tension builds slowly, and there's this constant question of whether you're just imagining things or if there's a real threat out there. It's like one part peaceful escape, one part psychological thriller, but at its core, it's a very human story about dealing with guilt, regret, and the choices we make. Firewatch doesn't have action or puzzles. It's a game that's more about mood and emotion. The whole experience is around 4 to 5 hours long, so it's a quick one, but it packs an emotional punch. If you're into games that are less about mechanics and more about storytelling, this one's worth checking out. By the time the credits roll, it feels like you've been through a real journey, just you, the wilderness, and the connection you've made along the way. Mass Effect Trilogy. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. If you haven't experienced Mass Effect yet, what are you doing with your life? This trilogy is basically the gold standard for how to do a sci-fi RPG series, right? Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a game where your decisions actually matter across not just 1, but 3 games? Yeah, 3. You play as Commander Shepard, and I swear, few games let you feel so personally involved in shaping not just your character, but the fate of the entire galaxy. We're talking about making decisions that have real weight, and trust me, some of them are brutal. There are moments where you'll stop and just stare at the screen, questioning everything you've done up to that point. But that's part of what makes it so good. It gets under your skin. And I think one of the most impressive things about Mass Effect is how it balances a story that's epic in scale while also being deeply personal. Sure, you're fighting to save the galaxy from the Reapers, these ancient machines that basically want to wipe out all sentient life, but the heart of the game is in its characters. And the combat evolves across the trilogy, and by the time you hit Mass Effect 3, the shooting and biotic powers combo feels just right. It's not perfect in the first game, it's a bit clunky, but even that adds to its charm. You're there for the story and the world building, and the combat eventually becomes second nature. Oh, and speaking of world building, Mass Effect throws you into a universe so rich with lore that you'll find yourself reading up on the political structure of alien races you've never heard of before. That codex, it's like a sci-fi encyclopedia, and you won't even mind because it's that fascinating. Every planet, every species feels like it has its own history, its own culture, and you're just dropped in the middle of this living, breathing galaxy. The Mass Effect trilogy is just special. It's a perfect blend of storytelling, character development, and player agency that hasn't really been replicated since. Few games make you feel like your choices have such far-reaching consequences, and even fewer can pull it off across 3 full games. Whether you're commanding a ship, exploring alien worlds, or just trying to keep your crew alive, the Mass Effect trilogy is a masterpiece in every sense of the word. You owe it to yourself to experience this. Plague Tale Requiem. This game right here, it's the kind of emotional roller coaster that sneaks up on you. If you've played a Plague Tale Innocence, you'll know what I'm talking about, but Requiem takes things to an entirely new level. It's dark, it's haunting, and it's got a story that'll hit you right in the gut. You step back into the shoes of Amisha, who's honestly one of the most well-rounded protagonists we've seen in recent years. The game picks up after the events of Innocence, and without spoiling too much, Amisha and her younger brother Hugo are once again caught in this nightmare of a world that's crawling with plague, rats, so many rats, and the Inquisition. And let me just say, Requiem takes that desperate survival horror vibe and cranks it up to 11. Now, one of the things that stands out the most in Requiem is the relationship between Amisha and Hugo. It's not just a game about protecting your brother anymore. Hugo's powers have grown, and with that comes a whole bunch of moral dilemmas and difficult choices. You feel that weight Amisha is struggling to keep it together, to keep Hugo safe while the world is literally falling apart around them. The emotional toll is real, and the game doesn't shy away from it. Gameplay-wise, Requiem is like a refined, more intense version of what made Innocence great. The stealth mechanics feel tighter, and while Misha is still relatively fragile in combat, she's much more capable this time around. There's something super satisfying about how she uses her sling, but now you've got more tools at your disposal. It's still a game where you can't just rush in and smash through enemies, though you have to be clever. You use the environment, lure enemies into traps, and of course, control those terrifying swarms of rats to your advantage. Yup, Hugo's powers are back in full force, and they're even more horrifying this time. And visually, oh man, this game is stunning. The environments are jaw-droppingly gorgeous, and they really contrast with the grim, brutal world the characters are trapped in. You'll go from these beautiful French countrysides to grotesque, rat-infested cities, and it's all just so immersive. There's something about the quiet, serene moments in Requiem that makes the darker, more chaotic scenes hit that much harder. And the rats. We can't not talk about the rats. If you thought there were a lot of rats in Innocence, Requiem turns it into a full-blown nightmare. There are just waves and waves of them, swarming through the streets, consuming everything in their path. And the way the game uses them as both a gameplay mechanic and a symbol of the plague is honestly genius. It's this constant creeping dread that never lets up. The narrative itself is what really seals the deal. Plague Tale Requiem is one of those games that leaves you emotionally wrecked, but in the best possible way. It's not just about surviving, it's about what happens to you when you're forced to endure so much trauma, loss, and fear. There are moments that will make you tear up, no question. The bond between Amisha and Hugo is the heart of the game, and the way it evolves throughout the story will absolutely stick with you. In the end, Requiem is a perfect blend of heart-pounding stealth action and emotional storytelling. It's heavy, yeah, but it's the kind of experience that lingers long after you put the controller down. The way it weaves together its tight gameplay, breathtaking visuals, and deeply human story makes it an absolute must-play. The Last of Us Part 1. The Last of Us Part 1 is one of those rare games that isn't just a game, it's an experience. Even if you're not typically into post-apocalyptic settings, this one will grab you by the heart and refuse to let go. It's been around for a while now, but whether you're playing the original or the recent remake, it still holds up as one of the most gripping, emotionally charged stories ever told in gaming. It's not just another zombie game. The Last of Us is all about the characters. Ellie, a teenage girl who's immune to the infection and who just might hold the key to saving the world. The relationship between Joel and Ellie is the core of this game. It's raw, complicated, and evolves in ways that feel painfully real. Joel's not just some hardened badass, he's a broken man dealing with the loss of his daughter, and Ellie, she's tough, funny, vulnerable, and probably one of the most well-written characters you'll ever meet in a game. Their dynamic is the heart of everything, and it's the kind of relationship that sticks with you long after the credits roll. What really sets The Last of Us apart, though, is its storytelling. It's intense, it's gritty, and it doesn't shy away from the harsh realities of this world. This isn't a game where you just mow down enemies and feel like a hero. Every encounter feels dangerous and desperate. You're scavenging for supplies, crafting makeshift weapons, and always trying to survive. There's this constant tension where you feel like you're one wrong move away from getting overwhelmed by either the infected or, more often than not, other humans. The way Naughty Dog pulls off that balance between action, survival, and story is nothing short of masterful. Visually, The Last of Us is a work of art, especially in the remake. The level of detail in the environments, from crumbling buildings overtaken by nature to the haunting abandoned streets, is insane. It's this beautiful yet terrifying world where danger lurks around every corner, and the character animations, it's unreal how expressive and lifelike they are, especially during the emotional scenes. It really helps drive home the weight of the story when you can see every nuance in their facial expressions. The combat itself is another area where the game shines. It's brutal and unforgiving, but it never feels over the top. Every bullet counts, every melee attack is desperate, and stealth is often your best friend. But what really stands out is how the combat serves the story. It's not there just to give you something to do. Between cutscenes, it feels like part of Joel's and Ellie's journey, adding to the tension and stakes. And let's be honest, the clickers, absolutely terrifying. The sound design alone is enough to make you break out in a cold sweat when you hear them nearby. guy. But what makes The Last of Us Part 1 truly perfect is how it lingers with you long after you've finished it. It's not just a game about survival, it's about what it means to hold on to your humanity in a world that's lost its way. It's about the choices we make, the people we love, and the sacrifices we're willing to endure. The ending, don't even get me started. It's one of the most talked about finales in gaming history, and for good reason. It leaves you questioning everything and feeling all kinds of emotions at once. If you haven't played The Last of Us yet, you absolutely should. It's more than just a game, it's a story that demands to be experienced. Metro Exodus. Metro Exodus is one of those games that completely nails the atmosphere from the moment you step into its world. It's grim, it's haunting, and it's packed with tension. If you're into games that pull you into their environment and make you feel like you're truly living out the story, then this one is a must-play. The Metro series has always been known for its gritty, claustrophobic settings, but Exodus shakes things up by pushing the player out into the open world well, a post-apocalyptic Russian open world, but still. You step back into the role of Artyom, the quiet, determined protagonist from the previous Metro games, and this time you're on a journey that takes you far beyond the underground tunnels of Moscow. Instead of sticking to the tight, dark, and often terrifying Metro systems, Exodus opens things up by letting you explore vast, open areas, and man, does it make a difference. Each location feels like its own little sandbox filled with danger, secrets, and the ever-present sense of dread that Metro does so well. Now, don't get me wrong, the game still has plenty of those intense claustrophobic moments where you're creeping through abandoned tunnels or decrepit buildings with only the faint flicker of your flashlight to guide you. But what Exodus does brilliantly is blend those tight, heart-pounding sequences with the freedom of open-world exploration. You'll find yourself sneaking through dark corridors 1 minute, and then trekking across a sun-baked desert the next. The way the game shifts between these environments keeps things fresh and unpredictable. One of the standout features of Metro Exodus is its world building. This is a game where the environment is just as much a character as the people you meet. From the snowy wastes of Russia's frozen wilderness to the scorching sands of the Caspian Sea, each region is meticulously designed to feel lived in, broken down, and almost suffocating in its bleakness. There's a story behind every ruined building, every abandoned vehicle, and it makes the world feel alive in the most desolate way possible. You're not just passing through these locations, you're surviving them. And speaking of survival, Exodus really leans into those mechanics. It's not just about shooting mutants and bandits, though there's plenty of that. You're constantly scavenging for supplies, crafting new weapons, and managing your resources. You have to make every bullet count, and there's this constant tension as you weigh your options. Do you sneak past this group of enemies to save ammo, or do you go in guns blazing and risk running out of supplies? The game makes you think, and every decision feels like it could be your last. The narrative in Metro Exodus is also a high point. While the game is rooted in its post-apocalyptic setting, it's really about hope, survival, and the search for a better life. Artyom and his companions aboard the Aurora, your train, which acts as a mobile base of operations, are trying to escape the desolation of Moscow and find a new place to call home. Along the way, you'll meet various factions, each with their own struggles, and you'll face some tough moral decisions. It's not always black and white, and that's what makes the story so engaging. You'll find yourself questioning your choices and their impact on the people around you. One of the most impressive aspects of Exodus is how it handles its pacing. The game knows when to slow things down and let you soak in the world, and when to ramp up the tension and throw you into an all-out firefight. There are moments of quiet beauty, like watching the sun set over a ruined landscape, and then there are moments where you're running for your life from mutant horrors that you can barely see in the dark. It's that balance of quiet reflection and sheer terror that makes Metro Exodus such an unforgettable experience. And let's not forget the visuals. Metro Exodus is absolutely stunning, especially when you're out in the open. The level of detail in the environments is staggering. Every rusted vehicle, crumbling building, and twisted tree looks like it's been sitting there for years. The lighting in particular is amazing. Whether it's the dim glow of your flashlight or the harsh sunlight beating down on you, the The lighting creates this eerie, oppressive atmosphere that pulls you right into the game's world. The combat in Exodus feels solid too. It's not your typical run and gun shooter. You've got to be methodical, strategic, and aware of your surroundings. There's a weight to the weapons, and since ammo is scarce, you really feel the pressure to make every shot count. Stealth plays a big role, and it's incredibly satisfying to sneak past a group of enemies or take them out quietly one by one. But when things go wrong, and they often do, you can feel the panic set in as you scramble to reload or find cover. It's intense, and it keeps you on your toes. At its core, Metro Exodus is a story about survival and the lengths people will go to for a better future. The game doesn't just throw you into a grim world, it makes you care about that world and the people in it. The characters, especially Artyom and his companions, feel real and relatable. You'll want them to survive, and that's what makes the stakes feel so high. And let's just say, the game isn't afraid to hit you with some emotional gut punches along the way. In the end, Metro Exodus is a perfect blend of survival, storytelling, and atmosphere. It's the kind of game that stays with you long after you've put the controller down. If you're a fan of immersive worlds, tense survival gameplay, and stories that pack an emotional punch, Metro Exodus is an absolute must-play. Detroit Become Human.
What are you waiting for? Chase it!
Detroit Become Human isn't just a game, it's an interactive story that forces you to question what it means to be human. It's one of those games that makes you pause and think about the weight of your decisions, not just in the game, but in life. Quantic Dream took everything they learned from their previous games and created an experience that's as thought-provoking as it is visually stunning. You control 3 main characters, each of whom is an android living in a futuristic version of Detroit where androids have become an integral part of society. But here's the twist: these androids are starting to become more than just machines they're starting to feel. They're becoming sentient, and that's where the story really starts to dig into some deep themes. The game doesn't just ask you to guide these characters through a narrative, it makes you ask tough questions about freedom, humanity, and the ethics of artificial intelligence. One of the most striking things about Detroit Become Human is the level of choice you have. Every decision you make has consequences, sometimes small, sometimes huge, and the game makes sure you feel the weight of those choices. You'll be put in impossible situations where there's no clear right or wrong answer, and the story can branch out in countless ways based on what you decide to do. Your actions shape the fate of these characters and the world around them, which means that no 2 playthroughs will ever be the same, and that's what makes Detroit so engaging. It's your story. Let's talk about the characters because they're really the heart of the game. Connor is a prototype android detective working for the police, tasked with hunting down deviant androids, those who've broken free of their programming. His story is all about logic, order, and duty. But as you guide him through the game, you start to question, is Connor just following orders, or is there something more to him? The dynamic between Connor and his human partner Hank is one of the best parts of the game. Hank is gruff, cynical, and completely jaded, but their evolving relationship, whether it's tense or friendly, depending on how you play, is filled with emotional depth. Visually, Detroit is a masterpiece. The facial animations are some of the most realistic you'll see in any game, and the level of detail in the environments is incredible. Whether you're walking through the sleek, futuristic streets of Detroit or hiding out in a grimy, run-down motel, the game's world feels alive and immersive. The cinematography is just as impressive, with camera angles and lighting that make it feel like you're watching a high-budget sci-fi movie. In the end, Detroit Become Human is one of those games that sticks with you. It's not just about cool sci-fi concepts or stunning visuals, though it has those in spades. It's about the emotional journey you go on, the connections you make with the characters, and the way it challenges you to think about humanity in a new light. If you haven't played it yet, you're missing out on one of the most unique and engaging narrative-driven games out there. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't just a retelling of a beloved classic, it's a full reimagining that takes everything fans loved about the original and elevates it to a whole new level. It's a game that not only pays homage to the original 1997 masterpiece, but also adds fresh twists, deeper storytelling, and modern gameplay mechanics that make it feel brand new even for longtime fans. If you haven't played the remake yet, you're missing out on one of the most ambitious and stunning RPG experiences in recent memory. The story is centered around Cloud Strife, a former soldier turned mercenary, who gets roped into working with a resistance group called Avalanche as they fight against the massive, corrupt corporation. While that premise might sound simple on the surface, Final Fantasy VII Remake quickly dives into much deeper and more complex themes: identity, the environment, corporate greed, and the fate of the planet. And unlike the original, the remake takes its time exploring the characters and the city of Midgar in ways that feel more fleshed out and immersive than ever before. What makes the remake so special is how it expands upon the original's opening chapters. The entirety of the game takes place in Midgar, which was just the first portion of the 1997 version, but instead of rushing through it, the remake lets you really live in the world. The slums feel alive, with bustling NPCs, vibrant markets, and quests that show what life is really like for the people living under Shinra's oppressive thumb. The world building here is phenomenal, and it gives Midgar a richness and depth that makes you feel connected to the place and its people.
The Shinra Electric Power Company is...
But let's talk about the gameplay, because this is where Final Fantasy VII Remake truly stands out. Gone are the strictly turn-based battles of the original. Instead, the game introduces a hybrid combat system that blends real-time action with strategic elements from the original's active time battle ATB system. You're able to hack and slash with Cloud's Buster Sword in real time, but you can also slow down time to select abilities, cast spells, and use items. It's the best of both worlds, combining the thrill of action with the depth of strategy that fans love from the original. You can also switch between party members on the fly, which adds another layer of tactical depth to every encounter. Each character feels unique. Barrett's long-range attacks, Tifa's quick, combo-heavy strikes, and Aerith's magical prowess all play differently, and mastering them is part of the fun. And then there's the materia system, which returns from the original with a fresh spin. It's still the core of your customization, allowing you to equip characters with magic abilities and stat boosts, but the remake introduces new materia combinations and upgrades that make experimenting with different builds super satisfying. Finding the right balance of materia for each character and situation becomes a rewarding challenge, especially as you face tougher enemies and bosses. Visually, Final Fantasy VII Remake is nothing short of breathtaking. The environments are incredibly detailed, from the dingy, neon-lit slums to the high-tech, pristine towers of Shinra. Midgar feels like a living, breathing city, and the attention to detail in everything from the architecture to the character designs is stunning. The game's cinematics are Hollywood level, with emotional performances, sweeping camera angles, and action sequences that'll leave your jaw on the floor. And let's be honest, seeing Cloud, Sephiroth, and the rest of the gang in HD glory is nothing short of epic. If you're looking for a game that combines stunning visuals, deep combat, emotional storytelling, and a world you can truly get lost in, Final Fantasy VII Remake is an absolute must-play. Whether you're a die-hard fan of the original or a newcomer to the series, this game is a masterpiece in its own right. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is one of those games that makes you feel completely free from the moment you step into its world. As a gamer, it blew me away how open and vast everything felt. You can literally climb anything, go anywhere, and you're always rewarded for exploring. Every aspect of this game feels perfect, whether it's the satisfying combat, hunting for ingredients, gameplay, or just the environments. You can't help but admire the work developers have put into it. The cooking system is oddly satisfying. Hunting for ingredients and then experimenting to see what kind of meal you can come up with is just fun. But what stands out are those puzzles in the shrines. Some of them really get your brain working, and others are like, why didn't I think of that sooner? It's honestly one of the most immersive and beautifully designed open world games I've played. The art style, the soundtrack, the little details, it all just clicks in a way that makes you want to stay in that world forever. Also, I don't think I need to say anything about how iconic the game is. It'd be a crime not to own Legend of Zelda. The sheer popularity and being the most iconic Nintendo game are the only two reasons you need to purchase the game. Dark Souls. I'm a huge fan of the Souls games, and for those who have never played any Souls game before, or maybe they hate this genre, know this, that it's not like I got hooked from the start. It takes time and a couple of tries to love from software games. Dark Souls series has been the iconic title. Elden Ring is also there, but before that, Dark Souls was the only name that came up in our minds whenever someone mentioned From Software. The series is super engaging. You will die hundreds of times in each part, but that's nothing, as the game is designed in a way to force you to get better and try again that certain area or kill that specific boss. It's one of those games that's both frustrating and rewarding in equal measure. At first, it feels like the game hates you, but the more you play or the more you progress, you start to realize why people go crazy over these games. It has a mix of linear and open world elements. The gameplay or the areas are linear, but the way everything is crafted, and you visit different places makes you feel as if you're playing an open world game. Each area is connected to a different place, ultimately creating a spider web. You will be surprised to see how a catacomb is connected to a dungeon, or a castle is linked to underground dead skeletons. The game is praised for its boss battles. You go in thinking you have no chance, but after multiple attempts, learning their patterns and adjusting your strategy, that victory feels like the best thing ever. Every fight matters and every inch of progress feels earned. It's not a game for everyone, but if you stick with it, Dark Souls teaches you patience and how to handle defeat in a way that few other games do. God of War 2018. God of War 2018 is one of the best God of War games, assuming you love the updated story, gameplay, and characters. Sure, the game is not the traditional God of War 3 style, but that's the beauty of it. You get to experience something different. The way the entire game feels like a movie might be a turn off for some players cause they just want to cheese through enemies as the awesome Ghost of Sparta, but for some players it'll be a nice change of pace to experience the game in a linear story fashion. The action is present, and there's plenty of it. However, besides that, this time you also have a lot of other things such as bonding, moments, teachings, working together, strategizing, or planning. The 2018 Ragnarok feels like a full-fledged God of War game. The transition from the original Greek setting to Norse mythology was a bold move, but they absolutely nailed it. The shift to a more grounded, over-the-shoulder camera made the combat feel intense and personal, like you're right in the thick of it with Kratos. Speaking of combat, it was such an iconic moment to pick up the Chaos Blades once again. All that nostalgia was a big smack in the face. Throwing the Leviathan axe and recalling it never gets old, and the game really lets you mix up combos with Atreus' support. The way they reinvented Kratos' moveset, giving him more depth and strategy, was a stroke of genius. Elden Ring. The game takes everything you might love from Dark Souls, like that deep, punishing combat, and throws it into a massive open world. The first thing that hits you is just how huge the world feels. You can go anywhere, and there's always something lurking in the distance, some dungeon or hidden boss just waiting to tear you apart. The sense of mystery is wild. There's so much lore hidden in item descriptions and conversations with NPCs, and even after hours, you'll still be piecing things together. It's like you're constantly trying to figure out this cryptic, beautiful world, and every discovery feels like you're cracking open a secret. The combat feels familiar but also evolved. You have that satisfying weight in every hit, but there's more freedom with your builds. Want to be a magic-wielding powerhouse? Go for it. Prefer dodging like a ninja with dual blades? That's on the table as well. The game is brutal, but when you finally beat a boss after dozens of tries, that rush of adrenaline makes all the frustration worth it. Some of these bosses are just pure insanity. These monsters make you feel like an ant, but you slowly learn their patterns, their weaknesses, and eventually you become the predator. Elden Ring rewards you in ways that few games can. It's a masterpiece, but it'll test every bit of your skill and willpower to get there. If you feel as if the game is too hard, you can always rely on getting better, and if you don't want to do that, then are a lot of cheese kills or just create an overpowered build.
Come now, touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. I just happen to be on the losing side of a war.
Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Skyrim is one of those games that just sucks you in right from the start. You're dropped into this massive open world where you can literally go anywhere and do anything. The freedom is insane. Whether you want to stick to the main quest and deal with dragons or get lost in side quests for hours, there's no wrong way to play. The combat is straightforward but fun, especially with the variety of playstyles. You can be a stealthy assassin, a battle-hardened warrior, or even throw fireballs as a mage. And let's not forget the dragons. The first time you take one down, it's such a rush. However, no matter what anyone says, in my opinion, the best thing of Skyrim is the freedom to add mods. The game becomes completely different once you install a variety of mods such as environments, outfits, builds, adding animals into the game, refining textures, weather change. Literally, the game becomes a whole new RPG after installing the mods.
To go inside.
Why? I want to watch the soldiers.
Inside the house. Now.
Yes, Papa.
However, be cautious because some mods can break the game, resulting in losing progress or just reinstalling the entire game. Some players say that the game is meant to be played in vanilla, but it's not a big deal. In 2024, you can surely add mods to enhance your experience. The reason why Skyrim is a must-own game is because it's more of a godfather of modern RPG games. You have got all sorts of open-world content, which means that you won't get bored. Any player can easily spend over 100 hours with infinite replayability. The only catch is you have to stay patient in your first playthrough because the game can be a bit confusing or overwhelming. It takes some time to know what's going on and what's your in-game purpose. Ghost of Tsushima. This is honestly one of those games that feels like an epic movie you get to control. The first thing that hits you is the sheer beauty of the island, those golden fields, cherry blossoms blowing in the wind, the sunrises that make you stop in your tracks. Visually, it's a masterpiece, and the environment totally pulls you in. But it's not just about looks, the combat is incredibly satisfying. You get the sense of being a real samurai, mastering different stances, dodging, parrying. Every fight feels intense, like a dance with death. Combat really is the strong point of Tsushima. We can execute a variety of moves with different stances and can even use the ghost weapons, which really gives the feeling of a ninja. Some of my favorite are the stealth takedowns, standoffs, and just seamlessly killing enemies in the ghost mode. Another best thing are the duels. Those one-on-one showdowns are like boss fights, but so grounded in reality. Each duel is this slow, tense standoff that could end in seconds, and it never stops being awesome. And let's not forget the exploration. The game does this clever thing where the wind guides you instead of a giant map marker, so it feels natural. You're constantly stumbling on hidden shrines, mythic quests, or just beautiful spots that make you pause for a moment to take it all in. Ghost of Tsushima is an experience. It's the kind of game where you lose track of time because you're so immersed in its world. Sekiro. I know that this game is not for everyone, but the ones who have finished the game know how great Sekiro really is. It's hands down the best From Software game in my opinion, along with Bloodborne. Sekiro is all about perfecting the combat and going toe-to-toe with some of the hardest video game bosses. Even if the game doesn't have a deep engaging storyline, the gameplay alone forces you to replay and get better. It's one of those games where even the smaller enemies will kill you in 3 hits. Not just the bosses, but you have to be cautious of the basic samurai enemies. Dodging and parrying are your 2 saviors. The entire game relies on how fast you can learn and adapt to new skills. Each boss has their own fighting style, which means that you must adapt a new strategy to take down every new boss.
Your master still lives. They'll soon make use of his bloodline. The limb you have lost will give way to something more.
Though I'm really glad that they added the feature of backstab, because sometimes you can easily take 1 health bar by sneaking on the enemies. Not gonna lie, Sekiro is one of those modern games that I have completed more than 4 times. New Game Plus is amazing and a great option for those who want to challenge themselves. Also, once is not enough, I'm sure that you will definitely miss certain items, bosses, or even other hidden mechanics. Therefore, you must complete the game a few times before you can say, yes, I have completed the entire game. Sekiro is easily my favorite game because of how perfect the gameplay and combat are. The story is also nice, or maybe some people would like to call it the lore. I just loved the multiple endings. AC Brotherhood. I'm a huge fan of Assassin's Creed, and it's not like I haven't played the new RPG titles. However, in my opinion, Ezio's story is more compelling and worthy of being called perfect. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys also love Black Flag, but for some reason the games feel too big and slightly boring or repetitive. That's why I have decided to include more of a linear OG experience. You're right in the heart of Rome, and the game does a great job immersing you in that time period. I know that some areas sort of feel empty, but we can all agree that the world is still packed with NPCs, details, and buildings.
I hope you have treated our guest with kindness.
That mouth on her. How I'd love to sew it shut.
I'd rather like it open myself.
Oh.
Not gonna lie, we all have our own favorite AC games. Some of us like the old linear style, while some prefer the newest open world RPG system. However, it's always a nice thing to revisit or just simply play the old games to appreciate how far the series has come. AC Brotherhood is one of those games where you can play with the iconic assassin in his prime. Ezio's dialogues and cutscenes are really epic. They show us how much of a perfect assassin he was. One of the coolest things about Brotherhood is the way it expands on what made Assassin's Creed 2 so great, but it adds this whole new layer with the Brotherhood system. Recruiting and training your own group of assassins is not just a simple feature, it actually feels satisfying to send them out on missions and see them grow stronger. It really adds to the sense that you're building something bigger than yourself. Max Payne. If I'm being completely honest, then I don't think a lot of you will love playing this game in 2024. The original Max Payne is a game that only the OG players can appreciate. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure that some of you who have played the game for the first time in recent years will probably like it, but for most of us it's a game of our childhood. Those moments were real and pure fun. Now, the game is mostly suitable for the same old nostalgia feeling. Also, I believe Remedy is working on a remake, so it'd be a nice thing if more players will be able to enjoy the game with better graphics and mechanics. Max Payne is one of those games that really sticks with you, especially if you were into shooters in the early 2000s. The whole bullet time mechanic was revolutionary at the time, being able to slow down time, dive through the air, and take out enemies in this super cool cinematic way. This was one of those features that no other game ever tried to do at that time. It made us feel like an action hero in our own movie. The storyline is also a key aspect, as we loved seeing Max navigating and finding clues. In fact, Mark Wahlberg already made a movie about it. You can say it's a live-action movie, but in all honesty, it's a pretty good one. I recommend if you're a big fan of the series, then you must watch the movie. Max Payne is like stepping into a dark, stylish action film where you're both the hero and the tragic figure. It's definitely a game that defined a generation of shooters and still holds a special place in my gaming memories. Cyberpunk 2077. I guess it's a bit cliche, but Cyberpunk is definitely a game worthy of noticing. Almost every feature and mechanics looks seamless, and the visuals are beautiful with the sci-fi buildings and neon lights. But it's not all perfect. The game had a rough launch with bugs and performance issues, especially on older consoles. Some of those bugs were funny, but others were just frustrating. Since then, they've patched a lot, and it's way more stable now, but that first impression stuck with a lot of people. There's no better time now than to experience such a futuristic looking game and feel the thrill of cruising through the night city. The open world is filled with endless possibilities. You can do a lot more besides the main story. The game offers you 3 different playstyles. You can choose how you want to play the game. There are a lot of cool weapons, amazing vehicles, and a lot of customizations. From the start of the game, Cyberpunk offers you an immense number of customizations with which you can create your desired character. I remember being blown away because of how many options there were. Low-key, I was actually confused as I had no idea about what to do. Everything felt so appealing. Overall, the game is a must-play for every RPG open-world fan. Death Stranding. Death Stranding is one of the most unique gaming experiences I've had. It's not your typical action game, it's more about the journey and how you connect with the world around you. You play as a guy who's basically a delivery man in a post-apocalyptic world where society is shattered and there's this mysterious vibe everywhere. The gameplay is surprisingly addicting, even though most of it is walking from place to place, managing your cargo and figuring out how to navigate the crazy landscapes without falling or getting caught by these creepy ghost-like creatures. You get this real sense of isolation and survival, but at the same time you're always leaving behind signs and tools to help other players who might cross the same paths later. In my opinion, the story is classic Kojima, super deep, kinda weird, and full of mind-bending twists. The cutscenes are epic, and the performances from the cast really stand out, though Death Stranding is not for everyone. The pacing is slow, but if you're into something atmospheric, emotional, and can adjust yourself with the game's features, then please do give it a shot before the sequel comes out. Death Stranding is what you can call something much more awesome than the first impression. It's a new type of experience. Plus, it's a Kojima game, and those who know about it have a nice idea of what I'm talking about. There will definitely be something that will blow your mind. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Okay, now I know probably this is not everyone's first choice when it comes to choosing best 100 hours Assassin's Creed game. However, I feel that Valhalla is a bit too much. That's why Odyssey is your prime decision if you want to spend a great deal of time in an Assassin's Creed world. The game pretty much lets you live out your ancient Greek warrior fantasy. The first thing that hits you is just how stunning everything looks. The world is huge, filled with sparkling blue waters, and those iconic Greek landmarks. It's a bit overwhelming at first because the map is so big, but it's also exciting knowing you have the freedom to explore all of it. The game doesn't shy away from choice either, which is pretty cool because every decision can affect your story in small or big ways. You feel like you have control over what happens, even though it's still very much an Assassin's Creed game at heart. The biggest downside for the OG players, besides the scale of the game, is the combat. This time it's more about raw combat or becoming a Spartan warrior than sneaking through the shadows to show your stealth skills. So to be honest, I always prefer the linear style AC games, but hey, if you have never played this this RPG shift, then do give it a try. You will feel like you're playing a brand new game with some touches of Assassin's Creed. Final Fantasy 15. This is one of those games that really sticks with you, especially if you enjoy open world exploration and a solid blend of action and story. The concept of road trip and a stunning looking car is something developers blessed us with. Throughout the game, you and your teammates share an inseparable bond. The brotherhood between them is the core of the experience. I love the idea of progressing through the story by learning and sharing experiences on a road trip. You start off as a simple prince, but towards the end, Noctis really becomes worthy of a king. The 15th part will always be my special because it was my entry into the series. Honestly, the only reason I played this game was because of the popularity of the Final Fantasy and Noctis. I loved how awesome Noctis looks with his outfit and the anime hairstyle. Now, besides the obvious stuff, I want to say that if you're looking to enter into the series, then 15th or 7th Remake are two best options. Each game will take a lot of your time, but will surely reward you with something amazing. You will see several beautiful visuals which will definitely make you go crazy, as the weather changing feature is also there. The game feels too real, which works in our favor because it keeps us engaged. Grand Theft Auto 5.
What's up, homie? Huh? Oh.
Look guys, I think that this title needs no description. Every one of us, and I do mean everyone, knows about the greatness of Grand Theft. Here, it's not just about spending 100 hours, GTA 5 is a pure joy, and is something that you can play anytime. This is one of those games where you don't need to worry about anything, there's no need for any deep storyline or to solve a difficult mission. Your only goal is to maximize the amount of fun you can have. Crash cars, install mods, guns blazing, visit different places, or just drive around the map. The gameplay is highly addictive and the missions are obviously engaging. The world of GTA 5 pokes fun at everything. Social media, politics, celebrity culture, nothing is off limits. It's hilarious and dark at the same time. It's one of those games where you can pour in hundreds of hours and still find new things.
I think we're gonna literally make out like bandits.
No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is one of those games that hooks you with its sheer scale and freedom. When I first jumped in, I was honestly overwhelmed by the infinite possibilities. The idea of exploring an entire galaxy, hopping between planets, each with its own unique ecosystem and alien life, felt massive. At first, it's just you, your ship, and the vast unknown, which is both peaceful and terrifying. What I really love is how the game constantly makes you feel small in the grand scope of things, but it also empowers you with the tools to survive, explore, and build. You start out gathering resources, upgrading your ship, and crafting gear, but soon you're building bases, establishing trade routes, or even going full space pirate. The game's updates have added so much, from multiplayer and VR to customizable bases and better storytelling, so it feels like a constantly evolving experience. The visuals are stunning, especially when you land on a new planet and take in the strange landscapes and skies. That said, it can feel grindy at times, especially when you're just trying to get the resources you need to get to the next big thing. But if you love exploration, the thrill of discovery, and just the idea of venturing into the unknown, No Man's Sky can be one of those games you lose yourself in for hours. It's like a chill space adventure that can quickly turn into an intense survival experience depending on where you land. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Alright, let's talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance, a game that's as real as it gets when it comes to medieval RPGs. This one doesn't hold your hand, and that's what makes it stand out. It throws you into 1400s Bohemia, where you play as Henry, a regular dude who's just trying to survive after his village gets wiped out. There's no chosen one nonsense here. Henry starts out knowing nothing, and you've got to grind to get him skilled in anything, from fighting to reading. Yeah, reading. That's how deep this game goes. The crazy thing about Kingdom Come is how damn realistic it is. Forget swinging a sword like a pro from the get-go. You'll be stumbling around in combat, getting wrecked by bandits, and learning the hard way that that you're not some medieval superhero. The combat system is tough, and you've got to pay attention to your positioning, timing, and stamina. It's not just about mashing buttons, there's a real skill to it, and once it clicks, it feels so damn satisfying. And hell, this game doesn't care if you're in a rush. It's slow-paced with quests that take time and decisions that have real consequences. You'll be riding across the countryside, talking to villagers, getting lost in forests, and trying to navigate medieval politics. It's immersive as hell, but it's also not for everyone. If you're used to fast-paced action, this game might feel like a grind at first, but stick with it, it's worth it. The world itself is gorgeous, especially considering it's a more grounded take on medieval Europe. No dragons, no magic, just castles, villages, and dense forests. The attention to detail is nuts, right down to how you have to maintain your armor and weapons. If you let them get dirty or broken, you're in trouble. It's all about survival and realism, and that's something you don't see often in RPGs. Of course, it's not perfect. Kingdom Come got a lot of heat for being buggy at launch with janky animations and some weird glitches that pulled you out of the experience. Over time, they patched a lot of it, but yeah, it was rough around the edges. Some people also didn't vibe with how slow and unforgiving the game could be, especially if you're not used to RPGs that make you work for every inch of progress. But damn, if you're into realistic, hardcore medieval role-playing where every decision matters, Kingdom Come Deliverance is one crazy ride. It's one of those games that'll either hook you with its depth or frustrate you with its difficulty. But if you've got the patience, you won't regret jumping into this brutal, beautiful world. Alan Wake. Alan Wake is one of those games that creeps up on you and sticks in your head long after you've finished it. It's not your typical action game, it's more like playing through a psychological thriller where every shadow could be hiding something ready to kill you. The vibe is straight up eerie, and if you're into mystery and horror, this one's going to have you hooked from the first scene. You play as Alan Wake, a writer who's struggling with some serious writer's block. He heads to a small town called Bright Falls with his wife to clear his head, but things get weird real quick. His wife disappears, and suddenly the stuff Alan's been writing in his latest manuscript, stuff he doesn't even remember writing, starts happening in real life, and it's terrifying. Shadows come to life, attacking you, and the only way to fight them off? In a flashlight and some good old-fashioned bullets. It sounds simple, but the way the game makes you juggle light and darkness adds a whole new level of tension to every encounter. The story is where Alan Wake really shines. It's like playing through a Stephen King novel mixed with a bit of Twin Peaks weirdness. Every chapter has you diving deeper into this twisted narrative with bits of Alan's manuscript pages scattered around, giving you creepy little hints of what's coming next. It's one of those stories that keeps you guessing, and by the end, you'll be questioning everything you thought you knew. The combat isn't as complex as some other games, but it's intense as hell. You're constantly trying to manage your flashlight batteries, keep your ammo stocked, and stay out of the darkness, because that's where the enemies that take and come for you. They're fast, they're creepy, and they'll swarm you if you're not careful. Visually, for its time, Alan Wake was stunning. The way the game plays with light and shadow isn't just for show, it's a core part of the gameplay, and it really makes the world feel alive and dangerous. And the town of Bright Falls, it's the perfect setting for a mystery like this. Quiet, picturesque, but always with this underlying sense that something's not quite right. Sure, it's got some pacing issues, and the combat can feel repetitive after a while, but the atmosphere and story more than make up for it. It's one of those games where the plot grabs you and doesn't let go, even if the gameplay isn't always pushing the envelope. If you're looking for a game that's more about mood, mystery, and a story that'll keep you up at night, Alan Wake is 100% worth playing. It's a slow burn, but damn, when it gets under your skin, you won't forget it. Max Payne 3. Now, Max Payne 3, damn, this game took a hard left turn from the noir vibes of the first two, but it still hits hard. It's darker, grittier, and full of that same bullet time action we all loved, but with a much more broken down Max. This isn't the trench coat wearing neo-noir detective in the rainy streets of New York anymore. Max is older, he's tired, and he's really drowning in his demons. The story takes you to Sao Paulo, Brazil, where Max is working as a bodyguard for some rich family. But as always with Max, things go south fast. The rich guy's wife gets kidnapped, and Max gets pulled into a world of crime, corruption, and absolute chaos. What's cool about Max Payne 3 is how Rockstar managed to keep Max's inner monologue sharp as ever. Even though he's spiraling deeper into his own misery, he's drinking too much, popping pills like candy, and questioning every choice he's ever made, but that's what makes him so damn compelling. The gameplay? Classic Max Payne. Bullet time is back, and it feels so satisfying. You'll be diving through windows, sliding across the floor, and pulling off those slow-mo headshots that make you feel like an action movie star. The gunplay is tight, and every gunfight feels like it could be straight out of a John Woo flick. The physics and animations are crazy good every shot. Every dive, every impact feels real and brutal. One of the things that stands out about Max Payne 3 is its presentation. The game doesn't shy away from showing how rough Max's life has become. The visuals are gritty, and the game uses these cool, trippy cutscenes where you see flashes of Max's thoughts and memories, making everything feel chaotic and unstable just like Max's mind. It's stylish as hell and adds a lot to the atmosphere. Now, some fans weren't on board with the shift in setting. Gone are the rainy streets and grimy alleys of New York, replaced with the sun-drenched favelas of Brazil. But honestly, it works. The change of scenery breathes new life into the series, even if it feels like a whole new vibe. It's more brutal, more raw, and a lot bloodier, but that's what makes it feel fresh. The only downside? It's tough as hell. Max is fragile in this one, and you'll die a lot if you're not careful. But damn, when you pull off a perfect sequence of bullet time kills, it feels like pure magic. If you love the first two games and don't mind a bit of a tonal shift, Max Payne 3 is still a killer experience. It's dark, violent, and tragic, but in that classic Max Payne way that keeps you hooked. You won't regret stepping back into Max's shoes, even if they're a lot more beat up this time around. Sleeping Dogs. Sleeping Dogs is one of those hidden gems that flew under the radar for a lot of people, but if you're into open world games with a killer story and crazy combat, this one's an absolute must play. I think of it like GTA meets martial arts action, but with a deep dive into the gritty underworld of Hong Kong. It's got style, attitude, and some of the best hand-to-hand combat you'll find in any open-world game. You play as Wei Shen, an undercover cop trying to take down the triads from the inside. What's so damn good about the setup is that Wei's constantly caught between two worlds: his duty as a cop and the loyalty he's building with the criminal organization he's infiltrating. The story pulls you in right from the start, and it's got some intense, emotional moments that'll hit you hard. You're not just running errands for mob bosses, you're watching Wei struggle with his own identity and what's right or wrong in this violent world. The combat is where Sleeping Dogs really shines. Most open world games lean heavily on gunplay, but here it's all about brutal, bone-crunching martial arts combat. You're taking on gangs in street brawls, pulling off insane combos, and using the environment to your advantage. Slamming a guy's head into a wall or tossing him into a fish tank. Damn, it feels so good. The fighting system is smooth and makes every fight feel like a scene straight out of a kung fu movie. Don't get me wrong, there's gunplay too, but the melee combat is where the game goes from good to great. And let's talk about Hong Kong. The city is alive. It's not just a backdrop, it feels like a real breathing place. You've got street markets, high-rise buildings, neon signs lighting up the night, and tons of little details that make it feel like you're right in the middle of this sprawling metropolis. Whether you're driving fast cars through narrow alleys, racing motorcycles across bridges, or just exploring, the world is packed with things to do. There are street races, side missions, and collectibles, but it never feels overwhelming. It's all just part of this wild journey you're on. The driving in Sleeping Dogs is surprisingly fun too. You're weaving through traffic, pulling off stunts, and even hijacking cars while in motion. It's pure action movie madness. And the missions, they're a mix of everything undercover cop work, high-octane chases, gang fights, and more. The game keeps throwing fresh challenges at you so it never gets stale. If there's any knock on the game, it's that it didn't get the same level of attention as other big open world titles, but that's a damn shame, because Sleeping Sleeping Dogs does so much right. It's got a compelling story, top-tier combat, and a world that's fun as hell to explore. If you're a fan of open-world action games and haven't played Sleeping Dogs, you're seriously missing out. It's an underdog in the genre, but trust me, you won't regret giving this one a shot. Life is Strange.
I discovered I could reverse time.
Life is Strange is one of those games that really knows how to get you emotionally invested. You step into the shoes of Max Caulfield, a shy photography student who suddenly realizes she can rewind time. Sounds awesome, right? But things get deep real fast, and this isn't your typical time travel adventure. Every choice you make ripples out, creating consequences that aren't always easy to undo, even with time manipulation. What really makes this game stand out is Max's relationship with Chloe, her rebellious best friend. Their bond feels real messy and complicated, and as the story unfolds, you'll find yourself making some tough choices that'll make you stop and think. It's not just about saving the day, it's about navigating friendships, trauma, and the hard truths life throws at you. The vibe of Arcadia Bay, the town where the game is set, pulls you right in. It's this quiet coastal town with all the small town drama, secrets, and real life struggles that feel grounded. The art style is unique too, with this almost hand-painted look that suits the emotional tone of the game perfectly. And don't even get me started on the soundtrack, it's full of indie tracks that just fit the mood so well, making every scene feel personal and intimate.
20 years, we just saw it. No, I saw it!
The rewind mechanic is where things get interesting. It's not just a gimmick, you'll be using it constantly to tweak conversations, rethink decisions, and try to fix your mistakes. But here's the thing, even with the power to change time, some things are just out of your control. It gives the game this heavier, more thoughtful edge. You start to realize that every choice carries weight, and sometimes there's no right answer. By the time you reach the end, you'll have gone through some real emotional highs and lows. The final decision? It's brutal, and it'll have you second-guessing everything. There's no easy way out, and that's what makes it hit so hard. If you're looking for a story that feels human, with characters that act like real people facing real problems, Life is Strange does that in spades. It's more about the journey than the destination, and trust me, that journey is unforgettable.
These visions, this power. I keep expecting to wake up one more time.
Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons is one of those games that sneaks up on you with how simple it looks, then hits you with a story that's full of heart and emotional weight. It's a quiet, beautiful journey about two brothers on a quest to save their dying father, and let me tell you, it's a game that'll leave you feeling something deep by the time you're done. Here's the thing, this game is all about the bond between the two brothers, and it's reflected not just in the story, but in how you play. You control both brothers at the same time, one with the left stick and the other with the right, and it's a little weird at first, but damn, when it clicks, it makes everything feel so much more connected. The older brother is stronger, able to pull levers and give the younger one a boost, while the younger brother can squeeze through tight spaces. You have to constantly think about how they work together, and that dynamic makes the gameplay feel super unique. The world you explore is stunning, like seriously beautiful. It's got this fairy tale vibe, but it's also full of darker moments that catch you off guard. You'll go from peaceful forests and quaint villages to more intense, emotional scenes that remind you that this journey is anything but easy. The art style is simple but packs a lot of charm, and the environments tell so much of the story without needing a ton of dialogue. Speaking of which, there's no real spoken language here. The characters speak in a made-up language, but the game doesn't need words to get its message across. The way the brothers interact, the little moments they share, and the situations they face, everything is communicated through their actions and the world around them. It's impressive how much the game makes you care about these characters without spelling it all out. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons isn't a long game, it's something you can finish in a few hours, but damn, those few hours pack a punch. If you're looking for a game that's simple in mechanics but rich in emotion, this one's absolutely worth your time. You won't regret going on this journey with the two brothers. It's beautiful, heartfelt, and leaves a lasting impact. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is exactly the kind of game Star Wars fans had been craving for years. It's got lightsaber duels, force powers, a story that actually respects the Star Wars lore, and a galaxy-spanning adventure that'll keep you hooked from start to finish. You play as Cal Kestis, a Jedi Padawan who survived Order 66, and now he's on the run, trying to rebuild what's left of the Jedi Order while being hunted by the Empire. It's a classic Star Wars tale of hope, redemption, and finding your place in a galaxy that's gone to hell. Right off the bat, the game nails that Star Wars atmosphere. The music, the sound effects, the locations, it's all spot on. You're exploring iconic planets, taking on stormtroopers, and unlocking force abilities that make you feel more and more like a Jedi with every step. It's the kind of game that makes you stop for a second and go, damn, I'm really in the Star Wars universe. The combat is where Fallen Order shines. It's got that smooth, satisfying lightsaber action, but it's not just mindless button mashing, it's more tactical, a bit like Dark Souls, where you've got to parry, dodge, and think about each fight. The lightsaber battles feel weighty, and the enemies aren't pushovers. You'll face everything from stormtroopers to massive creatures, and of course the terrifying Inquisitors. The boss fights, in particular, are intense, especially when you go up against enemies who are just as strong in the Force as you are.
Keep fighting.
Exploration is also a huge part of the game. It's got that Metroidvania vibe where you're constantly unlocking new abilities that let you access areas you couldn't before. The planets are full of secrets, hidden upgrades, and lore that fleshes out the Star Wars universe in cool ways. It's not just a straight up linear adventure. You'll be revisiting planets, finding shortcuts, and using your growing set of Jedi powers to solve puzzles and take on tougher enemies. And let's talk about BD-1, your little droid companion. BD-1 is the unsung hero of the game. He's adorable, super helpful, and honestly you'll get attached to him real quick. He helps you heal, hack doors, and even zip line around like it's no big deal. It's classic Star Wars to have a droid sidekick, and BD-1 definitely lives up to the legacy of iconic droids like R2-D2 and BB-8. If you're a Star Wars fan, you need to play this, and even if you're not, it's still a damn good action-adventure game that stands on its own. You won't regret stepping into Cal's boots and taking on the Empire. Just Cause 3. Just Cause 3 is pure, unfiltered chaos, like the kind of game where you jump in, blow stuff up, and just have a ridiculous amount of fun doing it. If you're looking for deep storytelling or complex mechanics, this isn't that. But if you want to dive into a massive open world where explosions are basically a way of life, Just Cause 3 delivers that in spades. You play as Rico Rodriguez, and he's back to overthrow yet another dictator, this time in Medici, a beautiful Mediterranean island that's been turned into a war zone. The plot? Honestly, it's not much more than a backdrop for the mayhem. The real fun is in the sheer insanity of what you can do. Rico has a grappling hook, a wingsuit, and an endless supply of explosives, and that's all you really need to know. The whole game is about using those tools to cause as much destruction as humanly possible. The grappling hook is hands down one of the best mechanics in any game. You can tether objects together, pull down statues, hijack helicopters midair, or even attach a car to a gas tank and watch it fly off into the distance. It's all about creativity, and the game gives you so much freedom to experiment with how you blow things up. Combine that with the wingsuit and you're practically flying around the map, leaping off cliffs, soaring over enemy bases, and then diving straight into the action. It's wild and so satisfying. Medici is gorgeous, by the way. The island is massive, with beaches, mountains, towns, and military bases scattered all over. It's the kind of world that begs to be explored, not because you're looking for collectibles, though there are plenty, but because you want to see how you can blow everything up. The environments are so open and destructible that every encounter feels like a playground for chaos. Combat is over the top, and sometimes just plain ridiculous. You've got a huge arsenal of weapons, from rocket launchers to grenades, but what makes it stand out is how you can combine your grappling hook with the explosions, tie enemies to fuel tanks, shoot the tanks, and watch them go flying. It never gets old. The game gives you endless ways to cause mayhem, and that's what makes it so fun. In its core, Just Cause 3 is about blowing stuff up in the most creative and fun ways possible. It's the definition of a turn your brain off and enjoy game. If you're in the mood for some high-octane destruction with zero regard for realism, you won't regret spending time in Medici. Just be ready for things to get real messy real fast. LA Noire. LA Noire is a game that breaks the mold of what you'd expect from an open-world crime drama. It's not just about gunfights and car chases, this is a game that puts your detective skills to the test. You play as Cole Phelps, a war hero turned cop, working his way up through the ranks of the LAPD in 1940s Los Angeles, and the vibe is pure noir, moody, dark, and full of moral gray areas. The real draw of LA Noire is its investigation mechanics. Each case you take on has you examining crime scenes for clues, interviewing witnesses and suspects, and making some tough calls. The game's innovative facial animation tech is still impressive even years later. You'll be studying people's faces during interrogations, trying to figure out if they're lying or telling the truth. It sounds simple, but damn, it can be tricky. You'll catch someone's shifty eye movement or a slight twitch, and that's your cue to press them harder or catch them in a lie. It's a slower, more methodical approach to gameplay, but when you nail a tough interrogation, it's super satisfying. Los Angeles is beautifully recreated in the game. Rockstar absolutely nailed the 1940s setting, from the classic cars to the period-accurate buildings and the overall atmosphere. The city feels alive even though the focus isn't really on causing chaos like in other Rockstar games. Instead, you're driving around, investigating, and solving cases at your own pace. That being said, the game does have some action. There are shootouts and car chases, but those moments take a back seat to the detective work. This is all about piecing together the puzzle.
Give me something, Velasco, or I'll take you back to the cells and tell the whole station you're a child molester. How long do you think you'll last?
Okay, I hear you.
The cases themselves range from murder to arson to uncovering corrupt dealings, and each one feels unique. Some are straightforward, while others get you deep into conspiracy territory. The further you progress, the more complex and darker the cases get, with Phelps dealing with the corruption of the LAPD, the mob, and some really heavy post-war themes. Phelps himself is an interesting character, not your typical Rockstar protagonist. He's more by the book, but he's got his own personal demons that unravel as the story moves forward. One area where LA Noire sometimes stumbles is the pacing. The slow, deliberate style won't be for everyone, especially if you're used to faster-paced open-world games. Some of the interrogations can also feel frustrating, as the game doesn't always make it clear when you should accuse someone of lying or just doubt them. But that's part of the game's charm. It forces you to really pay attention and think like a detective. Visually, the game still holds up pretty well, especially the facial animations, which are the star of the show. The way characters' expressions change, sometimes subtly, sometimes obviously, adds a layer of realism that pulls you into the world. Overall, LA Noire is a unique and memorable experience, especially if you're a fan of crime dramas and detective stories. It's not about blowing stuff up or creating chaos, it's about unraveling mysteries and piecing together a larger, darker picture of post-war Los Angeles. If you're down for a game that makes you think and lets you step into the shoes of a hard-boiled detective, LA Noire is definitely worth your time. Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus is one of those FPS campaigns that doesn't just go hard, it goes all in. You play as BJ Blazkowicz, the legendary Nazi killing machine, and this time you're leading a revolution against the Nazi regime in an alternate version of America. The game throws you into the action right from the start, and it never lets up. It's loud, bloody, and over the top, but what really makes it shine is its insane mix of brutal gunplay and surprisingly deep storytelling. The action? Pure chaos in the best way possible. You've got dual-wielding weapons, ridiculous firepower, and enemies that feel like they're just begging to be torn apart. Whether you're charging headfirst into a room full of Nazis or sneaking around with a silenced pistol, every combat encounter feels satisfying as hell. The gunplay is fast, brutal, and relentless. You're constantly in motion, dodging, shooting, and reloading, all while blowing apart anything in your path. And let's be honest, there's something wildly cathartic about mowing down waves of Nazis with BJ's arsenal, but Wolfenstein 2 isn't just about mindless action. The story is packed with emotional weight, and it really digs into BJ's character. He's been through the ringer, beaten down physically and emotionally, and the game explores his personal struggles in a way that feels surprisingly human. You get these quieter moments where BJ reflects on his past, his trauma, and the people he's lost, and those moments give the whole campaign an emotional depth that most FPS games don't even come close to. Plus, the cast of supporting characters like Anya, grace, and set bring a lot of personality to the revolution. The alternate history setting is wild and unsettling, with America under Nazi rule and resistance fighters trying to take the country back. The levels are varied and packed with detail, from Nazi-occupied small towns to the twisted halls of their military bases. You'll be fighting on trains, in giant war machines, and even in outer space, and every location is just as crazy as it sounds. The game doesn't shy away from showing the horrors of fascism, and it's not afraid to get dark, but it always knows when to throw in some humor to keep things balanced. And we can't forget about the villain Frau Engel. She's straight up terrifying, and her presence looms over the entire campaign. She's one of those villains you love to hate, and taking her on makes the whole journey feel personal. Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus is everything you want in an FPS campaign: type gunplay, a gripping story, and larger-than-life action. It's loud, intense, and ridiculously fun, but it also manages to hit you in the feels when you least expect it. If you're into fast-paced shooters with a story that packs a punch, this game is an absolute must. RoboCop. RoboCop is a cult classic turned into one of the most memorable FPS campaigns ever. You step into the metallic boots of Alex Murphy, aka RoboCop, patrolling the streets of Detroit in a dystopian future where crime is out of control and the line between man and machine is blurred. This game lets you live out that power fantasy. You're not just any cop, you're a walking tank with some serious firepower, and every mission feels like an 80s action movie come to life. The combat in RoboCop is pure, unfiltered mayhem. You're slower than most FPS protagonists, but that's because you're packing enough armor to shrug off bullets like they're nothing. Walking into a room full of criminals and gunning them down with your Auto 9 pistol feels incredibly satisfying. The game leans into that power fantasy of being unstoppable. Headshots, explosions, and brutal takedowns are all part of the package. There's something awesome about being a one-man army, blowing away thugs while delivering classic RoboCop one-liners. But it's not just mindless action. The game captures the dark, satirical tone of the original movie, with the grimy, corporate-controlled future of Detroit as your battleground. As RoboCop, you're constantly torn between following your programming and finding your humanity, and that struggle is reflected in both the story and the gameplay. You're not just dealing with street crime, you're facing corrupt corporations, rogue machines, and a city on the edge of collapse.
Take control of the streets, but we are not alone.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Visually, the game embraces its cyberpunk aesthetic. From the towering skyscrapers to the rundown slums, every part of Detroit looks like it's decaying under the weight of corruption and greed. The levels are designed to give you that perfect balance between high-octane shootouts and moments where you feel the weight of the world on RoboCop's shoulders. It's dark, gritty, and has that retro-futuristic vibe that fans of the movie will love. The campaign throws you into a variety of missions, from protecting civilians to hunting down dangerous criminals and fighting off heavily armed gangs. The more you play, the more you get to experience RoboCop's arsenal of upgrades, letting you customize how you take down enemies, whether it's with brute force or through tactical precision. And let's not forget, you've got all those iconic RoboCop gadgets at your disposal, adding another layer of fun to the gameplay. If you're a fan of FPS campaigns that combine over-the-top action with a strong narrative, RoboCop delivers in spades. It nails that mix of intense firefights, dark humor, and the feeling of being this unstoppable machine with a human soul buried somewhere deep inside. Whether you're a longtime fan of the movies or just looking for a unique FPS experience, this game is a blast from start to finish. Dying Light.
I could use your help. I'm not a murderer.
Dying Light takes the traditional zombie FPS campaign and cranks it up by throwing parkour into the mix, making it one of the most intense single-player experiences out there. You're Kyle Crane, an undercover agent dropped into a quarantined city overrun by the infected. Your mission? Infiltrate and survive. But it doesn't take long before you realize that the infected aren't the only things you need to worry about. The game brilliantly mixes fast-paced parkour movement with brutal combat, and it never lets you feel completely safe. The parkour system is a game changer. You're not just running from zombies, you're leaping over buildings, vaulting fences, and sliding under obstacles, all while trying to stay one step ahead of the horde. It makes exploring the city of Heron both exhilarating and terrifying. The open world is your playground, but once the sun sets, the real terror begins. Nighttime in Dying Light is when things go from run for your life to pray you survive. As the more aggressive, faster volatiles come out to hunt, the tension is crazy and you'll feel your heart pounding as you try to find safety before darkness fully takes over. Combat is brutal and visceral. Whether you're smashing a zombie's head in with a makeshift bat or using a machete to slice through hordes of infected, every hit feels impactful. You've got a wide variety of weapons, and each can be modified to deal extra damage or add elemental effects like fire or electricity. And it's not just about fighting. The infected human enemies are just as dangerous, forcing you to think strategically in combat situations. What sets Dying Light apart is how it makes movement and exploration feel just as important as the combat. You're constantly scavenging for supplies, crafting new gear, and upgrading your skills, which all adds to the tension of survival. The more you explore, the more you unlock, and the deeper you get into the story. Speaking of which, while it's a zombie apocalypse narrative at its core, it keeps you hooked with unexpected twists, moral choices, and a cast of characters that aren't just trying to survive, they're trying to figure out what it means to still be human in a world that's falling apart. The game's setting is gorgeous in a bleak kind of way. Heron is detailed and atmospheric, from the decaying city streets to the abandoned buildings, and the way the environment shifts between day and night adds a layer of danger that few games pull off this well. Every time the sun sets, you're faced with a choice: risk it all for a mission or hunker down and wait for daylight. If you love first-person action with a survival twist, Dying Light is one of the best FPS campaigns out there. The combination of parkour, brutal combat, and the terrifying shift between day and night makes every moment feel tense and rewarding. It's not just about surviving the infected, it's about learning how to thrive in a world that's always trying to kill you. Far Cry 3. Far Cry 3 is the kind of game that takes you on a ride and never lets go. You're thrown into the middle of a tropical paradise that's gone straight to hell, and it's up to you, playing as Jason Brody, to figure out how to survive. What starts as a vacation with friends turns into a nightmare when you're captured by one of the craziest, most unpredictable villains you'll ever meet in a game. Right from the start, you know this isn't going to be a typical island adventure. The open world gameplay is what makes Far Cry 3 so damn good. You're on this massive island, and the game doesn't just hand you missions. You can do whatever the hell you want. Want to take out an enemy camp with stealth? Go for it. Prefer to run in guns blazing? That works too. The game gives you all the tools, and it's up to you how to handle every situation. And trust me, the freedom feels incredible. You're crafting weapons, hunting animals for upgrades, and using everything the environment gives you to survive. But let's talk about Vaas. This dude is insane. He's one of the best villains in gaming, hands down. His unpredictability and the way he messes with Jason makes every encounter with him feel intense. He's the kind of character who steals the show. Every time he's on screen, you know something crazy is about to go down. It's not just about the big action moments he gets in your head, and it makes the story so much more engaging.
Oh, Jesus.
The island itself is beautiful but deadly. You'll be exploring lush jungles, diving into deep blue waters, and climbing mountains, but danger is lurking everywhere. Whether it's wild animals attacking out of nowhere or enemy patrols trying to hunt you down, you're never really safe. And that's what makes the game so fun. There's always something happening, and you've got to stay sharp. Far Cry 3's mix of action, exploration, and a gripping story makes it one of the best FPS campaigns out there. The way the game blends intense firefights with quieter moments of survival and exploration is perfect, and honestly, it's just a blast to play. The story's got twists, the characters are memorable, and the gameplay gives you so much freedom that you'll lose hours just getting lost in the world. If you're into FPS games where you can approach things your way, Far Cry 3 is an absolute must-play. It's got action, tension, and some wild moments that you won't forget. Just be ready once you dive in. You won't want to leave the island. Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is one of those games that came out of nowhere and blew everyone away, especially with its single-player campaign. Most people expected it to be all about the multiplayer, but damn, the campaign is easily one of the best in the FPS genre. You play as Jack Cooper, a regular grunt who gets thrown into the pilot's seat of a Titan, basically a giant mech after his mentor dies in battle. From there, it's you and your Titan buddy BT-7274 going on a mission to save the day, and honestly, the bond between you and BT is what makes this game special. The campaign is fast and smooth. The parkour movement where you can run along walls, double jump and slide makes every firefight feel incredibly fluid. You're always on the move and it keeps the adrenaline pumping. Then there's the mix of combat where you're either on foot as a pilot or controlling BT in full-on mech mode. The shift between pilot and Titan is seamless and it keeps the gameplay fresh. One minute you're sprinting across rooftops, the next you're stomping through enemies in a Titan, blasting everything in sight. It's the perfect mix of speed and power. What really takes Titanfall 2's campaign to the next level are the level designs. There's one mission in particular effect and cause that everyone talks about because it's straight up genius. You're flipping between two timelines in real time, solving puzzles and fighting enemies by switching back and forth. It's one of those moments that hits you like, whoo, this is next level, and the game is packed with little surprises like that, constantly keeping things interesting. BT is more than just a big robot you climb into. He's got personality. The game really nails the dynamic between Jack and BT, and by the end you actually care about this big mech. The dialogue between them has some funny moments, but there's also a lot of heart. It's rare for an FPS campaign to make you care this much about its characters, but Titanfall 2 does it effortlessly. If you're looking for an FPS campaign that mixes fast-paced action with clever level design and a story that'll actually make you care, Titanfall 2 is an absolute must-play. It's short, sweet, and packs a punch, one of the best FPS campaigns out there, hands down. Doom 2016. Doom 2016 is pure chaotic fun. There's no complicated plot or deep moral choices. It's just you, a badass space marine, and a whole lot of demons that need to be blasted back to hell. From the moment you start, it's clear that this game doesn't mess around. You wake up, grab a shotgun, and get straight to tearing through hordes of demons like it's your damn job. And honestly, that's exactly what makes it so fun. The combat in Doom is fast, brutal, and insanely satisfying. You're constantly moving, running, jumping, dodging while unloading round after round into whatever demonic nightmare is in front of you. Standing still is basically a death sentence, so the game forces you to stay aggressive. The glory kills are some of the most brutal finishers you'll ever see, and they keep the pace high since you get health back every time you pull one off. It's this rhythm of shoot, dodge, punch, repeat that makes the game feel so damn good to play. The weapons are straight up insane. From the classic double-barreled shotgun to the devastating BFG, literally the big effing gun. Every weapon feels powerful and satisfying to use. And the game doesn't hold back on the ammo either. It's like they want you to go nuts. You're not just mowing down demons, you're doing it in style, and it never gets old. Visually, the game nails that hellish vibe. You're on Mars, sure, but once the demons start pouring in from hell, everything gets crazy. Fire, blood, metal, everything feels like it's straight out of a heavy metal album cover. The levels are packed with secrets, upgrades, and just enough variety to keep things interesting, but let's be real, you're here to rip and tear through demons, and that's exactly what the game delivers. The soundtrack deserves a shout out too. It's this intense industrial metal score that perfectly matches the speed and chaos of the gameplay. It amps you up and makes every firefight feel like the most intense thing ever. You'll be headbanging along while blasting demons into pieces, and it just feels right. If you're looking for a game that doesn't waste time with unnecessary fluff and gets straight to the action, Doom 2016 is perfect. It's fast, brutal, and damn fun from start to finish. No deep storylines, no complicated mechanics, just pure, unfiltered demon-slaying madness. And sometimes that's all you really need. Singularity. Singularity might not have hit the same level of fame as other FPS games, but damn, it deserves a spot on this list. It's got everything you want in a single-player campaign: time manipulation, insane weapons, and a storyline that keeps you hooked from start to finish. You play as Captain Renko, a soldier who stumbles upon a secret Russian experiment gone horribly wrong on a remote island, and things get crazy real fast. The game's biggest hook is the time manipulation device TMD. This thing lets you control time in some really wild ways, aging objects to dust, restoring things to their original state, or even aging enemies into nothing but skeletons. You can mess with the environment, solve puzzles, and completely change the flow of combat with this one device. It's a blast to use and gives the game a unique feel compared to most shooters. Combat in Singularity is fast and chaotic. You've got your standard guns, sure, but once you start using the TMD, the fights get way more interesting. You're freezing enemies in time, rewinding objects, and turning the battlefield into your playground. It's a crazy mix of shooting and time-bending action, and when you pull off a perfectly timed TMD move, damn, it's satisfying. The story is another strong point. It's got a cool mix of sci-fi and Cold War vibes with lots of twists and turns as you jump between different time periods. The narrative keeps you guessing, and it's full of those what the hell just happened moments that make you want to keep pushing through. It's like a mix of BioShock and Half-Life, but with its own fresh spin. And while Singularity doesn't have the most cutting-edge graphics by today's standards, it nails the atmosphere. The island feels eerie and dangerous, like something terrible happened there, which it totally did. Between the crumbling ruins of old Soviet labs and the weird time anomalies scattered everywhere, the world pulls you in and keeps you on edge. If you're looking for an underrated gem with a cool twist on FPS gameplay, Singularity is definitely worth checking out. It's got a solid story, fun mechanics, and plenty of intense moments that will keep you hooked. Time manipulation, wild weapons, and a gripping plot. Yeah, this one's a must-play. Halo Reach. Halo Reach is the kind of FPS campaign that just sticks with you. It's intense, emotional, and a bit of a gut punch for longtime fans of the series. You play as a member of Noble Team, a group of Spartans fighting to protect the planet Reach from the Covenant invasion. And if you know your Halo lore, you already know this isn't going to end well. That sense of looming tragedy hangs over the entire campaign, giving the whole thing a different vibe from other Halo games. The gameplay is classic Halo tight, responsive, and just damn fun. You've got all the iconic weapons at your disposal, from the trusty assault rifle to the badass energy sword, and each firefight feels like a high-stakes battle for survival. But what makes Reach stand out is how it balances those big action set pieces with quieter, more personal moments. You're not just a one-man army here, you're part of a team, and the game makes you care about each of the characters as you fight alongside them. Noble Team is really what gives this campaign its heart. Each member has their own personality and backstory, and you get attached to them as you move through the campaign. When things start going south, it hits hard, and the final moments of the game. Man, they're some of the most emotional in the entire Halo series. You know what's coming, but it doesn't make it any easier.
We're going down. Look your armor, Spartan!
Visually, Reach is stunning, especially for its time. The battle-scarred landscapes, the massive Covenant warships hovering overhead, and the brutal firefights all come together to create a sense of scale that feels epic. The game takes you from ground-pounding combat to aerial dogfights in space, mixing things up enough to keep you constantly on your toes. The pacing is perfect too. One moment you're in an all-out war zone, the next you're sneaking behind enemy lines or defending a base from an overwhelming Covenant attack. Each mission feels distinct, and it keeps the action fresh while still driving the story forward. And the multiplayer, well, that's a whole other level of fun, but the campaign is where Reach really shines. If you're a fan of Halo or just love a good FPS campaign, Halo Reach is an absolute must-play. It's got everything: tight combat, a gripping story, and an emotional punch that hits hard. It's not just about fighting the Covenant, it's about sacrifice, loyalty, and knowing when the fight is bigger than you. This is Halo at its best. Crysis 2007. When people talk about Crysis, they usually ask, can it run Crysis, because this game was a beast back in the day. But it's not just about the graphics though, damn, the game still looks crazy good for something released in 2007. It's the gameplay that really sets Crysis apart. You play as Nomad, part of an elite military unit equipped with these insane nanosuits that basically turn you into a one-man army. And trust me, when you start messing around with the suit's abilities, you feel unstoppable. The nanosuit is what makes the gameplay so damn fun. You've got options cloaking for stealth, maximum strength to punch enemies through walls, or maximum speed to zip around the map. And let's not forget the maximum armor mode, which lets you tank through firefights like a walking tank. The game gives you the freedom to approach each encounter however you want. Want to sneak around and take out enemies quietly? You can do that. Prefer to go in guns blazing? Hell yeah, that works too. The environments in Crysis are open and sprawling, especially for an FPS in 2007. You're dropped into this lush tropical island which looks gorgeous, and the game gives you plenty of room to explore and tackle objectives your way. There's a mix of jungles, enemy camps, and eventually some sci-fi madness once you get deeper into the story. And let's talk about the enemies first. You're dealing with North Korean soldiers, but then things get wild when aliens start showing up. It turns from a military shooter into a full-on sci-fi showdown. The physics in Crysis were ahead of their time. You can blow up buildings, knock down trees, and the way everything reacts to your actions just adds to the immersion. It's one of those games where you're constantly impressed by what you can do and how the world reacts to your every move. And of course the visuals. Even today, Crysis holds up incredibly well. The lighting, the textures, the draw distance, it was revolutionary back in the day, and it still looks damn good. The game pushed PCs to their limits, and if you had the rig to run it on max settings, it was mind-blowing. But even without top-tier graphics, the game itself is just solid fun. Crysis isn't just a tech demo though, it's got a solid story, intense firefights, and that feeling of power thanks to the nanosuit. It's an FPS that gives you freedom and flexibility, which makes every playthrough feel different. If you haven't played Crysis yet, it's worth diving into even now. It's still one of the best FPS campaigns ever made. Fear. Fear is one of those games that perfectly mixes intense action with moments that'll make you jump out of your seat. You play as a member of the 1st Encounter Assault Recon, hence the name Fear, and your job is to deal with supernatural threats. But right from the start, you know something is seriously wrong. There's this creepy little girl named Alma, and every time she shows up, things get real messed up real fast. The combat in Fear is some of the best you'll find in an FPS. It's fast, brutal, and the gunfights feel insane. You've got this slow motion ability, and using it in the middle of a firefight is so damn satisfying. You can see every bullet flying, enemies react in real time, and explosions send debris flying everywhere. It's not just about shooting, it's about how cool it feels to pull off these crazy stunts while everything's happening in slow motion. And trust me, once you get used to using that slow-mo, you'll feel like a total badass. But what really makes Fear stand out is how it blends that awesome action with horror. Alma, the little girl I mentioned earlier, is straight up terrifying. The game loves to mess with you. One moment you're mowing down enemies in a crazy firefight, and the next, Alma shows up out of nowhere, and the whole vibe changes. You'll be walking down a hallway, and suddenly the walls bleed, or you'll hear creepy whispers. The jump scares are no joke, and they hit you when you least expect it. The story is pretty wild too. It starts off as this standard military mission, but the deeper you go, the weirder it gets. There are conspiracies, psychic experiments, and a lot of messed up things happening behind the scenes. And the more you learn about Alma and what's really going on, the more the tension ramps up. By the end, you'll be wondering what the hell just happened, but in the best way. If you're into FPS games that mix solid gunplay with some seriously creepy horror elements, Fear is a must play. The action is tight, the scares are real, and it's just a hell of a ride from start to finish. Get ready for some intense firefights and a few moments that'll have you looking over your shoulder. Bulletstorm. Bulletstorm is one of those games that doesn't take itself too seriously, and honestly, that's what makes it so damn fun. You're not here for a deep story or some emotional roller coaster. No, Bulletstorm is all about causing as much chaos as possible and looking badass while you do it. You play as Grayson Hunt, a foul-mouthed, hard-drinking mercenary who's stranded on a planet full of psychopaths, mutants, and just about everything that wants to kill you. The gameplay? Straight up insane. The whole point of the game is to get creative with how you take down enemies. You're not just shooting them, you're kicking them into spikes, blowing them up with explosive barrels, or using your electric leash to yank them toward you and then smash them into something deadly. The more creative and over the top your kills are, the more points you rack up. It's like they took every action movie kill scene you've ever loved and cranked it up to 11. The skill shot system is what makes this game stand out. You're rewarded for pulling off the most ridiculous kills, and trust me, you'll want to try everything. Kicking an enemy off a cliff, launching them into the air, and then blowing them to pieces with a shotgun mid-flight. Yeah, that's the kind of crazy stuff you'll be doing, and it never gets old. It's all about style here, and the game gives you tons of weapons and tools to play around with. The story isn't going to win any awards, but it's got that over-the-top, ridiculous charm that makes it fun. Grayson's out for revenge, and the dialogue is filled with crude humor and one-liners that hit just the right spot. It's not meant to be deep, it's meant to make you laugh and enjoy the chaos. And if you're into games that don't take themselves too seriously, this one's a blast. Visually, Bulletstorm is bright, colorful, and full of explosive action. The world is a mix of jungles, deserts, and futuristic cityscapes, and it all looks like a playground for destruction. You'll be sliding around, kicking enemies, and blowing things up with the world constantly falling apart around you. It's non-stop action, and the game never lets you catch your breath. If you're looking for a game that's all about mindless fun, over-the-top action, and making every kill look as ridiculous as possible, Bulletstorm is exactly what you need. It's loud, it's crazy, and it's just a damn good time from start to finish. Bloodborne. Bloodborne is an absolute beast of a game. From the moment you step into the game, you're hit with this dark, nightmarish vibe, and to be honest, I really loved it. Playing an entire game where everything is kind of spooky, and then you combine all this with the highest level of difficulty, what more do you need? Not gonna lie, Bloodborne is definitely not for everyone, but people who love Souls games knows how important this game really is. For me, Sekiro and Bloodborne will always be the two GOATs of From Software. Anyways, if you have played all the major Souls titles, and luckily you do own a PS4, then my friend, it's time to give Bloodborne a chance. This game will literally test your skills and patience. Unlike other games, you can't just get an overpowered weapon or build. In Bloodborne, you must learn new skills, attack patterns, and use different attack move sets. Each enemy is different, resulting in you growing as a player by learning about all sorts of things. It's funny, but I know that a lot of you who are diving into the game for the first time will probably quit it at the first boss. Bloodborne is one of those games where everything is hard and out to get you, even the first boss. So if you are in a mood for some hardcore challenges, then don't look further, as Bloodborne will be your prime choice. The world design is all interconnected in a way that makes exploring a joy, even though every alleyway feels like it's hiding some deadly secret. There's this constant tension in the air, where you know danger could be lurking just around the corner. Disco Elysium.
Furiously, with both hands.
Disco Elysium is one of those games that hits you in ways you didn't expect. The story is what makes the game stands out. It's quite a different experience. You're playing as a detective who happens to have lost all his memories. So yeah, you're struggling with amnesia, alcohol, and your inner demons as well. Throughout all this, you're trying to figure out a lot of things, and that's what the entire game is about. Disco is something that will either hook you in depending on your mood, whether you're in need for some dialogue-focused story gameplay.
Precinct 57 said that.
On the other hand, I'm sure that you will exit the game if you're expecting some action shooting or even fantasy elements. Every choice you make feels meaningful, whether you're investigating a murder, diving into philosophical debates, or just trying to survive the wild conversations in your own head. The game constantly has you talking to people, and each dialogue is like its own adventure. You can be a genius, a lunatic, or just someone trying to keep it together, and the world reacts to that in the most immersive ways. Plus, there's no combat in the traditional sense. The game's core focus is solving the storyline and developing your character with different skills, empathy, bravado, or intellect. To be honest, if you're tired of the basic third-person RPGs or FPS games, then why don't you guys try out something unique and story-focused? That's where Disco Elysium comes in handy. There are a lot of dialogues, and nothing feels complicated assuming you're keeping in touch with what's going on in the storyline. Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge is such a unique experience. It's one of those games where you feel completely immersed because of the first-person parkour mechanics. The flow of movement is really what makes it stand out. You're constantly running, jumping, and sliding across rooftops, all while trying to maintain momentum. It's like the game forces you to think fast and be precise. The visuals also play a huge part in creating that immersive feel. It's kind of weird how much a simple color palette can affect the mood, but it really adds to that sense of speed and urgency. One thing that makes Mirror's Edge different from other games is how it handles combat. You're not encouraged to engage in fights, and it can feel clunky when you do. It's all about the parkour. When you stick to that flow and avoid confrontations, it just clicks. In my opinion, the story isn't mind-blowing, but it's serviceable enough to keep you going, especially because you're more focused on the gameplay anyway. It's the type of game that, once you get into that rhythm, becomes kind of a zen experience, like a mix of adrenaline and calm. Overall, it's the movement that makes it a gem. Honestly, I'm a huge sucker for parkour or free running. So even if the game isn't like Uncharted or Prince of Persia, all the good action, you know what I'm talking about. Still, Mirror's Edge is a great choice if you just want to sit back and enjoy some smooth movements with a touch of combat. Inside. This one is a pure atmospheric game with a touch of horror element. It's like being dropped into a haunting world with almost no context, but you feel that something is deeply wrong. The game's art style is so minimalist, but it creates this massive tension with its dark, muted colors and the way the world feels so empty, yet oppressive at the same time. What really hooked me is how it's all about solving puzzles without any tutorials or explanations, just pure intuition. The puzzles are challenging, but not in a way that feels unfair, more like the game is daring you to think outside the box. The animations and the sound design are so tight that every action feels important, especially when you're being chased. There's this ever-present sense of danger. If we talk about the storyline, which obviously is a key aspect, because who doesn't like to find out what's going on in this dark world? In my opinion, it's quite cryptic. Even by the end, you're left with more questions than answers. But that's what makes Inside so cool. It's up for interpretation, and you can't stop thinking about it once the credits roll. It's short, but it leaves a lasting impression, like a really intense dream you can't shake off. To be honest, if you are in the mood for something underrated or lesser known, then Inside will be a nice pick. It's one of those games where you don't have to equip any crazy builds or engage in high action scenes. Inside is mostly about puzzle solving in a tense environment, which will definitely get hooked. Marvel's Spider-Man. It would be a crime not to mention our favorite superhero. Sure, a lot of you guys will have different preferences, but for me, the best Spidey game will always be the 2018's release. It's an absolute blast, especially if you're a fan of open world games. Swinging through New York as Spidey never gets old. It's so smooth and satisfying. The web swinging mechanics are just spot on, and you really feel like you're zipping between skyscrapers at crazy speeds. Plus, combat is fast and fluid with that signature Spider-Man agility. You're flipping over enemies, dodging bullets, and using webs in creative ways to take down thugs, which keeps things fresh throughout. This time, it's not just action crime missions. In Marvel's Spider-Man, you're even balancing out Peter's personal life, which adds more depth to the story. I really love this feature because it felt authentic and a bit relatable. Now, a few other aspects such as visuals, graphics, colors are pointless to talk about because honestly, it's been 6 years, everyone already knows about the greatness of Marvel's Spider-Man from the graphical perspective. You really feel like you're in Spidey's world. In my opinion, what made me happier is the introduction of some of the iconic villains. That was such a huge smack in the face because you finally see the familiar faces, and it truly elevated the experience. Low-key, if you have played this one, then by all means please give the sequel a shot. And I'm not talking about Miles Morales. I want you guys to get your hands on Spider-Man 2. The Venom part is all you need to know about before you start smashing the controller. Black Myth Wukong. The game takes heavy inspiration from Journey to the West, and you feel it in every aspect. Playing as the Monkey King is such a power trip. His transformations, staff combat, and mystical abilities make for a gameplay experience that's both diverse and satisfying. What really stood out to me was the world itself. It feels mythical and grounded at the same time. There's a constant sense of wonder as you explore the vast environments, discovering hidden paths and lore pieces. So across all the chapters you will see different landscapes or environments, which really enhances the experience, because who doesn't love to kill enemies in a forest, then in a wasteland, and then slaying a dragon on a frozen lake? The boss fights are epic in scale and design, each with unique mechanics and a cinematic scene that keeps you on your toes. You will love the combat, as it's a bit Souls-like but with more flashy moves and combos. Enemies hit hard, and you'll need to master dodging and countering if you want to survive, but once you get into the rhythm, it's incredibly rewarding. Anyways, besides combat, exploration, and environments, there are also some high quality visuals and textures. People are going crazy seeing how impressive the game looks. The density of the grass, the smooth flow of the game, highly defined characters, and such intense cutscenes. Black Myth is definitely not a joke and worthy of the #1 Steam game with the highest sales. Before I reveal my final pick, here are some honorable mentions. Portal 2. Dead Island 2. Before you enter this game, ask yourself a question: do you love to smash zombies in creative ways? If yes, then by all means get your hands on Dead Island 2. Here, you're dropped into this beautifully messed up version of LA, which is now overrun by the undead, and your main goal is to survive and absolutely wreck zombies in the most creative, over-the-top ways possible. The gameplay isn't trying to be super deep, but that's kind of what makes it so enjoyable. It's all about kicking back and getting lost in the insanity. You can use everything from makeshift weapons like a bat with nails sticking out of it to full-blown fire axes. Every swing, every slice, you literally see the damage you're dealing in real time, and it's oddly satisfying. Plus, you get to mod weapons, which adds a whole layer of customizations. There's also a co-op mode that really amps up the fun if you've got friends to play with. Running around as a squad and taking on hordes of zombies while laughing at the chaos is definitely a highlight. And while the story isn't something that'll stick with you forever, it's enough to keep you moving forward with some quirky characters and a decent plot to justify the mayhem. The game does a great job of making you feel like you're in the messed up version of LA with its luxury mansions, beaches, and abandoned film sets. Overall, it's not a game that's going to blow your mind with its depth or narrative, but if you're after pure zombie slaying chaos with some gorgeous environments and a ridiculous amount of gore, Dead Island 2 delivers exactly that. Prey. Prey 2017 is an underrated gem that nails the balance between atmosphere, storytelling, and gameplay. You're on a space station called Talos, and things go south fast when a shape-shifting alien species, the Typhon, breaks loose. From there, it's all about survival, but in a way that lets you approach every situation how you want. What makes Prey stand out is how it constantly makes you think. It's not just about shooting aliens, it's about figuring out how to use the environment, your tools, and even alien powers to get through. You can hack doors, sneak past enemies, or straight up blast your way through, but each path feels like a meaningful choice, not just another playstyle. And let's talk about the glue cannon, easily one of the most inventive weapons in a game. It's not just for combat, you can use it to reach high places or block off enemies, and it never stops being fun to mess with. Talos itself is basically a character in this game. The level design is incredible. This sprawling, interconnected space station feels alive, like a place people actually lived and worked. Every room tells a story, and uncovering the lore behind the experiments and the people who were there is half the fun. There's this constant feeling of isolation and tension, but it's never overwhelming. Instead, it keeps you on your toes, making every discovery more rewarding. So if you're into immersive, clever gameplay with a lot of freedom, Prey is absolutely worth picking up. It's one of those games that sticks with you long after you're done.
Even one breaks containment.
Soma. Soma is a horror game that gets under your skin in ways you don't expect. On the surface, it's a sci-fi survival horror set in an underwater research facility where things have clearly gone very wrong. But what sets Soma apart from other horror games is its focus on psychological terror rather than jump scares. It's the kind of game that leaves you thinking long after you've finished. You play as Simon, a guy who wakes up in this eerie, submerged facility with no idea how he got there. As you explore, you start to unravel a story that digs into heavy themes like consciousness, identity, and what it really means to be human. The questions it raises are unsettling in a way that sticks with you, especially as the lines between human and machine start to blur. Now, don't expect traditional combat here. Soma isn't about fighting monsters, it's about surviving them. You'll spend a lot of time sneaking around, hiding, and figuring out how to move forward without getting caught. And trust me, the atmosphere is thick. The underwater setting, combined with the oppressive sound design, makes everything feel claustrophobic and tense. It's not just a horror game, it's a smart, emotional experience that challenges your mind while keeping you on edge the whole time. If you're into atmospheric, story-driven games that mess with your head, Soma is absolutely worth your time. Bramble the Mountain King. This one feels like a breath of fresh air in the middle of a sea of massive AAA titles. Bramble the Mountain King doesn't need the flashiest graphics or $1 billion budget to deliver something genuinely unique and haunting. Set in a world inspired by Nordic folklore, this game takes you on a dark fairy tale-like journey with a sense of scale that few other games manage to capture. You're just a tiny character in a massive, often terrifying world. That's where the charm and the fear of this game comes from. It's got that old school small hero versus the giant world vibe, but with a darker twist. The atmosphere is key here. You'll be wandering through gorgeous yet grim environments while the music and ambient sounds build up a sense of dread. And the creatures, they are straight up terrifying. From trolls to mythological beasts, every encounter feels like a mini boss fight, not necessarily because of difficulty, but due to the sheer presence and design of these creatures. It feels alive and incredibly threatening. But what sets Bramble apart from the AAA crowd is its storytelling. The game has a quiet, almost poetic narrative that feels deeply personal, even when you're facing off against giant monsters. It's not about overwhelming you with lore dumps, but rather letting the world and its eerie folklore tell the story. That sense of discovery keeps you engaged in a way that most AAA games with their over-explained plotlines just can't replicate. Honestly, if you love games like Limbo or Little Nightmares, Bramble is a must-play. It nails that blend of unsettling beauty and chilling gameplay, proving that you don't need a massive studio to craft something truly unforgettable. If you think AAA games have become too predictable, this is a reminder of how much creativity thrives in the AA space. Kena Bridge of Spirits. Kena Bridge of Spirits feels like one of those games that comes out of nowhere and just blows you away. From the moment you step into its world, you can tell that this is a labor of love crafted by a smaller studio with a clear vision but packing the kind of polish and visual flair you'd expect from a full-on AAA game. In fact, it might even outshine some of the big budget games in terms of sheer beauty. First off, the visuals. Kena is stunning. It feels like you're walking through a living, breathing Pixar movie. The environments are lush, the characters are beautifully animated, and the world has this magical, almost otherworldly charm that immediately pulls you in. But don't let the cutesy look fool you, there's a lot of depth here. The game is filled with emotional beats and themes of loss, healing, and redemption, which might catch you off guard given how whimsical everything looks at first glance. Now, let's talk gameplay. The combat in Kena is way more challenging than you'd expect. It's not just a button masher, there's real strategy involved, especially as you unlock new abilities and face tougher enemies. The little rock creatures, those adorable little companions that help you on your journey, add this cool layer of strategy to both combat and puzzle solving. They're cute, sure, but they're also essential for overcoming some of the game's toughest obstacles. It's a really smart balance of charm and challenge. What makes Kena stand out even more is how it blends action, exploration, and storytelling in a way that feels so cohesive. It's not trying to be the biggest open world epic or the most complicated RPG. Instead, it's focused, heartfelt, and refined, exactly what a lot of AA games nail but AAA games often lose sight of. The pacing is tight, the story grips you, and you never feel like you're doing busy work. Still Wakes the Deep. Still Wakes the Deep is a first-person horror game that takes place on a Scottish oil rig in the middle of a raging storm, and it's got atmosphere in spades. Think of it as a horror movie, but one where you're not just watching, you're living it. From the get-go, the setting alone sets Still Wakes the Deep apart. How many games drop you in the middle of an oil rig during a storm? It's claustrophobic, isolated, and constantly keeps you on edge. You're in this industrial mechanical maze with nowhere to go, and something is very, very wrong. The tension here isn't just from the storm raging outside, but from the unknown, lurking dangers within the rig itself. This is a game that thrives on atmosphere, building dread with every step you take. What makes Still Wakes the Deep stand out is how it taps into the horror of being helpless. You're not some heavily armed soldier, you're just a normal worker, trying to survive against impossible odds. There's no shotgun waiting around the corner. This game is about outsmarting your environment and avoiding whatever's lurking in the shadows. It's more alien than Doom, with every sound, every flicker of light making you question if you're really alone. The immersive atmosphere is further enhanced by the game's commitment to realistic, environmental storytelling. The oil rig itself almost becomes a character, with every creaking pipe and rattling window adding to the unease. The fear of the unknown is always more powerful than anything you can see, and this game looks like it's mastering that perfectly. If you're a fan of narrative-driven horror experiences like Amnesia or Soma, this is the kind of game that will seriously get under your skin. If you're tired of horror games that lose their way with too many explosions and set pieces, this one is likely to remind you why subtle, smart horror is the best kind. Though, let's be real, that's pretty damn cool. It's how the game leans into the freedom and vulnerability of a small, agile animal in a towering, decrepit world. There's no combat, no flashy power-ups. Instead, it's all about exploration, puzzle solving, and interacting with this decaying, cyberpunk world from the perspective of a creature that is both fragile and fiercely independent. The world itself is alive, even though it's filled with machines and devoid of human life. As you explore, there's a sense of melancholy that hangs over everything. You're not just wandering aimlessly, you're piecing together the story of what happened to this once bustling metropolis. And the robots, with their strangely human personalities, give this game a heartbeat. It's a world that feels lived in, with a history you want to uncover, even though you're just a cat passing through. What really sticks with you, though, is how the game builds its atmosphere. The mix of neon lights, crumbling architecture, and that ever-present sense of being both small and significant creates an experience that feels immersive in a quiet, almost meditative way. You're not fighting to save the world, you're just trying to survive and find your way home. Stray proves that you don't need to wield a sword or a gun to have an unforgettable adventure. Sometimes all you need is a pair of paws, a curious spirit, and a world waiting to be explored. It's proof that smaller, more personal stories can shine just as bright, if not brighter, than the biggest AA spectacles. Chernobylite. Chernobylite is a game that takes one of the most haunting real-world locations, the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and turns it into a gripping blend of survival horror, exploration, and psychological thriller. It's not just about jump scares or post-apocalyptic tropes, it's a deeply atmospheric experience that thrives on tension, mystery, and the eerie beauty of a world left behind. You're not just another survivor fighting against mutants or zombies. Instead, you're a scientist returning to the zone to uncover the truth about a personal tragedy, while also grappling with a supernatural force that seems to warp reality itself. What sets Chernobylite apart is how it mixes different genres without losing focus. There's a heavy dose of survival mechanics. You're scavenging for resources, crafting equipment, and managing your base, but it's all woven seamlessly into a narrative that feels personal and haunting. You're not just trying to survive, you're digging through the emotional wreckage of the past, looking for answers in a place that doesn't want to give them to you. Every decision you make feels weighty, not just because it impacts gameplay, but because it could lead you closer to or further from the truth. The exclusion zone itself is the real star here. The game captures the desolate, almost melancholic atmosphere of Chernobyl with stunning accuracy, but it's not just a recreation of the real-world location. There's a supernatural twist. This isn't just a place where time stood still, it's a place where reality itself seems fractured. As you explore, you encounter anomalies, strange creatures, and other survivors who all have their own agendas. It's a world that feels alive in a way that's deeply unsettling, constantly keeping you on edge with its mix of the familiar and the bizarre.
What would you have done differently?
Combat and stealth are key components of Chernobylite, but the game is more about tension than action. You're not a superhero, you're a scientist, and while you can defend yourself, you're constantly reminded of how vulnerable you are. The combat is deliberate and tactical, forcing you to think before you engage, but the game's real strength lies in its stealth and exploration. Navigating the zone requires patience, as every encounter and every decision could mean the difference between life and death. But what truly makes Chernobylite shine is its non-linear narrative. You have the freedom to explore and tackle objectives in your own way, and the choices you make both in terms of the story and how you approach gameplay affect the outcome. The game embraces the uncertainty of its setting, blending psychological horror with a sense of impending dread as you uncover more about your past and the mysterious Chernobylite substance. Chernobylite isn't just another survival game, it's a deeply atmospheric journey through one of the most unsettling places on Earth, with a narrative that's as much about the internal struggle of its protagonist as it is about the external dangers of the zone. It's a game that sticks with you, not because of flashy action, but because of the constant tension, the quiet moments of unease, and the slow unraveling of a mystery that feels intensely personal. If you're looking for a unique survival experience that digs deep into both the psychological and the supernatural, Chernobylite delivers in spades. Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden. Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden takes the action RPG formula and adds a haunting twist, blending a gripping tale of love, loss, and the supernatural. Set in a dark, gritty world where spirits and the living are bound together in conflict, this game isn't just about slashing through enemies, it's about emotional depth and difficult choices. You step into the boots of two characters, Auntie, a ghostly banshee, and Red, her living partner, as they navigate both the spirit world and the mortal realm, hunting down malevolent spirits while wrestling with their own tragic past. What sets Banishers apart from typical action RPGs is the unique duality between its two protagonists. Red is your typical warrior wielding weapons and skills to battle physical threats, while Auntie, trapped between life and death, brings her own ethereal powers to the table. The dynamic between them isn't just mechanical, though it's the emotional backbone of the story. You're not just banishing ghosts, you're trying to find a way to bring Auntie back to life, all while grappling with the consequences of your choices. And those choices, they're not just about what you fight or how you fight, they're about who you save, who you sacrifice, and how your actions ripple through New Eden. Every decision carries weight, shaping not just the fate of individuals, but the entire world around you. It's not a black and white morality system. The game thrives in the gray areas, forcing you to question whether you're making the right call when faced with ghosts that were once people with their own stories and pain.
Confronted with the daunting choice of sacrificing the living.
Visually, New Eden is filled with gothic architecture, eerie forests, and decaying settlements, but there's a richness to it, a sense that this place was once vibrant before being overtaken by the supernatural. The world feels both mystical and grounded, and the art direction does a fantastic job of pulling you into this dark, melancholic atmosphere. The designs of both the spirits and the environment show a level of care and creativity that makes the world feel alive, even in its decay. Combat in Banishers is fast-paced and fluid, but it's the synergy between Red and Auntie that makes it it's special. You'll need to switch between the physical and spirit realms using both characters' abilities to solve puzzles, defeat enemies, and explore this ghost-infested world. It's not just about brute strength or clever tricks, it's about finding the balance between the two and using them in tandem to overcome the challenges you face. The game rewards you for thinking on your feet and adapting to the ever-changing situations thrown at you. In a landscape filled with massive open-world RPGs that often lose focus in their sprawling environments, Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden offers a more intimate, story-driven experience. It's a game that prioritizes emotional stakes and character development over sheer size, and in doing so, it crafts a narrative that sticks with you long after you've put down the controller. If you're looking for an action RPG that isn't afraid to tug at your heartstrings while delivering intense strategic combat, Banishers is one to watch out for. Greedfall. Greedfall is one of those games that flew under the radar for a lot of people, but honestly it's an RPG that deserves way more love. Developed by Spiders, it's got that classic BioWare vibe with a deep focus on choice, diplomacy, and exploration. You're dropped into a 17th century inspired fantasy world, where colonialism, politics, and magic collide, and from the moment you start, it's clear there's more here than just your typical sword-swinging adventure. You play as Disardet, a diplomat sent to the mysterious island of Tirfredi. The island is teeming with mysteries, strange creatures, and warring factions, each with their own agendas. What I love about Greedfall is how it blends historical themes with fantasy elements. You've got muskets and sabers alongside magical powers and giant, mystical creatures. It's not just another open-world RPG, it's this weird, cool mix of old-world charm and supernatural intrigue, and it works. Where Greedfall shines is in its focus on player choice. You're not just hacking your way through enemies though, there's plenty of combat if that's your thing. A lot of the game revolves around how you approach situations. Do you negotiate peace between factions, or do you side with one and wipe out the other? Your decisions have a real impact on the world and how the story plays out, and it's not just about being good or evil, it's about navigating the gray areas in between, where no choice is easy.
After this little swim, you can always try to pull the trigger.
The combat system is solid too. It's not the deepest out there, but it's got enough variety to keep things interesting. You can mix and match different styles, melee, ranged, and magic, so you can switch up your approach based on the situation. And with the companions you pick up along the way, you can fine-tune your team to handle anything the game throws at you. Each companion has their own story, and their relationships with you can shift depending on your choices, which adds another layer of depth. If you're a fan of RPGs that give you meaningful choices, complex relationships, and a world full of mystery to dive into, Greedfall is one you need to check out. It's not the biggest or the flashiest, but it's got a soul, and that's what makes it stand out. Before your eyes.
Every time that you blink, you're gonna jump forward in time.
Before Your Eyes is one of those emotional, unique experiences that hits you hard and fast. The game's main hook is that you control it by blinking, literally using your webcam. Every time you blink, the story jumps forward in time. It's a simple mechanic, but it's incredibly effective, especially given the game's focus on memory and regret. You play as a recently deceased soul looking back on your life. Each blink skips you through important moments from childhood to adulthood, and it's crazy how quickly these moments pass by, just like real life. The story digs deep into themes of family loss and the choices we make, things that are super relatable, which makes the emotional hits land even harder.
It's Chloe, your neighbor.
The gameplay is straightforward, with most of the interaction coming from the blinking mechanic, but that's where the brilliance lies. It forces you to let go, to accept that you can't hold on to moments forever, even the ones you wish would last. It's short, maybe a couple of hours, but in that time it manages to tell a full, heartfelt story that sticks with you long after it's done. No filler, just a tight, emotional narrative wrapped in a truly original gameplay mechanic. If you're looking for something that's more of an emotional experience than a traditional game, Before Your Eyes is a must-play.
Ready to come up here? That's just how this thing works.
Life is Strange 2.
We're different, but we can't go back.
The original Life is Strange was great, no doubts, but I see many people ignoring the second part for, well, obvious reasons, but I still think it's a great game. Life is Strange 2 is one of those games that hit me harder than I expected. It's not just another coming-of-age story, it's a road trip filled with heartache, tough choices, and moments that really make you pause and think. You play as Sean Diaz, a teenage kid who's forced to go on the run with his little brother Daniel after a tragic incident changes their lives in an instant. The core of the game is the bond between these two brothers, and man, the way it evolves feels so real. You're not just making decisions for yourself, you're shaping Daniel, who looks up to you and reacts to everything you do. The game throws you into a lot of different environments, from forests to deserts to small towns, and each place has its own vibe. You meet all these different people along the way, and some are genuinely kind while others not so much. It keeps you on edge, not knowing who to trust, and that tension makes the quieter moments between Sean and Daniel hit even harder. By the time I finished, I felt like I'd been through something with these characters. It's emotional, sometimes brutal, but always genuine. If you're into games that make you care about the people in them and force you to face some tough moral questions, Life is Strange 2 delivers in a way that feels deeply personal.
Daniel? Leave me alone! Do it, Daniel! No!
Call of Juarez Gunslinger.
Making my way past the Castle of Fallen.
Call of Juarez Gunslinger is one of those games that knows exactly what it's doing and just has fun with it. It's a fast-paced, over-the-top Wild West shooter, but what really sets it apart is how it tells its story. You play as Silas Greaves, an old bounty hunter telling tales of his legendary exploits, and the whole game is framed as him recounting these stories in a saloon. What's cool is that Silas is kind of an unreliable narrator, so the story can change on the fly, sometimes literally. 1 second you're in the middle of a shootout, and the next, the environment shifts or enemies pop out of nowhere because Silas forgot to mention them. The gunplay is where the game shines. It's all about quick reflexes, racking up combos, and pulling off slick headshots in slow motion. It's super satisfying, especially when you get into the flow of it. The duels are a highlight too. You're not just mindlessly shooting, there's a tension to drawing your gun at the perfect moment, and when you nail it, it feels awesome. What I really liked is how the game doesn't take itself too seriously. The tone is light and full of Western cliches, but in a fun way. It's all exaggerated, from the insane number of outlaws you gun down to the larger-than-life characters you meet or shoot along the way, like Billy the Kid and Jesse James. It feels like you're playing through a comic book version of the Old West with every moment turned up to 11. Call of Juarez Gunslinger isn't long, but it packs in a lot of fun in its short runtime. It's one of those games where you just want to keep replaying certain sections, because the combat is so satisfying. If you're looking for a game that's all about stylish, arcade-style shooting with a quirky twist on storytelling, this one's definitely worth your time. The Surge. The Surge is one of those games that came out of nowhere for me, but man, if you're into the Souls-like genre, this one brings something fresh to the table. Set in a dystopian future where corporations are running wild, you play as Warren, a guy who starts out in a wheelchair but soon gets outfitted with this exosuit that turns him into a walking tank. The game takes that Dark Souls formula hard as nails combat, brutal enemies, and a deep sense of exploration, but adds a unique twist with its sci-fi setting and the whole limb targeting system. That's one of the coolest parts about the Surge. Instead of just whacking away at enemies, you can target specific body parts. Want that shiny new arm piece your enemy's wearing? You have to literally cut it off in combat and salvage it. It adds a layer of strategy to the fights, because you're not just trying to survive, you're also constantly thinking about how to upgrade your gear and take advantage of enemy weaknesses. The world of the Surge is grim, and while it's mostly industrial factories and rundown facilities, it fits the tone perfectly. You're exploring this corporate hellscape full of killer robots, rogue security systems, and other exosuit-wearing maniacs. And yeah, it's tough. If you're not paying attention, enemies will wreck you. But the game rewards patience and precision, so when you finally take down a tough boss or get past a tricky area, it feels earned. One thing I'll say is that the Surge can feel a bit repetitive, especially with its environments and some of the enemies, but the combat is what keeps it interesting. If you're into challenging, methodical gameplay with a sci-fi twist, this one is definitely worth checking out. It's not as polished as some other games in the genre, but it's got enough unique ideas to stand on its own. The Council.
Lord Mortimer asked me to join him.
The Council is one of those hidden gems that more people should have picked up. It's like a narrative-driven detective game, but with this cool RPG twist. You play as Louis de Richard, who is invited to a secret island by a mysterious political group in the late 1700s. The game throws you right into a world of conspiracies, historical figures, and crazy mind games.
Please.
What sets the Council apart is how it handles choices in dialogue. It's not just about picking a response and watching things play out. You actually use skills to manipulate people, gather info, and push the story in different directions. Every choice feels weighty, and depending on how you build your character, you'll solve problems in different ways. It's not like most narrative games where you're just along for the ride here. You really shape how things play out.
Secrecy are both pillars of the organizations for which we work.
You know, Louis, I've only just now realized that I've been drawn here.
Days Gone. Days Gone is one of those games that didn't get the love it deserved when it first dropped, but man, it's way better than people give it credit for. You play as Deacon St. John, a biker turned drifter in a post-apocalyptic world overrun by freakers, basically zombies, but more intense. It's a mix of open world exploration, survival, and some really personal storytelling. What makes Days Gone special is the world. The Pacific Northwest setting is stunning, and the dynamic weather and day-night cycles actually impact how you play. Freakers are more aggressive at night, and the weather can mess with how you handle both them and the human enemies you face. The game keeps you on your toes, and traveling through the world on your bike adds a cool, unique layer to it all. Your bike isn't just for show, it's essential for survival, and you're constantly upgrading and maintaining it. The story is deeper than it looks at first glance. Sure, it's a post-apocalyptic zombie game, but Deacon's journey is about more than just survival. It's about loss, grief, and hope. The relationship between Deacon and his wife Sarah is at the core, and you're constantly learning more about what happened to her. The game hits some emotional beats, especially when it digs into Deacon's past and how he's coping with the world around him.
Dig, bro. And I know what kind of man.
Combat and stealth are solid, but what really stands out are the freaker hordes. These aren't your typical slow zombies. They come at you in massive groups, and if you're not prepared, they'll overwhelm you fast. Taking on a horde is a mix of strategy, planning, and straight up panic, and it's one of the most intense parts of the game. Days Gone may have launched with some bugs, but it's since been patched up, and what you're left with is an open world game that's way more engaging than a lot of people realize. It's got heart, solid gameplay, and a world that feels dangerous but alive. If you skipped it, it's definitely worth revisiting. The Order 1886. The Order 1886 is a game that got a lot of flack when it first released, but honestly, it's way more underrated than people give it credit for. Set in an alternate Victorian London, the game throws you into a world where steampunk tech meets Arthurian legend. You play as Sir Galahad, part of an elite group known as the Order, tasked with keeping the peace and battling half-breed werewolves and other supernatural threats. What stands out immediately is the visuals. This game looks incredible even years later. The graphics are cinematic, the lighting is stunning, and the attention to detail in the environments is insane. It feels like you're playing a high-budget movie, and the world they've built has so much depth. The alternate history vibe, mixed with the steampunk gadgets and tech, gives the whole thing a really cool, unique atmosphere. But yeah, people criticize it for being too short, and sure, it doesn't have a huge runtime, maybe 6 to 7 hours, but what's there is solid. The story dives into conspiracy, betrayal, and mythology, and while it's pretty linear, it keeps you hooked from start to finish. The combat is your standard cover-based third-person shooting, but with some slick weapons like the thermite rifle, which lets you burn enemies in clouds of flames. Where the Order 1886 shines most is in presentation and world building. The lore is rich, and it's clear the developers were laying the groundwork for a bigger universe. It's just a shame we didn't get a sequel because there's so much potential in this world. So yeah, it's not perfect, but the Order 1886 is way better than it gets credit for. If you're into cinematic games with a strong atmosphere and tight storytelling, it's definitely worth checking out, even if just for the experience. Batman the Telltale series. Batman the Telltale series takes the Dark Knight in a different direction from the usual action-heavy games. This one's all about narrative and choices. If you've played any of Telltale's other games, you know the deal dialogue-driven gameplay where your decisions shape the story, but with a cool twist, you're not just playing as Batman. You spend a good chunk of the game as Bruce Wayne, which adds a new layer to the character. The choices in this game really matter. It's not just about punching bad guys, it's about dealing with Gotham's corruption, balancing your dual life as Bruce and Batman, and deciding how far you're willing to go. Do you handle things as the detective, or do you let Batman's fist do the talking? Your decisions affect your relationships with key characters like Alfred, Harvey Dent, and Catwoman, and there's always that looming question, how much of yourself are you willing to sacrifice for Gotham? The story dives into some classic Batman lore but takes some risks with it, which keeps it fresh. Villains like the Penguin and Two-Face are reimagined in interesting ways, and you get a look at the Wayne family's darker history, which gives Bruce a more personal struggle. It's less about beating up bad guys and more about the psychological toll of being Batman.
You really think you're in control here? You have no one.
And while the combat is mostly quick-time events, this is a Telltale game. After all, the game's strength is in its storytelling. The dialogue options feel weighty, and the game forces you to make tough calls that'll shape Gotham's future. Plus, seeing how your choices play out over time adds a nice touch of replayability, even if the game itself isn't super long. If you're a Batman fan looking for something more narrative-driven, or if you just like games where your decisions shape the outcome, Batman the Telltale series is a great pick. It's not your typical action-packed Batman game, but it dives deep into the character and what it means to wear the mask. The Wolf Among Us.
All right, everyone.
The Wolf Among Us is easily one of Telltale's best and most underrated games. Set in the dark, gritty world of Fable's a comic book series where fairy tale characters live in the real world, you play as Bigby Wolf, the sheriff of Fabletown. And yeah, you guessed it, Bigby is the big bad wolf, but this isn't a cute fairy tale. It's a hard-boiled noir detective story with murder, corruption, and a dark underbelly of characters you thought you knew. The game is all about choices, and as Bigby, you have to decide how you're going to handle each situation. Do you go full wolf and let your temper fly, or try to be more diplomatic? Your decisions shape the way the story unfolds and how other characters react to you, and there's a real sense of consequence with every dialogue option. The cast of characters is fantastic: Snow White, the Woodsman, and more, all reimagined with a darker edge, and each interaction feels important. Visually, the game's comic book style art fits perfectly with the tone. It's dark, moody, and dripping with atmosphere. It feels like stepping into a noir graphic novel, and the setting of Fabletown grimy and full of secrets adds to that immersion. The Wolf Among Us might not have gotten as much attention as Telltale's Walking Dead, but it's easily one of their best works. If you like detective stories with a twist, characters that matter, and choices that leave an impact, this one is a must-play. And let's be real, who doesn't want to play as the big bad wolf solving murders? Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is the final chapter in Lara Croft's modern trilogy, and it's a bit of a shame it didn't quite get the recognition it deserved. Maybe people felt some Lara fatigue, or perhaps it was just overshadowed by other big titles at the time. 2018 was a great year for games anyways. We got many big titles like Spider-Man RDR2, God of War, but honestly, if you're into action-adventure games with a heavy dose of exploration, puzzles, and combat, this one should be on your radar. This game takes Lara deep into the heart of the Amazon, navigating treacherous jungles, forgotten tombs, and ancient cities filled with secrets. The visuals are simply stunning, lush greenery, detailed temples, and those intense lighting effects make every environment pop. You can feel the humidity of the jungle, hear the distant roar of jaguars, and see the sun filtering through the thick canopy overhead. It's an experience that feels alive and dangerous. Shadow of the Tomb Raider dives deeper into Lara's psyche, showing a more mature, driven version of her character as she faces the consequences of her actions and her relentless pursuit of hidden treasures. It's darker and a little more introspective than its predecessors, which is a refreshing change of pace. And of course, the game still delivers those high-stakes, adrenaline-pumping set pieces the series is known for: collapsing ruins, daring leaps, and heart-pounding chases. However, where this game really shines is in the puzzles and tombs. They're more elaborate, more challenging, and genuinely make you think. You're rewarded for exploration with a sense of discovery that feels true to the spirit of the original games. The combat, too, offers more flexibility. You can approach situations with stealth or go in guns blazing, but being sneaky and taking down enemies from the shadows just feels more satisfying this time around. It might not have redefined the genre, but Shadow of the Tomb Raider is a fantastic entry in a series that has consistently delivered. If you somehow missed it, or if it got lost in the shuffle of other big releases, give it another look. It's an adventure that deserves more love than it got. Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy was one of those pleasant surprises that a lot of people didn't see coming. Maybe it was the shadow of the mixed reception to Marvel's Avengers game, or just the general skepticism that comes with big licensed games, but this one somehow flew under the radar for many. And that's a real shame, because it's actually a fantastic space adventure that captures the spirit of the Guardians in the best possible way. You play as Star-Lord, but you've got the whole crew, Rocket, Groot, Drax, and Gamora along for the ride, and their personalities really shine through. There's a lot of dialogue, like a lot, but it never feels forced. Instead, it feels like you're part of an ongoing, ridiculous, and often hilarious conversation between these misfit heroes. The story itself is compelling, mixing emotional beats with the kind of cosmic craziness you'd expect from a Guardians of the Galaxy game. It's got heart, humor, and a surprising amount of depth. You're making choices that can actually affect how the game plays out, which is a nice touch and keeps you engaged. There are moments where you genuinely feel like a leader, making tough calls and dealing with the consequences, both big and small.
Hey, World Mind, long time no see.
And let's not forget the music. The game's soundtrack is absolutely packed with 80s hits and some original tracks from Star-Lord's fictional band. It feels like the music is almost another character, setting the tone for epic battles and quieter, emotional moments alike. The combat is fun and frenetic, letting you use each Guardian's abilities in creative ways. It's not the deepest combat system out there, but it works, and it's got enough variety to keep things interesting. Visually, Guardians of the Galaxy looks stunning. The environments are colorful and imaginative, truly capturing the weird, wild nature of Marvel's cosmic side. There are a few rough edges, like some awkward animations or minor bugs, but nothing that really drags down the overall experience. If you skip this one, because of the stigma around licensed games or the mixed bag that was Marvel's Avengers, you might want to rethink that. Guardians of the Galaxy is a game with heart, humor, and style. It doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it's a hell of a ride from start to finish, and it absolutely deserves a bigger audience than it got. Rage 2. Rage 2, the sequel to ID Software's 2011 post-apocalyptic shooter that, well, kind of slipped under the radar for a lot of folks. If you missed it, here's the lowdown. It's a wild ride through a dystopian wasteland packed with explosive action, colorful characters, and for better or worse, a fair share of chaos. First off, the world of Rage 2 is a blast to explore. It's this vast, open-world wasteland filled with all sorts of madcap encounters. Think Mad Max meets Borderlands. The driving feels smooth, and there's a real sense of freedom as you tear through the desert, blowing up convoys and zipping from one explosion to the next. The vehicle combat is particularly satisfying. There's just something inherently fun about running over mutants while your guns blaze away. The combat is where Rage 2 really shines. You've got an arsenal of weapons at your disposal, and the over-the-top special abilities like creating a gravity well to fling enemies around add a lot of flair to the chaos. There's a real joy in tossing enemies into the air and then obliterating them with a well-timed shot. The shooting mechanics are tight, and you can tell ID Software's expertise in this area is on full display. But, and this is a big but, the game's story and world building didn't quite hit the mark. The plot is pretty generic, and the characters you meet don't really stand out. It's all very save the world with not much depth to make it memorable. The side missions and world events can start to feel repetitive after a while. You're often just going through the motions of clearing out the same types of enemies or racing through similar environments. The lack of a compelling narrative can make it feel like you're just going through the motions. Also, the game has a few bugs and performance issues that might take you out of the experience. It's not the most polished ride, and you might hit a few rough patches along the way. Despite these hiccups though, there's still a lot of fun to be had if you're into chaotic, explosive gameplay. In a nutshell, Rage 2 might not have been the blockbuster hit it could have been, but it's got enough explosive action and wild open world antics to be worth a look if you're into that sort of thing. It's not the deepest experience, but if you're looking for a game to blow off some steam with, it might just scratch that itch. Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Deus Ex Mankind Divided is one of those games that kind of slipped through the cracks for a lot of people, and that's a real shame because it's got a ton going for it. If you're into Cyberpunk, you'll feel right at home with this one. The game's set in a world that's both neon-soaked and gritty, filled with a mix of high-tech and low-life that just oozes atmosphere. You play as Adam Jensen, a guy who's undergone some serious cybernetic upgrades and is now navigating a future where augmented humans are basically second-class citizens. The game's story dives into some heavy themes about discrimination and societal divide, and it does so with a level of depth that's pretty impressive. It's like they took everything we love about Cyberpunk and put it into one game. What I love about Mankind Divided is how flexible it is. You can approach missions in so many different ways. Want to sneak around, hack your way through, or just blast everything in sight, go for it. It's got that play your way vibe that makes each playthrough feel fresh. There's something really satisfying about finding your own path through a mission and seeing how your choices impact the world. The world building is top notch. The city of Prague feels alive and gritty with tons of detail that makes it feel authentic. But here's the catch: the game can get a bit overwhelming. There's a lot of lore and political drama, and sometimes it feels like the story gets lost in its own complexity. It's cool if you're into deep narratives, but it might be a bit much if you're just looking for straightforward action. Visually, the game looks great. The neon lights, the shadows, and the dark alleyways all create a really immersive experience. That said, it does have its repetitive moments. Some side missions can start to feel like they're all blending together, and a few technical issues pop up now and then. Where Mankind Divided really shines is in its character interactions. Jensen's conversations with other characters are well written and add a lot of depth to the story. The game's moral choices are thought-provoking, and they make you really think about the impact of your decisions. So, if you missed out on Deus Ex Mankind Divided when it came out, I'd say give it a shot if you're into Cyberpunk and enjoy games that let you shape your own path. It's got its flaws, but it also has a lot of cool stuff going on that's definitely worth checking out. It's one of those games that might not have made a huge splash, but it's a hidden gem for sure. Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 6. I'm going to start off by saying that this game does not deserve the hate it gets. Honestly, most of the hate you see is from diehard refans that can't accept a different aspect to the series other than survival horror. That being said, there's a lot to like about this game. There still is horror, it's just sometimes outweighed by action. You can play 4 different campaigns: Leon, Chris, Jake, and Ada's, which is actually hidden until you complete the other 3. Honestly, Resident Evil 6 is actually a very good game. It also has multiplayer, so you can play with friends. Don't listen to the hate and give it a chance, you might just like it. Now, Resident Evil 6 is a bit of a mixed bag, and it's one of those games that people either love or have a lot of issues with. Released in 2012, it was a bold attempt by Capcom to take the series in a new direction, blending action with the classic survival horror elements that fans had come to love. One of the most striking things about Resident Evil 6 is its sheer ambition. The game features multiple campaigns, each with its own story and style, allowing you to experience the game from different perspectives. You've got Leon's more traditional survival horror vibes, Chris's heavy action military missions, Jake's bioterrorism plot, and Ada Wong's secretive and mysterious side. It's like getting several games in one, which is a pretty cool idea. Combat is another area where Resident Evil 6 stands out. The game offers a more action-oriented approach compared to its predecessors, with a more fluid combat system and a wide range of weapons. The cover mechanics, quick-time events, and varied enemy types make for some intense and dynamic firefights. It's a departure from the slow, tension-building gameplay of earlier titles, which might not sit well with all fans. But here's where the criticism comes in. Resident Evil 6 was often criticized for being overly ambitious but not quite hitting the mark. The shift towards more action and away from the survival horror roots led to some complaints about the game losing its edge. Some players felt the story was convoluted, with too many characters and plot lines that didn't always mesh well. The multiple campaigns, while ambitious, also led to a sense of disjointedness with varying levels of quality and engagement. The game also received flack for its over-reliance on quick-time events and scripted sequences, which some players found tedious. These elements, combined with a somewhat inconsistent narrative, meant that while Resident Evil 6 had moments of brilliance, it also had its fair share of frustrations. Despite its flaws, Resident Evil 6 has its fans, and there's definitely something to be said for its attempt to push the series in a new direction. If you're a fan of the franchise and are curious about how the series evolved, or if you enjoy action-packed zombie mayhem, it's worth giving it a shot. It's not a perfect game, but it's a noteworthy entry in the Resident Evil series for sure. I'm going to start off by saying that this game does not deserve the hate it gets. Honestly, most of the hate you see is from diehard refans that can't accept a different aspect to the series other than survival horror. That being said, there's a lot to like about this game. There still is horror, it's just sometimes outweighed by action. You can play 4 different campaigns: Leon, Chris, Jake, and Ada's, which is actually hidden until you complete the other 3. Honestly, Resident Evil 6 is actually a very good game. It also has multiplayer, so you can play with friends. Don't listen to the hate and give it a chance, you might just like it. Now, Resident Evil 6 is a bit of a mixed bag, and it's one of those games that people either love or have a lot of issues with. Released in 2012, it was a bold attempt by Capcom to take the series in a new direction, blending action with the classic survival horror elements that fans had come to love. One of the most striking things about Resident Evil 6 is its sheer ambition. The game features multiple campaigns, each with its own story and style, allowing you to experience the game from different perspectives. You've got Leon's more traditional survival horror vibes, Chris's heavy action military missions, Jake's bioterrorism plot, and Ada Wong's secretive and mysterious side. It's like getting several games in one, which is a pretty cool idea. Combat is another area where Resident Evil 6 stands out. The game offers a more action-oriented approach compared to its predecessors, with a more fluid combat system and a wide range of weapons. The cover mechanics, quick-time events, and varied enemy types make for some intense and dynamic firefights. It's a departure from the slow, tension-building gameplay of earlier titles, which might not sit well with all fans. But here's where the criticism comes in. Resident Evil 6 was often criticized for being overly ambitious but not quite hitting the mark. The shift towards more action and away from the survival horror roots led to some complaints about the game losing its edge. Some players felt the story was convoluted, with too many characters and plot lines that didn't always mesh well. The multiple campaigns, while ambitious, also led to a sense of disjointedness with varying levels of quality and engagement. The game also received flack for its over-reliance on quick-time events and scripted sequences, which some players found tedious. These elements, combined with a somewhat inconsistent narrative, meant that while Resident Evil 6 had moments of brilliance, it also had its fair share of frustrations. Despite its flaws, Resident Evil 6 has its fans, and there's definitely something to be said for its attempt to push the series in a new direction. If you're a fan of the franchise and are curious about how the series evolved, or if you enjoy action-packed zombie mayhem, it's worth giving it a shot. It's not a perfect game, but it's a noteworthy entry in the Resident Evil series for sure.